7 and 7:30.
This particular location, did you know these people?
No, that's no, that was part of my, I guess my what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
All right, so you
Okay.
you were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then?
Well, I had did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there.
All right. Had you planned this beforehand?
To some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, you know, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do, but I basically panicked that first day. So
Beforehand, did you know who was there in the house?
I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids, the two younger kids, were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there.
All right. How did you get into the house, Mr. Ray?
I came through the back door, cut the phone lines, waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in.
All right. So the door opened. Was it open for you, or did something?
I think one of the kids, I think the junior, or not junior, yes, the younger, Joseph opened the door. He probably let the dog out because the dog was in the house at that time.
All right. When you went into the house, what happened then?
Well, I confronted the family, pulled a pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and asked him to, you know, that I was there to basically, I was wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food. I was wanted, and asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time, I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea. So I finally, the dog was a real problem. So I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out. So he had one of the kids put it out, and then I took him back to the bedroom.
You took who back to the bedroom?
The family, to the bedroom, the 4 members.
All right. What happened then?
At that time, I tied him up.
While still holding him at gunpoint?
Well, in between tying and yes. Yeah.
All right. After you tied them up, what occurred?
Well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I re-loosened the bonds a couple of times. Tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Apparently had a cracked rib from a car accident, so I had him put a pillow down for his head. Had he put a, I think he Parker or a coat underneath him. They talked to me about, giving the car and whatever money. I guess they didn't have very much money. And there I realized that, I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me, and made a decision to go ahead and put him down, I guess, or strangle him.
All right. What did you do to Joseph Otero Sr.?
Joseph Otero?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father.
Put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and tightened it.
This was in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, suffocate and die as a result of this?
Not right away. No, sir, he didn't.
What happened?
Well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But
Was she also tied up there in the
yes,
bedroom?
yeah, both her hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed.
Where were the children?
Josephine was on the bed, and Junior was on the floor at this time.
So we're talking, first of all, about Joseph Otero. So you put the bag over his head and tied it, and he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph?
He moved over real quick, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at that time, the whole family just went, they went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick. I got
What
Mrs.
did you, you worked pretty quick.
Well,
What
I mean,
did you do?
I strangled Mrs. Otero, and she went out, or passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead. And then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head, and then if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back and.
Sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. You
Senior?
indicated he had torn a hole in the bag. And what did you do with him then?
I put another bag over it, or either that or if I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a T-shirt or something over his head, and then another bag, and then tighten it down.
Did he subsequently die?
Well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. Then I was moving around the room. But
All right, so you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had done this. Is that correct?
now I went back and strangled her again, and that finally killed her at that time.
So this is in regards to count 2. You had first of all put the bag over Joseph Otero's head, and he tore a hole in the bag. Then you went ahead. Did you strangle Mrs. Otero then,
Okay.
or did you go
First
back?
of all, Mr. Otero was strangled, or a bag put over his head and strangled. Then I thought he was going down, and I went over and strangled Mrs. Otero, and I thought she was down. Then I strangled Josephine, while she was down, and then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head. After that, Mrs. Otero woke back up, and she was pretty upset and what's going on. So I came back, and at that point in time, strangled her for the death strangle at that time.
With your hands or what?
No, with a cord, with a rope. And then I think at that point in time, I redid Mr. Otero, put the bag over his head, went over, and then took Junior. Before that, she asked me to save her son. So I actually had taken the bag off, and then I was really upset at that point in time. So basically, when Mr. Otero was down, Mrs. Otero was down, I went ahead and took Junior. I put another bag over his head and took him to the other bedroom at that time.
What did you do then?
Put a bag over his head. I put a cloth over his head, a T-shirt, and a bag so he couldn't tear a hole in it. And he subsequently died from that. And then when I went back, Josephine had woke back up.
What did you do then?
And I took her to the basement and eventually hung her.
All right, you hung her in the basement?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you do anything else at that time?
Yes, I had some sexual fantasies. But that was after she was hung.
All right. What did you do then?
Went through the house, kind of cleaned it up. It's called the right-hand rule. You go from room to room. Picked everything up. I think I took Mr. Otero's watch. I guess I took a radio. I forgot about that, but apparently I took a radio.
Why did you take these things?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just
What happened then?
I got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house. And clean the house up a little bit, make sure everything's packed up, and left through the front door. And went over to their car, and then drove over to Dillon's and left the car there. And then eventually walked back to my car.
All right. Now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you've told me apply to both counts 1, all of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rader.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there's one thing that needs to be corrected on that record, and that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemore. The address was actually 803 Edgemore.
All right, but I'd ask you if it occurred in Central County. He indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important. All right, Mr. Rader, we will now turn to count 5. In that count, it is claimed that on or about the 4th day of April, 1974, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Catherine Bright maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation and stabbing, inflicting injuries from which she did die on April 4th, 1974. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many, what I called them projects. They were different people in the town that I followed, watched. Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate.
How did you select her?
Just driving by one day, and I saw her go in the house with somebody else, and I thought that's a possibility. There was many places in the area. College Hill, they're all over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Worked toward it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But my kind of person, stalking and scrolling, you go through the trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened.
All right, sir. So you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
What did you do here in Sedgwick County then?
Pardon?
What did you do then here in Sedgwick County?
On this particular day,
Yes.
I broke into the house and waited for her to come home.
How did you break into the house?
Through the back door on the east side.
All right, and you waited for her to come home. Where
Yes,
did
sir.
you wait?
In the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked through the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through.
All right. What happened then?
She and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And come find out, I guess they were related. That time I approached him and told him I was wanted in California, needed some car. Basically the same thing that I told the Turtles. Kind of ease them, make them feel better. And proceeded to, I think I had him tie her up first. And then I tied him up or vice versa. I don't remember right now.
Now let me ask, you indicated that you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items, both the Oteros into this location?
The Turtles I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There was some, when I was working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today.
All right.
I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bonds I tied him up with that he broke them. So,
All right.
And maybe same way with Catherine. It got out of hand.
All right. Now you indicated that you believe you had Kevin tie Catherine up. Mm-hmm. Tell me what happened then.
Okay. I moved. After I really can't remember, Judge, whether I had her tie him up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved her to another bedroom, and he was already secure there by the bed. I tied his feet to the bedpost, at the bottom of the bedpost, so he couldn't run. Kind of tied her in the other bedroom, and then I came back to strangle him. And at that time, we had a fight.
Were you armed with a handgun at that time also?
Yes, I had a handgun.
What happened when you came back?
I actually had 2 handguns. When I started strangling, either the parent broke or he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and quickly shot him. I hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down and was out, and then went and started to strangle Catherine. And then we started fighting because the bonds weren't very good, and so back and forth we fought.
You and Catherine?
Yeah, we fought. And I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no. I thought she was going down, and I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time. And he jumped up, and we fought, and he at that time shot me because he got my pistol that was in my shoulder here. I had my magnum in my shoulder. So
in a shoulder holster?
Hmm?
Did you have it in a shoulder holster?
Yes, and I had the magnum in my shoulder holster. The other one was a .22.
Right.
We fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun, stuck my finger in there, jammed it. And I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something got away, and I used the .22 and shot him one more time. And I thought he was down for good at that time.
All right, so you shot him a second time.
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Went back to finish the job on Catherine, and she was fighting. And at that point in time, I've been fighting her, and then I heard I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her.
You say you used a knife on her.
Yes.
What did you do with the knife?
I stabbed her. She said either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here. Maybe 2 back here and 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here.
You were pointing to your lower back and your
Underneath the ribs.
and your lower abdomen.
Yeah, underneath the ribs, up underneath the ribs.
So after you stabbed her, what happened?
Actually, I think at that point in time, well, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time I heard him escape. It could be one of the two. But all of a sudden the front door of the house was open and he was gone. And I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, no, that's it. And I stepped out there, and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
All right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what happened then?
I already had the keys to the cars, and I thought I had the right key to the right car. I ran out to their car, and I think it was a pickup out there, and I tried it, didn't work, and at that point in time, he was gone, running down the street. I thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. So I tried it, didn't work, so I just took off, ran. I went east, and then worked back toward the WSU campus where my car was parked.
All right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University
Yes, sir,
campus?
on the campus,
How far away was the Brights residence?
Oh, I parked, was that 13th? And they were on 13th. Was it 17th? Yeah. I was just about 1 block south of 17th where the car was. There's a park there. I parked by that park. And then I walked to 13th to the Brights residence. So I basically ran back.
All right, so you were able to get to your car and get away.
Yes, sir.
Now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Shirley Vian maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
As before, Vian was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone across from Dillon's was a potential target. It was called Project Green, I think. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day, I drove to Dillon's, parked in the parking lot, watched this particular residence, and then got out of the car and walked over to it. It's probably the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked, nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up, so I just started going through the neighborhood. I'd been into the neighborhood before. I kind of knew a little of the layout of the neighborhood. I've been through the back alleys, knew where certain people lived. While I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy and asked him if he could ID some pictures. Kind of as a rust, I guess, a roost, as you call it, and kind of feel it out. And saw where he went, and I went to another address and knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door, so I just noticed where he went and went to that house, and we went from there.
Now, you call these projects, were these sexual fantasies also?
Potential hits. Yeah, in my world, that's what I call them.
All right. So
They're
you
called
went,
projects, hits.
all right, and why did you have these potential hits? Was this to gratify some sexual interest? Or?
Yes, sir. I had a lot of them, so it's just if one didn't work out, I just moved to another one.
All right. So, as I'm to understand it, then on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence, and you tried another residence. No
Sir?
one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so
Right,
you went
right,
to the residence
right,
with the
right.
little boy.
And I watched where he went.
What happened then?
After I tried this once residence, nobody came to the door. I went to this house where he went in, knocked on the door, and told him I was a private detective. Showed him a picture that I had just showed the boy, and asked him if they could ID the picture. And at that time, I had the gun here, and I just kind of forced myself in. I just walked in, just opened the door, walked in, and then pulled the pistol.
What gun? What pistol?
357 Magnum.
So you only had one gun with the pistol?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told Miss Diane that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and that she would cooperate with me at that time. We went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette, and we went back to one of the back areas of the porch, explained to her that I had done this before, and I think at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had her night robe on, and I think if I remember right, she had been sick, and I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, "No, this is not going to work." So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the doors shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids, make them as comfortable as we could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door. And then I proceeded to tie her up. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
All right. Was this a plastic bag also?
Yes, sir. I think it was, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, you put a bag.
It was something. I'm sure it was a plastic bag, yeah.
You say you put a bag over her head and strangled her. What did you strangle her with?
I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost and worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over I looped over her neck.
All right, so you used this rope to strangle her.
Yes, I think it's the same one that I tied her body with.
All right, what happened then?
Well, the kids were really banging on the door and hollering and screaming, and then the telephone rang, and they had talked about earlier that the neighbor was going to check on them, so I cleaned everything up real quick and got out of there, left, and went back into my car.
Now, when you say you cleaned everything
Well,
up,
I mean, put my stuff, I had a briefcase, whatever I had laying around, the ropes, tape, cords, I threw that in there, whatever, that I had that I brought in the house.
had you brought that to the Bright residence also? Or-
Now, there is some, I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others.
Was this a kit that you had prepared?
Yeah,
beforehand?
yes, I called my hit kit.
All right, sir. You left the Vian residence, and had you parked your vehicle near
Yeah,
there?
and it's still in the same parking lot there at Dillon's, at Hydraulic and, what is that? Harry? Lincoln and Hydraulic.
All right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day here in Sedgwick County?
Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed her go in the house one night. Sometimes I would, anyway, I put her down as a potential victim.
Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You've used that term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion. You
Well,
were just...
I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be trolling for months or years. But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim, or that's what you want to do.
He said trolling with a T, not a trolling.
He did say trolling. I thought he said trolling.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, I wasn't working, sir.
All right.
No, this was off my hours.
All right, so you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects. What happened then?
At first, she was spotted, and then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was, found out where she worked, stopped by there once at Hillsburg, and kind of sized her up. The more I knew about a person, the more I felt comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times. And then I just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out.
All right. Can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977?
Now, about 2 or 3 blocks away, I parked my car and walked to that residence. Knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. Broke in and waited for her to come home in the kitchen.
All right. Did she come home?
Yes, she did.
What happened?
I confronted her, told her there I had a problem, sexual problem, that I would have to tie her up and have sex with her. She was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette. While we smoked a cigarette, I went through her purse, identifying some stuff. And she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. And I said, okay. And she said, can I go to the bathroom? And I said, yes. She went to the bathroom and I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed. And when she came out, I handcuffed her. And I don't really remember whether... Sir?
You handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Well, anyway, I handcuffed her, had her lay on the bed, and then I tied her feet, and then I was also undressed to a certain degree, and then I got on top of her, and then I reached over, took either her feet were tied or not tied. But anyway, I think I had a belt. I took the belt and then strangled her with a belt at that time.
All right. After you had strangled her, what happened then?
Okay. After I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off and retied that with pantyhose real tight, removed the handcuffs, and tied those with pantyhose. Can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet. What they had not already, they were probably already tied. Her feet were, and at that time masturbated, sir.
All right. Had you had sexual relations with her before?
No. I told her I was, but I did not.
So you masturbated, then what did you do?
Dressed and then went through the house, took some of her personal items and kind of cleaned the house up, went through it, checked everything, and then left.
All right.
You want to repeat the address?
He's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't remember exactly where it is. For purposes of this, it's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rady?
Do you remember the address? Miss Fox, he's asking.
Oh, Fox? 913 or 903? No, I sure don't. I know it was on Persian, South Pershing. That's all. I don't.
Here in Wichita?
It was a 9. It was 9 something, sir, but I don't know the other digits. And,
The address, as I said, is really not important as long as you remember it happened here in Wichita, Sedgwick County.
yes, sir.
All right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count 8, it is claimed that on or about the 27th day of April 1985 to the 28th day of April 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Maureen Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Maureen Hedge did die on April 27, 1985, Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and since she lived down the street from me, I could watch the coming and going quite easily. On that particular date, I had another commitment. I came back from that commitment, parked my car over at Woodlawn and 21st Street at bowling alley there at that time. Before that, I dressed until I had some other clothes on. I changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley, went in there, the precincts of bowling, called a taxi. Had a taxi take me out to Park City. Had my kit with me as a bowling bag.
All right, that was Park City in Sedgwick County,
Yes,
Kansas?
sir.
All right, you had the taxi take you to Park City. What happened then?
There, I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth, and the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air, and I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house.
All right, where does she live?
62, 42, 54, 62, 54, 62, 54,
What was
North
that?
Independence.
All right, when you walked over there, what happened next?
Well, as before, I was going to have sexual fantasies, so I brought my hit kit, and lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house, kind of like a cat burglar, and after checking the house, she wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled, so I went back to one of the bedrooms and hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so. He left. I waited till wee hours in the morning, and then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on real quick, or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she screamed, and I jumped on the bed and strangled her manually.
All right. Now, were you wearing any kind of disguise or mask at this time?
No.
You indicated this woman lived down the street from you. Did she know you?
Casually, we'd walk by and wave. She liked to work in her yard as well as I like to work. It's just a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything personal. I mean, just a neighbor.
All right, so she was in her bed when you turned on the lights in the bathroom?
Yeah, the bathroom. Yeah, so I could get some light in there.
All right, what did you do then?
No, I manually strangled her when she started to scream.
So you used your hands?
Yes, sir.
And you strangled her? Did she die?
Yes.
All right, what did you do then?
After that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and stripped her, and probably went ahead and I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point in time. But anyway, she was nude. I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items in the house, figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church. And took some pictures of her.
All right, you took some photographs. What kind of camera did you use?
Poor Lord.
Did you keep those photographs?
Yes, the police probably have them.
All right, what happened there?
That was it. She went through. I tied it. She was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage, and that's probably what got me in trouble was the bondage thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway, after that, I moved her back out to the car, and then we went east on 53rd.
All right, what occurred then?
Sir?
What happened then?
Trying to find a place to hide her, hide the body.
Did you find a place?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Couldn't tell you without looking at a map, but it was on 53rd, between Greenwich, maybe. What's the other one between Greenwich? Webb. I think between Webb and Greenwich, I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and hit her there.
All right, you say you hit her there.
Well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body.
All right, so you removed the body from the car, put her in the ditch, and then laid some brush over the body.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, in count 9, it is claimed on or about the 16th day of September 1986 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, Vicki Wegerle, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Vicki Wegerle did die on September 16th, 1986. Can you tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County on that day that makes you believe you are guilty?
Again, Vicki Wegerle was another potential victim. I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car around lunchtime, during lunch hour, or approximately that time. It was earlier in the morning than that. And I actually went somewhere else and changed my clothes, what I call my hit clothes. And,
Hit clothes?
Hit clothes, basically different, things that I'd need to get rid of later. Not the same kind of clothes that I had on. I don't know what other better word to use it, crime clothes or hit clothes. I just called them hit clothes. Anyway, I walked from my car as a telephone repairman. As I walked there, I donned the telephone helmet. I had a briefcase. Went to one other address just to kind of size up the house. I'd walked by it a couple of times, but I wanted to check it a little bit more. As I approached it, I could hear a piano sound. And went to this other door, knocked on them, and told them we were recently working on telephone repairs in the area. And went to her and knocked on the door and asked her if I could come check her telephone lines inside.
Did she allow you in?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
Went over and found out where the telephone was, simulated that I was checking the telephone. I had a make-believe instrument, and after she was looking away, I drew a pistol at her and asked her if she'd go back to the bedroom with me.
Was this the same .357 Magnum you'd used?
No,
earlier?
this was a different one.
Different pistol. Or you asked her to go back to the bedroom with you after drawing a pistol on her?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told her, we went back to the bedroom, I told her I was going to have to tie her up. She was very upset, and I think I used some material that was in, and that's another thing, I'm not sure, but I think I used the material that they had in their bedroom, and after I tied her hands, she broke that and we started fighting, and we fought quite a bit back and forth.
All right, she was physically fighting you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finally got the hand on her and got a nylon sock and started strangling her.
So you wrapped the stocking around her neck?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
I finally gained on her and put her down, and I thought she was dead, but apparently she wasn't. But after she was down and not moving anymore, I rearranged her clothes a little bit and took some quick photos. I think 3 of them, if I remember. And then after that, there was a lot of commotion. She had mentioned something about her husband coming home, so I got out there pretty quick. The dogs were raising a lot of cane in the back. The windows were all open to the house. A lot of noise when we were fighting. So I left pretty quickly after that. Put everything in the briefcase and had her. I'd already gone through her purse and got the keys to the car and used their car for my getaway car.
All right, now you indicate that you thought that she was dead. Did you discover later that she was not dead?
Yes, I guess the paramedics arrived and they tried to attempt to revive her, and that failed. I don't know whether she died there or on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't recollect.
But you later found out that she did die as a result of your strangulation.
Yes.
Now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about the 18th day of January 1991 to the 19th day of January 1991 in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas on that day that makes you believe you're guilty.
That particular day I had some commitments. I left those, went to one place, changed my clothes, went to another place, parked my car, finally made arrangements on my hit kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at that residence, it was very cold at night. Had reservations about going in. I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in, and she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in.
All right, where is this residence located?
It's on Hillside, but I couldn't give you the address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. Oh, it's 62 something.
North or south?
North Hillside.
All right, so you used a concrete block to break the window?
Mm-hmm. Plate glass window, patio door. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Noise. I just went in. She came out of the bedroom and thought that a car had hit her house, and I told her that I used the roofs of being wanted. I was on the run. I needed food, car, warm up, and I asked her. I handcuffed her and kind of talked to her. Told her that I would like to get some food, get her keys, her car, and kind of rest assured, talked with her a little bit and calmed her down a little bit, and then eventually I checked. I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and checked out where the car was. Stimulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house that I was leaving. Then went back and removed her handcuffs and then tied her up, and then eventually strangled her.
Or you say eventually strangled her?
Well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then strangled her.
All right, you say you went through. Were you looking for something?
Mm-hmm. Well, some personal items, yes. I took some personal items from there.
Did you take personal items in every one of these incidents?
I did on the hedge. I don't remember anything of Vicky's place. The Oteros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any in Bright's. Vian's, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes, I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss.
All right. But
Probably if it was a controlled situation where I had more time, I took something. But if it was a confusion and other things, I didn't, because I was trying to get out of there.
All right. So in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, took a few personal things. What did you do then?
Strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose.
All right. What happened then? Did she
I
die?
kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a plan on leaving and put her in a blanket and drug her to the car and put her in the trunk of the car.
So you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose?
Yes, sir.
All right. You put her in your car.
In her
or
car.
In the car.
Her car. The trunk of her car.
What happened then?
I really had a commitment I needed to go to, so I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever, I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house, left that, let me think now. Okay. In the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere. So I was trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove it back, and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
So all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does any party desire any further matters be put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. Rader. I will find that you, Dennis L. Rader, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas of guilty and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 3, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony, and murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
All right, brother. All right, brother. All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions.
Okay.
You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you?
No.
That's just you are. What's wrong? You know I'm Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, put your hands up here, you remember us talking
Yes.
earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay. I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both of
Yes.
y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
Okay. Are you almost finished?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have too much more to do, right?
No.
All right. Are you going to stay here in Macon?
I don't know.
Did you used to work at the district attorney's office in Macon?
Yes.
Was you on the prosecutor side or the defense side?
Prosecutor.
So you were on our side.
Yes.
Right. You never worked on the other side?
No.
Did you like it when you were down there?
Yes.
Got along with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on?
No.
You have no idea where she's at?
No.
Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. My major didn't do that, but okay. All right. All right. Bye. Look. Just tell me what happened, brother.
I don't know.
Well, where's she at? I need you. I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Okay? I'm asking you for help. I need your help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
You don't know if you can help me?
Yes.
I need your help. Help me out. Tell me what to do. Has anybody asked you for help today? I'm asking you as a friend for help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out?
I don't know what you need.
I need to know where Lauren's at.
I don't know.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever seen anybody over her house the last couple nights?
No.
Okay. If you knew where she was, would you tell me?
Yes.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
care that no one can find her?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Did you think Lauren was your girlfriend?
No.
I mean, you said you didn't have any other cars, right?
Right.
Well, why would everybody you went to school with for the last 3 and 4 years said that you own another car other than that jail prison? Everybody I've talked to, all your friends you were in school with, people that you worked at the district attorney's office with said you have other cars other than that car. And you're gonna sit here today and tell me you don't have another car?
I don't.
Well, where's it at?
I don't have one.
You never had another car besides that jail prison.
No.
So if I call your granddaddy, he's gonna tell me that you only have one car.
Yes.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do, because I already have his number. You don't know his phone number?
No.
Hmm? I mean, you seriously can't help us out.
His number is in my cell phone
That's a start. Where's your cell phone?
at the apartment.
In your apartment? I mean, it's kind of late to be calling him. Does he stay up late?
I don't know.
Do you have a grandmother or is it just him?
My grandmother passed away.
A while back?
Yes.
But you're close to your grandfather, right?
Yes.
I mean, doesn't he own some property or something, he said? A couple of acres?
My granddaddy or my grandfather.
Who lives in Pike County?
My granddaddy.
Does he own any land down there?
Yes.
Okay. And do sometimes you go down there to visit him or something?
Last time we met, I went down and visited with my aunt and uncle.
Okay. What did he do for a living? Was he an attorney like you?
He worked for the Southern Railroad Company.
Is anybody in your family an attorney?
No.
You're the only one that went through law school?
Yes.
Well, that's an accomplishment, don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, it took a long time, right?
Yes.
A lot of studying. I think you told me earlier you were from up Atlanta, or did you live in Atlanta or Griffin or something like that?
Lilburn.
You don't have any family left up there?
Yes.
Well, who lives up there?
My parents.
Okay. Any brothers or sisters?
My sister lives in Tucker.
Georgia?
Yes.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment?
I
That was
don't
like
know.
a mask. It was cut out like a mask. You cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
How many guns did you have in your apartment?
3.
What are they? Do you know what they are?
A rifle.
What
And
kind of
2
rifle
handguns.
did you have?
An AK semi-automatic.
Where'd you buy it from?
Classic Arms.
Is that Atlanta or something?
Online.
Okay. What kind of pistols do you own?
EAA Witness. Full size and compact.
Okay. What is that? What about the one that was on the bed?
That's the full size.
That's the full size one. What was the other one?
The compact.
Where was that at?
On the table. By the bed.
Yeah. Remember I was in there?
Mm-hmm.
And then you had that samurai sword.
Yes.
That was just that's not, is it an expensive sword or is it just a
No.
knockoff? It's just one of the knockoff swords.
Yes.
And what about the knife?
Which knife?
The one that was, remember you showed me it was dull?
Yes.
What kind of knife is that? Because I don't know.
Kukri.
I mean, where do you get something like that online?
I bought it from a friend.
Did you have any other knives in the house
Yes.
that I didn't see? Because you didn't show me no other knives. That's the only ones you showed me. What other knives did I miss?
There's a pocket knife that's on the table.
Are you a knife collector or a knife person? Or
No.
You just like knives?
I used to collect swords.
I mean, do you know your swords?
Yes.
I mean, to sell and trade swords?
No.
But you just bought here and there?
Yes.
But you wouldn't consider yourself like a sword expert?
No.
Okay. Because, you know, they have that TV show where they sell stuff, you know, at night
Yes.
on TV. But I don't know what it's called, the knife shop or something like that. Have you ever seen what I'm talking about? I don't know if you have
Yes.
cable TV or not. Alright. You know, tonight we're still looking for Lauren. You know any of these other girls in this picture?
I know that she goes to the law school, but I
Okay.
can't remember her name.
So she's studying to be an attorney too?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how Lauren looked with the long hair the last time you seen her?
Yes.
Or she got, that's how she looks?
Yes.
Oh, this was in 2010. Who do you think took Lauren away?
I don't know.
Well, I need your help. Can you give me some, what is your observation of this? I know you're smarter, okay? I know you have an observation you can tell me. What do you think happened to her?
I think someone took her.
You think, I mean, you watch TV shows, right? Like
Yes.
detective shows. What's your observation? How do you think somebody would take her? If somebody did take her.
When she was running.
Does she normally run all the time?
She runs, I don't know how often.
You mean you think somebody might have took her when she was running like down the street somewhere?
Yes.
You don't think somebody got her when she got back to her apartment?
I don't know.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartments.
Yes.
You do know that. And it's a female, white female's body. Right there. Right next to y'all's apartment. Feet within from her apartment. I mean, we don't know 100% sure it's Lauren, but we're pretty confident it is. We're waiting for some tests to be done to be 100% sure. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
I'm asking for your advice or your observation. Who in your complex would do something like that? You live over there for 3 years. Tonight's the first night I think I've ever been over there. In your expert opinion, of all your knowledge of going through law school and all that, who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I don't know.
No names come to mind. You can't help me out a little bit? You can't help me out?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody at all that lives in that complex. You know, earlier you told me about a guy that lived in apartment 15. I mean, is he a decent guy?
I think so.
Don't y'all have a laundry room there or something?
Yes.
That everybody has access to the laundry room?
Yes.
Has anybody been working on the apartments below you in the last couple of weeks that you've noticed?
I haven't seen anyone.
But you don't know if they've been doing work on that apartment, number one?
No.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Are you sad that something happened to Lauren? If that's her in that trash can?
Yes.
When's the last time you said you can't remember the last time earlier today that you took the trash out to the trash can? Right? Am I wrong?
That's right.
I mean, because you said you stayed inside the whole weekend, I think, because you had all your food and all that. You never went to Kroger over the weekend or Walmart or anything?
I don't remember.
Bet you could have.
I don't know.
When you go to Kroger, when you do go to the store to get your food, do you use a credit card or you pay cash?
Cash?
Do you have a Kroger card?
Yes.
Okay. So the Kroger card should be able to tell if you were at Kroger this weekend, right?
Yes.
Do you swipe your card or just enter your cell phone number?
They scan it.
Well, because I enter my phone number because I can't never remember to bring my card. But you don't remember if you went over to Bay. You drive your car or you walk over there?
I drive.
You ever go to Walmart on the east side of Gray Highway? Or which Walmart do you go to when you go to Walmart?
Gray Highway.
You don't ever go out to Zeppelin Road?
I don't think so.
You never been out there? You know where Zeppelin Road, the new Walmart?
No.
You don't? So you just basically go to the one on Gray Highway?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where you're at tonight?
Yes.
Where are you at?
Detective Bureau.
Okay. And you know why we've been working all day trying to find Lauren, right?
Yes.
Because her family wants to know where she's at.
Yes.
And I don't know what to tell her family. So I'm asking you, what do I need to tell her family?
I don't know.
What do you want me to tell them? I don't know? Huh? You're going to have to tell me what to tell her family. It's all on you, brother. What do you want me to tell her family? Huh?
I don't know.
Well, I need to know. I need to know. Okay? If something happened to Lauren and you know, you need to tell me. If you know something. Because I need to know. Because her family's down here want to know what happened to her.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
That's what you want me to tell her mother and her father. Is that you don't know.
I don't know.
Not that you're sorry that she's missing. Not that you've been trying to help me all day find her. But you just wanted me to tell her I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you
where
a
she
sorry
is.
piece of shit that you want me to tell her that? You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell them that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell them? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck. Right?
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today?
They
It was on the
asked-
11 o'clock news. Well, I'm asking you. Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
That ain't what you told the media. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Right? You buy all these weapons. Was you ever in the military?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for? Are you scared somebody's going to hurt you?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for?
To have.
Why? There's a reason why. Were you molested as a child?
No.
Then why do you need all these weapons?
To have.
Why? Give me one good reason. Just give me one reason.
To have.
Why? Does it make you feel important?
No.
Are you a big guy because you got a weapon?
No.
Do you even know how to use it?
Yes.
I need you to tell me what you want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know, because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. You didn't have no problem talking to the news when they asked you questions. I'm asking you questions. Where's Lauren?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. You do know. You do know. You know. You know. You do know. And everybody in Macon knows you knows because you got your sorry ass on the news and told everybody. So every friend you have in Macon knows that you know. Everybody you go to school with, every one of your professors, everybody knows that you know. Because you got on the news tonight and told everybody that you know. Now how do you think? You think you're going to be able to walk down the street tomorrow and nobody bother you? Think nobody's going to come over and knock on your door to see if you want to talk to the media again?
I don't know.
Oh, they're going to be over there, brother. So this little act that you're doing right now ain't working with me. Okay? Because you didn't have no problem talking to the media. No problem. So you need to snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened so we can move on.
I don't know.
Well, how many times you gonna say I don't know? How many times you gonna say it? When are you gonna say I remember, but I don't want to remember what happened to her? How many times you gonna say that? If you did something that you regret, you need to let me know.
I didn't.
Well, who did?
I don't know.
Well, a body was found over here, right next to where you live. And what do you have in your apartments? A lot of knives. A lot of guns. Right?
Yes.
And I'm asking you about it, and you're just saying, I don't know. That's all. That's the only answer you can give is I don't know. But 6 hours or a couple hours ago, you was out there telling the media everything. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. You were actually answering questions. Right? How many interviews did you give? 3?
I don't know.
You gave like 3. Do you think that was a proper thing to do when a mother's looking for her child?
They asked me what happened.
And what did you tell them? What did you tell them?
That Lauren was missing.
Okay. What else did you tell them?
That we had gone looking for her.
Okay. And what?
And that we hadn't found her.
And what else did they ask you?
I don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't.
You're telling me that you went through law school. Well, you went through college first, right? Did you graduate from college?
Yes.
And now you're in law school. Did you graduate from law school?
Yes.
But you don't fucking remember what they asked you this afternoon?
No.
Huh? You just don't fucking believe that shit. Folks ain't back yet.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
You've never shot a gun?
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
So you bought 3 guns that you've never shot.
Yes.
Why?
To have.
For what?
To have.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes, did they give you, I mean, tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating. Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
Okay. You got a girlfriend?
No.
Who's your best friend?
Michael Quinn.
Michael who?
Quinn.
Who is he?
He was a law student with me.
Is he still a law student?
No, he graduated
When was the last time you talked to him?
before he moved up to Boston.
How long ago was that?
A few weeks.
A few weeks, like a month, 2 months, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what?
The beginning of June.
Beginning of June? Beginning of June. Okay. So let me ask you a question. You say you don't know where Lauren is, right?
Right?
You told me earlier you and Lauren were friends, right?
Yes.
How would you describe y'all's relationship?
She was my friend.
She was your friend. What did you ever do things for her? Did she ever do things for you? What did she ever do for you?
We talked.
We talked. What y'all talk about?
News.
The news. Okay. Earlier you was telling me something about you fixed her computer before.
I couldn't fix it.
You couldn't fix it. What was wrong with it?
I don't remember.
How long ago was that?
Around graduation.
Well, how long ago was that?
Middle of May.
Middle of May. So you were over in her apartment in the middle of May.
Yes.
Have you been over there since then?
Yes.
When was the last time you were over there?
Last night.
Before last night. Have you ever been over there with Lauren since the time you worked on her computer in the middle of May?
No.
How many times have you been in her apartment with her hanging out?
I don't know.
You don't know? If you had to guess, what was I mean, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, what?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2? See, if I had only been somewhere twice, I could remember that. If I had been there over 50 times and you asked me how many times I've been, like, I don't know, a lot. But the fact that you've only been there twice, when I say how many times you've been there, you say you don't know, that's just odd to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That does make sense. So what I'm saying right now makes sense.
No.
When was the last time you saw Lauren?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
And have you been on vacation for the last couple of weeks?
No.
You been home every night?
Yes.
Has she been at home every night?
I don't know.
Has she been on vacation?
I think she was away for a while.
How long?
I don't know.
Were you looking for her?
No.
Let me tell you, even if I didn't talk to my neighbors, I know if my neighbors have been in and out. I hear them come in, I hear them go out. I see them when they walk by my window. I've lived in apartments most of my life. So the fact that you haven't seen her in 2 or 3 weeks, that's just odd to me. I'm going to be honest, it makes me feel like you're not being honest with me, Stephen. Why would you not be honest with me?
I am being honest.
Stephen, it just doesn't feel like it, buddy. You know, I get the sense that there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now. And it's breaking you down. And you feel bad about it. I can tell you haven't slept much, have you? In the last few days, have you?
No.
Like something's weighing on your mind, ain't it?
We were looking for Lauren.
You started looking for Lauren yesterday.
Yes.
But you haven't slept in several days, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Earlier when I talked to you, you said you hadn't slept in days. That this morning was the first time you was able to get any sleep, was this morning for a little bit.
No.
Yes, that's what you said. That's what you told me. So I asked you, well, if you haven't been able to sleep in several days, what have you been doing? Studying? And you said, yeah, studying. You don't remember that?
No.
What I want you to do, and I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to describe to me how you feel right now. You don't know how to answer that with a yes or no, do you?
I don't know what's going on.
Lauren's missing. This pretty little girl right here, your neighbor, she's missing.
I know.
You went looking for her last night.
Yes.
Did you hurt Lauren?
No.
Stephen, did you hurt Lauren?
No.
I know this is hard for you to tell it, but it's weighing on you right now, ain't it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
But I know you can probably help me with who did. Can't you, buddy?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know, and me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And when she was, did you get a cookie? No. And whenever you tell a lie, you feel bad about it right then. One, with every lie, there's a chance you're going to get caught. And that weighs on you. Because you know you did something bad. Am I right?
I didn't do it.
You didn't take the cookie?
No.
What'd you do, buddy?
I didn't do anything.
What'd you do to Lauren?
I didn't do anything.
You saw Lauren last night, though? Yesterday?
No.
What time was it that she went out to do her laundry?
I don't know.
Where were you at yesterday?
At home.
What'd you do at home? Tell me everything you did yesterday. From the time you woke up to the time you went to sleep.
I checked the news.
At what time?
I don't remember.
Was it yesterday morning?
I don't remember.
What'd you do when you woke up?
I think I checked the news.
Alright, you checked the news, okay? What'd you do after that?
I watched some videos online.
Did you clean up?
No,
You didn't?
no.
You smell like you've been cleaning up, like you've been using cleaner to clean up. I know what that smells like. My wife smells like that all the time when she cleans the house. You've been using some kind of cleaner to clean up your apartment, hadn't you?
No,
Steven, you telling me you live like a man? How does your apartment get cleaned?
I clean it.
Okay. When was the last time you cleaned it, Steven?
I don't remember.
Was it this week?
No,
You mean you go a whole week without cleaning?
yes,
Why? That's horrible, Steven. Was it possibly over the weekend, last weekend?
no.
It wasn't? If you can't remember, then how is it that you can tell me that you didn't clean up your apartment last weekend? A minute ago you couldn't remember.
I don't remember cleaning last weekend.
So it isn't that you didn't, it's that you just don't remember. Right? Help me out, buddy. Right?
I don't understand.
You don't understand? I don't know how else to say it, Stephen. Let me tell you what I think. I think that she was a friend of yours. Look at her right here. I think that she was a friend of yours. And I think something happened, Stephen. You used to watch her come in and out of her apartment, didn't you?
No,
I mean, then how were y'all friends? If me and you friends, we live next door to each other. Every time I look out the window and see, oh, there's my buddy going in. Because we friends. I'm gonna pay attention to when you come in and out. Didn't you just tell me that y'all were friends?
yes,
But you didn't pay attention to when she came in and out?
no.
Stephen, you're lying. Now you're lying. You're just lying. That's a lie. You ever see her come in and out of her apartment?
Yes,
You did? When was the last time?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Like last week maybe?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Stephen, you understand that everything that you're saying here doesn't make any sense at all. None. None. You totally contradict everything that relates to human behavior. We have skills to be able to observe things, to hear things, to see things. There are natural things out there that draw our attention every day. Such as when you're driving down the road, if somebody hits the horn, you look around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just a natural reaction. If you're sitting in your living room, you hear the door slam next to you, you automatically think, my neighbor's home. Right? You're telling me that those kind of things don't happen in your life.
You asked if I watched. I didn't watch.
Have you noticed that she's came in and out of her house in the last week or two?
I don't remember.
What do you remember, Stephen?
The last time I saw her was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Where at?
She was going out running when I was coming in.
Where were you coming in from?
Bar preparation.
Bar preparation. What's a bar preparation? Oh, you're preparing for the bar exam.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, how y'all doing?
We're just talking. He doesn't seem to remember a whole lot. Everything's yes or no, or I don't remember. A lot of things aren't making any sense. I gotta be honest with you, Stephen. Me personally, I don't feel like you're being honest. Okay?
Well, Stephen, you said you're gonna help me out, right? With this investigation, because we needed your help. We're asking you for help, right? That's what we. Remember, I told you that,
Yes.
and you told me you're gonna help me.
Yes.
Right. You're gonna help me find Lauren, right?
Yes.
And ask for your opinion, your observation of what happened to her,
Yes.
right? And what did you tell me?
I thought someone snatched her.
Right. Where do you think someone might have snatched her from?
When she was
If you're the detective, you're the police detective, it's your investigation. Where would you start your investigation?
I don't know.
Come on now. You watch TV, right?
Yes.
Okay. You made it through college, right?
Yes.
You made it just about through law school, right?
Yes.
So you should know, where would you start your investigation?
Where she was last seen.
Okay. So in this case, where was she last seen?
At Garen's house.
Garen. That's the guy that lives up on the street, right? Friend of hers?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, and that was on, I think she left there on Saturday morning.
Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Now, where do you think she went from their house?
I don't know.
Alright, you're the detective now. Right? It's your case. What would you do?
Check at her home.
Okay. We did that. That's what we did today, right?
Yes.
So you saw us out there when we knocked on your door. She's not there. I need your help in finding her. What do we need to do? What do we need to do that we haven't done?
I don't know.
You don't know? So if you had this case, you wouldn't be able to solve it. Is that what you're saying? Because you're not smart enough to solve it?
I don't know.
Or you think you're smart enough to be a detective?
I don't know.
No?
You gotta be killing me, Steven. Steven,
So,
listen to me. We're real people, and we're here to talk to you. I like to think that we're friends, okay? Friends communicate back and forth. The only thing you said is yes or no, and I don't know, okay? It makes me feel like you're treating me like you don't like me, and I feel like I've looked out for you today. Everything you said you wanted, I've given you. I've tried to give you food several times. I feel like we talked. You told me about how you like to look at porn on the internet. You expressed to me that you're a virgin, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff you tell friends. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yes.
we need to know where your other car is at. I already know you own another car, okay?
I don't own another
Yes,
car.
you do.
Do you use another car?
You
Whose car
have
do you
another
use?
car. It's not
I
in your
don't
name.
use mine.
No,
Oh, you don't, Steve.
you've been using somebody else's car.
No.
Everyone I interviewed today say you have another car. These people aren't making this up. You have another vehicle.
No, I don't.
So your grandfather's a liar. Is that what you're saying? You're calling your grandfather a liar. I just talked to him, and he said you own another car.
I don't.
So he's lied to me.
Steven, we're telling way too many lies in here.
So you're telling me they're lying?
You're willing to tell me that you're a virgin and that you told me you jack off the porn on the internet, but you don't want to admit to having another car. That makes me think you got something to hide, Steven. That concerns me. You tell me things that most people wouldn't tell somebody else, but yet you lie about something simple.
Why are you
about
trying to
having
hide
another
that
car.
you have another car? What's the big deal?
I don't have.
I got 3 cars.
You do. You do.
No, I don't.
It's not at your
Well,
house.
what happened to it?
I've never had another car.
That's the only car you ever had in Macon.
Yes.
Okay, let me go talk to him again, because that's not what he's saying.
Stephen. What happened to Lauren?
I don't
Yep.
know.
You like her, don't you?
She's my friend.
Did you ever think about having sex with her?
No.
You never tried to talk to her on a dating level?
No.
Let me go talk. They got his grandfather. Let me go talk, make sure that he owns another car because he's telling us he doesn't. Be right back.
So you're telling me, you see that pretty girl right there?
Yes.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man, she looks good. You never thought that?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You know how when you're sitting there you see a girl walking down the road and you say, man, that girl looks good. You ever see a good looking girl down the road and you think to yourself, man, that girl looks good?
Yes.
You never thought that about her?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me you look at porn on the internet and get off to that, but you never looked at her and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to have sex with her?
Yes.
You have?
No.
Have you ever thought about what it would be like to have sex with Lauren?
No.
You've never imagined having sex with Lauren?
No.
Have you ever had sex with Lauren?
No.
What do you know about that body we found today?
I don't know.
You don't know? What if I told you that I believe that you do know?
I don't.
What if I told you that I could prove it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is there a chance? But you do admit that there's a chance that I possibly have evidence to show that you do have something to do with that body, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? Because if I hadn't done anything, I'd say, nope, there's no way. But you say you don't know. Why is that? Why do you say you don't know? Is there a chance that maybe something's there?
No.
Why did you say you don't know?
Because I don't know.
Because you're worried about something? Maybe something that happened, that maybe something got mixed up with something and you're worried about that?
No.
Then why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
How would you not know? If I was asking you, did you just rob a bank? If you didn't, you'd say no, not I don't know, right?
Right.
So why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
You don't know if you had anything to do with that body?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What if I said I could prove that you did?
I don't know.
Could you explain it?
I don't know.
Today you told an investigator that you were worried about us possibly finding blood in your apartment, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You did. Now why would you be worried about that?
We all looked in Lauren's apartment.
Did you see blood?
No.
Then what would make you think that there was blood taken over there? Nothing would make you think that unless you saw it. Because, see, I didn't see no blood. None of the other Lawrence friends saw blood, but I know now that blood was there. And now I believe you saw it. You saw that blood. You know that blood was there. And that's why you're worried about it.
No.
Did you know? Why do you have blood up in the inside of your nose?
I don't know.
You don't know? But you saw that blood. That's the only way that you would be worried about it. Because that's like saying, I'm worried about red roses being under my pillow, but yet I never put them there. That doesn't make any sense. You know, your brain doesn't even think to operate like that unless you knew something was there. Does that make sense? That makes sense to you. You're a smart guy, right?
I don't understand.
You knew that there was blood in that apartment.
No.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Yes, you did. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen. That's right. There's blood in your apartment. Stephen, this is hard, buddy. I know this is hard. And I can tell it's on you. You want to let it go. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen. You didn't get it all up. It didn't all come off. You scrubbed and you wiped. But we can tell that. Don't you watch CSI? Yeah, we know it. Stephen, why is there blood in your bathroom?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Why, Stephen?
I don't know.
Has anybody else been in your bathroom?
The police were in there.
Other than the police? Who else has been in there?
No one that I know.
No one. And you recently cleaned your bathroom, didn't you?
No.
How long ago?
I don't remember.
A couple days ago?
No.
Over the weekend?
No.
No, you don't know.
I don't remember cleaning it.
Do you use drugs?
No.
You ever use acid?
No.
Are you on medication?
No.
You're lying, Stephen. I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. I wanted to be here with you to go through that process because I know you're not a monster, man. I know you're not a bad guy. You're just a hard-working student trying to pass a bar exam, ain't you? You ain't got a lot of support from your family, do you?
Yes.
You do? A lot of people can't say that. And the fact that you do have support from your family should make things easier because your family wants to feel like they've raised somebody that tells the truth and is honest, right?
Yes.
Did you hurt that girl, Stephen?
No.
Have you ever hurt anyone, Stephen?
No.
You've never hurt anyone.
No.
I've hurt people, Stephen. I've made mistakes in my life. It's not even normal to say you've never hurt anybody. Sometimes people get mad and they say things they don't mean to say. It hurts. You never kicked a dog or a cat?
No.
You ever hurt the kids that live up there with your parents? You love those kids, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And if something happened to one of those kids, you'd be upset, right?
Yes.
Well, something happened to this lady's child, Lauren. Okay? You love all the kids up there with your mama, right?
Yes.
And you do anything for them, right?
Yes.
I mean, they called you and said, hey, we need you. Help us out. You'd help them out, right?
Yes.
We need you to help us out. Okay? Tell me about your family
I have 4 adopted siblings.
that you love very much, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about your mama?
She's a homemaker.
Okay. What about your daddy?
He's a painter.
Close family? Y'all close?
Yes.
When was the last time you talked to him?
When we got together
What was that?
a few weeks ago.
Did you go up there to see them, or they come down here to see you?
We went to Buckner's.
I like Buckner's. The chicken place where the table spins around.
Yes,
You just drove up there metal.
yes.
Okay. They bring all the kids with them.
Yes.
They didn't come back to Macon.
No.
Well, they asked you how you was doing in school and everything.
Yes.
You had told Detective Chapman that you'd never shot any of those guns that were in your apartment.
Yes.
Have you?
No.
Well, you never went to the shooting range here in Macon and did
No.
some shooting? Hmm?
No.
Any gun?
No.
Did you make the mistake and told people at school that you used to go to the shooting range and shoot?
No.
You've never said that?
No.
Do you even know how to load
Yes.
an SKS? That was an SKS, right?
No.
What was it?
An AK.
Same thing. Just different. You even know how to load it?
Yes.
What kind of rounds it take?
7.62 39.
Okay. What's the capacity of that clip that you had?
30 rounds.
What's it loaded?
Well,
Is it loaded?
the magazine is full.
Okay. You got a round in the chamber?
No.
Why not?
Safer that way.
Safer. It's just you in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Why do you think it's safer that way?
No chance of it getting knocked over and going off.
I mean, no one lives with you. It's just you.
Bullets can travel distance.
Well, how do you know that?
I've read up about it.
Well, on what, the computer?
Yes.
Okay. What about your pistols? You never fired any of those pistols?
No.
Were they loaded tonight?
The magazine is full on the 10 millimeter.
Okay.
And there's one round in the chamber in 9 millimeter and a full magazine.
Was the 9mm the full size one or the compact one?
Compact.
And you've never even fired any of those weapons?
No.
Where do you buy your ammo? Have you ever purchased any ammo here in Macon?
Yes.
From where?
A to Z guns.
On
And
Vineable, was that on Vineable Avenue?
Yes.
When's the last time you was at A to Z Guns?
Years ago.
Do you have a permit
Yes.
to carry them? You do? Here in Bibb County?
Yes.
Okay. You applied when you was working down at the county or
I
something?
applied last fall.
Okay. So you have your card.
Yes.
Is it with you?
Yes.
Can I see it? They still make you take your fingerprint down there?
Yes.
Let me see your card. How much does it cost now? You remember?
Around $80.
So it expires in 2016.
Yes.
Do you have any pictures of the kids?
No.
Hmm?
No.
They didn't give you no pictures when they were in school? Got a picture of your parents?
No.
You got no pictures?
No.
At all? Not even
in
at your
my
apartment?
wallet.
You have some at your apartment?
Some.
Okay. What do the kids call you?
Stephen.
Okay. So you're just a brother or uncle or
Brother.
brother Stephen? None of them ever come visit you here in Macon?
No.
About this car. When you first moved to Macon, did you have another automobile?
No.
Never.
No.
When you moved to Macon, Macon, you brought that geo prison with you?
Yes.
You never left a car back there at your mother's?
No.
Why'd you tell everybody at school that you had that other vehicle?
I didn't.
So everyone we talked to just made that story up about you talking about your other vehicle.
I don't have another vehicle.
When's the last time you've been to Kroger in Baconsfield?
I don't remember.
Okay, because I asked you that. When's the last time you were at Walmart?
I don't remember.
Has it been a long time? Can you even give me that much?
No.
A week or so?
Maybe.
Do you even have a credit card?
Yes.
Which credit card do you use the most?
Visa.
Is it a bank name or just a Visa?
First Financial Bank.
Is that here in Macon?
No.
First Financial. You got a bank account with them?
No.
Well, whose account? They just sent you a Visa? You don't have no bank account?
I have bank.
Where are you putting your
account
money?
with
In your
Wachovia.
house? You putting all your money in your house?
I
With
have
all
a-
the food you got in there?
I have an account with Wachovia.
Here in Macon?
Yes.
Do you buy your stuff at Walmart with this Visa card?
No.
Oh, how do you usually pay for stuff at Walmart?
With cash.
Do you have a job?
No.
Well, how do you get cash?
Student loans.
So you're just living off your student loans?
Yes.
So you hadn't worked like a job in a while?
No.
Are you planning on getting a job?
Yes.
I mean, because your loans are going to run out sooner or later, right?
Yes.
How long you got left to finish your school up? Are you finished completely?
Yes.
When are you planning on moving out of that apartment?
Around
I mean, when's your
July
lease
15th.
up? Around July 15th? Where you plan on going when you move out?
Back to my parents.
And where's that at?
Lilburn.
Do you even know your mother's phone number?
I know the home phone number.
What's that? What's the area code up there?
770
Uh-huh.
381
Uh-huh.
5031.
What's your mother's name?
Glenda.
Has she ever had a drug problem?
No.
She's been home your whole entire life raising you?
Mostly.
Where was she when she wasn't mostly raising you?
Preschool.
Oh, she a school teacher or something?
Yes.
Do you know how? I've already told you that there was a body discovered, right, in the
Yes.
trash containers over there near your apartment. Do you know how that body got in that trash can?
No.
Do you have any black trash bags in your apartment, like that you use for trash?
No.
Can you help me? Do you know where any black trash bags are in that apartment complex?
I don't
Have you
know.
ever seen any around? Has someone been over there cleaning up, or have you ever seen anybody painting an apartment? Have you seen any painters? Because you're home most of the day, right?
Yes.
Have you seen any of that?
No.
Do you know when the garbage man usually comes over there?
No.
Do you know anything?
Yes.
What do you know? I asked you for help. What do you know? You haven't provided me with nothing. I mean, when's the last time you were in that laundry room at the apartments?
Last night,
What were you doing last night?
Luke and I were looking for Lauren.
Did y'all see anything unusual or out of place?
No. There was one washer that had clothes in it.
Whose clothes were they, do you know?
Luke said they looked like a guy's clothes.
But you didn't look in the machine.
I didn't look in detail.
What kind of knife did you have on you tonight?
A little throwing knife.
Where'd you have it at, in your front pocket?
Yes.
Do you own any saws or anything like that?
No.
There's not anything in your car, is there?
No.
In the trunk or anything?
No.
When's the last time you actually drove your car? Like went somewhere in your car?
Within the past few days.
Alright, today's, well, it's now Friday, but yesterday was Thursday, that's when you met me.
Yes.
Have you driven your car this week at all?
Yes.
What day?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Well, what do you remember about your car?
I drove to Kroger.
In Baconsfield, across the river. When do you think that might have been?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Why would you go to Kroger?
To get something.
What?
Dinner.
You got a lot of food in your house, right?
Yes.
What day do you think that might have been? Was it over the weekend?
No.
Was it Monday?
I don't think so.
Was it Tuesday?
I don't think so.
What day would you think it was if you had to pick a day? What day was you hungry on?
Wednesday, maybe.
Wednesday? You don't remember what you bought?
Dinner. Frozen dinner.
I like the frozen section. Microwave dinner?
No.
Oh, frozen dinner you cook in the oven?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over there by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that night?
No.
Or that day? Just over to Kroger and then you came home?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere this week, like, I don't know, shopping at the mall or looking at guns at A&Z, or did you go anywhere else?
No.
When's the last time you cleaned your car?
I haven't since I got it back.
Where'd you get it back from?
My parents.
What'd they have it for?
Their van was in a wreck.
So, what'd they do, come get your car, or?
Yes.
So they came to Macon and got your car and then left?
The wreck was down here.
Oh, in Macon?
Yes.
So they were staying with you when they were in the wreck?
No.
Well, what were they doing in Macon?
The van was going to be worked on.
Here in Macon?
Yes.
Well, where's the van at now? Do they got it back?
It was totaled.
So they were in Macon, and they were in a wreck in Macon.
My mom was.
And she was down here in Macon because,
The air conditioner was malfunctioning.
why was she in Macon though?
Because there's a place in Macon that's the best at air conditioning repair.
And you told her about to come down to Macon to get her air conditioner fixed?
No.
Well, how do you know that?
She told me.
So she just drove to Macon to get her air conditioner fixed.
Yes.
She was in a wreck.
Yes.
Totaled out her car, her van.
Yes.
So she came to your house to get your car.
I drove her back. I was following.
You drove her back to where?
To my apartment.
Where was the van?
It was towed.
Okay, because it's totaled. She stay at your apartment, spend the night with you?
No.
She stay just a few minutes and leave, or what?
She stayed about an hour.
When's the last time you talked to your mother, Glenda?
I don't remember.
Has it been a while?
It's been a few days.
Do you call her every day?
No,
You don't check on the kids?
no.
Mm. Show me that scratch again that you showed me earlier. That was it a what did you say happened there?
I think I scratched myself in my sleep.
Huh. Are you gonna be able to help me with this case or not? Because I need
don't
to tell
know.
the parents something, huh?
I don't know.
You don't know what? You don't
I
know what happened
if
to
I
her?
can help,
Why don't you know if you can help?
because I don't know if I know what you need.
I need to know if you know where Lauren's at,
I
or
don't.
do you know who took Lauren?
I don't.
You told me that if you were working the case, you would think somebody would take her when she was running. Why would you say that?
When we looked in her apartment, there was no sign it was broken into.
Okay, so you're figuring somebody might have took her while she was out running? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying? Did you see her go running this weekend at all?
No.
Well, that would help if you did. What time does she normally run? At night or daytime? Can you at least tell me that?
I don't know.
Did she like to run in the early morning or the late night?
The last time I saw her was midday.
Like noonish?
Yes.
Okay.
She was going running when I was coming back from bar prep.
Has that been a while?
2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. She speak to you?
No,
You just saw her out running?
I was in my car.
Well, did you see her when you were like pulling in the parking lot, or you just saw her running down the road? Was she outside her apartment getting ready to go run, or was she already running at the time you saw her?
Already running.
Okay. She was running by herself?
Yes.
She didn't have her dog with her, did she?
No.
Did you get along with everybody when you worked down with the district attorney's office?
Yes.
No problems?
No.
Did you like doing what you used to do down there, or what?
Yes.
Who did you work for? I mean, who was your... Did you help out everybody, or were you assigned to just a certain person?
Mainly Jonathan Adams.
Okay. How long did you work down there?
The
What?
spring semester.
Did you enjoy doing that kind of work?
Yes.
So you should be able to help me, right?
Yes.
Because you're on our side, right?
Yes.
Alright. What do you think I need to do?
I don't know.
There we go again with that I don't know. Come on now. You can give me some advice. Right? You can't give me some advice. On what I should do next? Hmm? You can't tell me what you think I should do next?
I don't know.
Well, we found a body outside the apartment, right? We know that, right?
Yes.
You saying you didn't hear or see anything the whole time you've been there over the weekend, right?
Right.
We've talked to you, right?
Right.
We've talked to most of all her friends. Is there anybody else we need to talk to that you might know that we didn't?
I don't know.
Let's talk about the apartment complex. Anybody in that complex that anybody else we need to talk to?
I don't know who you have talked to.
Who lives below you?
An older woman and her son.
Were they home tonight or today?
I don't know.
You didn't see them?
No.
Do you ever see them?
Yes.
But you don't know if they were home today?
No. She doesn't have a car.
So it's really hard to tell if they're home.
Yes.
You ever talk to her?
Yes.
She work anywhere?
I don't know.
Do you ever get tired of saying I don't know? What else you got in your wallet there, brother?
My bear card
What's that used for?
to get into the building.
What else you got?
My bank card. My Kroger card.
Is that the card you use at Kroger?
Yes.
I'm gonna write down this number. Since you don't know the last time you were there, I'm assuming you used your card when you were there,
Yes.
right?
I always use my card.
That's why I'm gonna write down a number. You can remember that you always use your card, but you can't remember the last time you were there.
I always use my card.
Well, what if you didn't use it? What else you got in there?
My Borders card. An ink card. My ID.
What's that?
A voter registration.
What's that, Mercer? What's that?
Mercer Law Cab card.
What's that? Use a free cab ride home? Oh, that's just the phone numbers
Numbers for cab companies.
here in Macon. Alright, what's that card right there?
GameStop.
Okay. No phone numbers or anything?
No.
Okay. Put your money back up in there. There's $100 bill up under there. What are you rolling with all that money in your pocket for?
My granddaddy gave it to me.
Do you take any medication?
No.
Have you ever taken any medication?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental problem?
No.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to people that he works with and everything. They talk about how he's always expresses himself.
But he don't know.
He's very talkative. Stephen, they say you're so talkative, buddy, that you always so friendly. You stop in and say hello, and you talk. Why is it that you're acting so short with us tonight? If you have all this character and personality about you, why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
Well, you sure were talking to the media tonight, weren't you?
They asked what happened.
Yeah, that's what we're asking you. What happened? What'd you tell them?
I told them
You
what
didn't-
I knew.
That you didn't know. Do you drink at all? Do you drink beer?
No.
At least I gotta know stuff I don't know.
Stephen, you know, we have to go to our best resources when we're trying to do anything. You know, it's kind of like the guy who wants to get his oil changed, he goes to Jiffy Lube. You know what I'm saying? We're looking for Lauren, and you said you were her friend. Aren't you her friend?
Yes.
Y'all good friends?
Yes.
How good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Like, how good of friends?
I don't understand.
You don't understand? You don't understand how good of friends y'all are?
I don't understand what you're asking.
How good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Are y'all close friends? Are y'all just acquaintances? Y'all study? I mean, how good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Are y'all really good friends?
I don't know.
You don't know? How do you not know if you're not a really good friend? Let me ask you this. Maybe you're saying that because you don't know how she feels about you. How do you feel about her? Do you consider her a really good friend?
She's a friend.
But not a really good friend?
I don't know.
You don't know? How do you not know?
I don't know what you mean by really good.
Are y'all really close?
No.
No, you're not?
No.
So you never told her any of your personal business?
No.
She ever tell you any of hers?
No.
You ever see her upset?
No.
She was always a happy person, wasn't she?
Yes.
Why are you acting like this, Stephen? You see how I'm able to talk in complete sentences? Like we're having a conversation? But the only thing you're bringing to the table is a yes, no, or I don't know. Why is that, Stephen?
I
I
don't
don't
understand.
know. You don't understand. What don't you understand? I want to be able to help you to be able to communicate with me better than that, Stephen. I feel like we can help each other. Stephen, did you hurt that girl?
No.
Do you know where she's at?
No.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Have you lied to me at all in this interview?
No.
Yes, you have, Stephen. Yes, you have. When you say you don't know when the last time you cleaned your bathroom is, that's a lie. When you say you don't know the last time you saw her coming in and out of her apartment, or you don't notice whether or not she comes in and out, that's another lie. Your door's only a few feet from hers. You've told some lies in this interview, Stephen. Without a doubt. When was the last time you did laundry?
A few weeks ago.
You ain't washed clothes in a few weeks?
Yeah.
Why?
I have a lot of clothes.
No, you don't. That's another lie. That's right. That's 3 lies, Stephen. You don't have a lot of clothes.
Yes, I do.
Nope. You got enough underwear to last you 3 weeks?
Yes.
Do you wear the same pair of underwear more than one day?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's still clean enough to wear.
Stephen, I appreciate you coming down here today and talking to us, okay? I appreciate you cooperating with us and helping us along. But you've lied to me about at least 3 things in this interview. And people don't lie unless they got something to hide. Why would you lie to me, Stephen?
I didn't lie.
Sure you did. You said you don't even notice when she comes in and out of her apartment. That's a lie, Stephen.
I said I didn't remember the last time.
Have you ever watched her go in her apartment?
No.
You've never. How long y'all been neighbors?
3 years.
3 years. And you've never watched her walk through her front door.
Yes.
5 seconds. I said, you ever watched her walk into her apartment? You said no. So I'm gonna ask you again. Have you ever watched her walk into her apartment?
Yes.
When was the last time?
A long time ago.
How long?
Before graduation.
It's been that long. And you graduated when?
In May.
Beginning of May, end of May?
Middle.
And you hadn't seen her walk in her apartment since?
No.
Did you ever help her carry up groceries and stuff like that?
No.
Never.
No.
You ever help her carry her laundry?
No.
She's never needed your help with anything?
She asked for help with the computer.
You ever offer help with her for anything, carrying stuff for her, anything like that?
Yes.
Like what, Stephen?
When she was moving out during the first summer,
What did you do?
she needed help moving stuff to her car.
And you helped her?
Yes.
So you went in and out of her apartment moving stuff?
Yes.
How long did you help her?
A few minutes.
That's it?
Yes.
Do you realize how you're talking right now? Does it not feel weird to you?
No.
Would you say that this is how you talk all the time?
I don't understand.
You're just not expressing yourself at all. Everything's with you is yes, no, I don't remember, I don't understand. You can't help me out with anything. There's nothing you can tell me to help me about this beautiful girl right here, Stephen. That was your friend. Nothing. You gonna let things go down like this?
I don't know what you want.
I want the truth, Stephen.
I don't know where she is.
Let me ask you this. I truly believe you don't know where she is right now. Where was she yesterday?
I don't know.
Liar. That's right. You're lying. Why are you lying, Stephen?
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying. How long are you going to continue to do it? She's got a mother and a father and a family out there that is sick over everything. Where's their little girl, Stephen?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know. Where?
I don't know.
Stephen. You're going to look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're going to say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't know.
Yes, you know. What are you going to say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you going to say to me then? Because you know, like I go like that. Look at my hair. That's how easy it falls out. Look at all that on your head. You don't think none fell out? It did. It did, Stephen. We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. So you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Stephen. I believe that you're a good guy. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved. You did something stupid. And I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all freaked out right now. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get right. I'm giving you an opportunity to show everybody you're not a monster. That you feel bad about what happened. Your hair's there, man. Your hair is there. We got your hair with the body. How's that, Stephen?
I know.
Yes, you do know. Yes, you do know, Stephen. That's right, buddy. See that? Look at it. See how easy? It happens. And it happened to you. Why, Stephen?
I don't understand.
Oh, you understand. You understand exactly what I'm saying. See this stuff right here, your hair? Yeah, it fell out of your head when you was moving the body, Stephen. That's right. You remember moving the body?
No.
Yes, you do, Stephen. Why, man? What happened? Why? Tell me, bud.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Your head's with the body. Quit lying. We want you to tell it so that way people will understand you're not a monster. Things just, you got out of control. It's a sickness. Why'd you do it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
Stephen, why are you going to keep telling that? You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Stephen. You hurt her, man. She was screaming. Screaming, Stephen. Why? And I know you feel bad about it. I can see it in your face. What came over you, man? What happened, Stephen?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You couldn't control it, could you?
I didn't do it.
Stephen! How long are we going to continue to do this? You did. Why is what I want to know.
I didn't do it.
Stephen, you hurt that girl, man. And you got on the news today. That's right. You know what? You weren't talking like this on the news, buddy. Yeah. You hurt this girl.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You hurt that girl. Why'd you hurt her, Stephen?
I didn't.
You hurt that girl. Did you try to make her have sex with you?
I didn't.
Huh?
Do it.
Who did it?
I don't.
They got your hair? They steal your hair and take it over there? Stephen, they steal your hair? They didn't, did they? Did they, Stephen? That's right. It's all sinking in right now. He knows, is what you're thinking. Stephen, I don't want it to be a game between me and you. I know it hurts, and I know you're not an awful person, and you want to tell it. Your hair was there, Stephen. We've all known it all along. We wanted just to give you an opportunity to tell what happened. Did y'all have sex?
No.
Did you try to have sex?
No.
You think about having sex?
No.
Liar. What kind of man doesn't think about having sex? You said earlier you like girls, right?
Yes.
You said she's a pretty girl, right?
Yes.
What'd you do to her, Stephen?
I didn't do anything.
You're lying. You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Sure it did. And that's why you're having this massive meltdown right now. Because you can't live with yourself, can you? It's overwhelming you, isn't it? Tell the truth, Stephen.
I didn't do it.
Who did it?
I don't know.
Yes, you do, Stephen. Why? Why did you hurt that girl?
I didn't.
Why did you hurt her, Stephen?
I didn't.
You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did. You know it, and I know it. You just don't want to tell it, Stephen. But that's okay. I know it. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it, so people didn't think you were a monster. You're not a monster, are you, Stephen?
No.
I know, buddy. I know you're not a monster. Tell me what happened.
I don't know.
You tried to have sex with her.
No,
She didn't want to have sex with you.
I didn't do it.
She didn't want to have sex with you, Steve.
I don't know.
You don't know if she wanted to have sex with you?
I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did, Stephen. You went into her apartment, Stephen. And you hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
You did, buddy. You hurt her, Stephen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Why won't you tell me, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
I'm gonna take this from me. You don't deserve to look at it. Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate all your cooperation tonight, okay?
Okay.
right, we're getting ready to go. I just need to discuss a few more things with you. You know, the reason why we're down here is because Lauren's missing, right?
Yes.
I just need you to please tell me. Give me where you. I know earlier today you told me you stayed home all weekend, right, in your apartment.
Yes.
And did anybody see you? Did you talk to anybody over the weekend? Were you on your computer all weekend? Is there anything I can look at that I can say he couldn't be involved because he was on the computer, or he was online on a porn site, or he was online doing college work, or anything that would exclude you as being involved altogether? I mean, did anybody see you this weekend at the house? Did you go out to get a newspaper? Did you wave to a neighbor, or you just locked yourself in all week?
Yes.
Nobody saw you?
No.
I mean, what do you just stay in the house all day?
Yes.
I mean, what do you do all day in the house?
Play video games.
By yourself?
Yes.
You never talk to anybody on the phone or anything?
If they call me.
Well, who calls you?
Parents.
I mean, you've always done that your whole life? You don't have no friends?
I have
How can you go
friends.
your whole life without a friend?
I have friends.
Where they at? Where they at? You have any friends here in Macon?
Yes.
Name one, because everybody I talked to said they ain't your friend.
Ryan Granger. Cass Lawson. Ashley Morehouse. Carmen Love.
That's the same people I talked to today, and they're not your friend. Okay? They're not your friend. I mean, it's all over anyways. I just wanted to know what was going on tonight. The game's over. I mean, we know what you did to her, so we just want to know if you were going to tell us or not.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But we know different. So, you're fucked either way. You're fucked. We already know. And everybody out there, all your friends know that you're down here because of what happened to Lauren. So all those friends that you thought you had are not your friends anymore. Okay, there'll be no more video games. Alright? At all. This is the end. Is there anything you want to say?
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. That's what you say. Stick to your story. Because it's over. We're tired of talking to you. Okay. We know you killed her. We know you put her body in the trash can. Simple as that. The news media knows it. Glenda knows it, your mother. Your sister knows it. Your sister's husband knows it. The one that used to beat your sister, he knows it. You know what he said? He said he's a crazy motherfucker is what he said when I called him. That's your own family calling you crazy. Your own family said you're crazy. Nobody wants to see you. Nobody's coming to visit you. So you can sit there with that dumb look on your face. But it's over. enjoyed yourself, and it's all over now. Okay? Anything you want to say? I don't know.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But I'm telling you, you did. Okay? Simple as that. You're not in charge, I am. I just took it away from you. That's one thing you can't change, brother. You can't change that. You are no longer in charge of anything. Okay? You understand that? Yeah. Talk to Glenda. She's crying. She's supposed to be coming down here. I told them the whole story. And they told me what you used to tell them about your next door neighbor too. Yeah. What, you can't say nothing now? You're speechless? Hmm? Yeah, she should be here in a little bit. I promised her I'd let her see you and the kids. I don't know if she's bringing them all or not before you go on down. Alright? Okay?
I didn't do anything.
Doesn't matter what you think you did. Doesn't matter, it's what I can prove. Okay? Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants? Promised her I'd let her see you. So I'm waiting on them to get down here. Alright? Okay? I'm taking Glenda's statement about what you used to tell her about your neighbor. About what you used to tell her about your guns and your knives and your sister's husband's coming. Because he said you crazy. Your sister is married still, right?
Yes.
He used to beat her back in the day?
I don't know.
Huh? Well, you sit in here and think about it for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Got plenty of time to think now, don't you? Yep. Got plenty of time to think. You thought you were smarter than everybody else, but you're not. You're not. The sad thing about it is you probably could have made something with your life. But you chose a different route because, one, you don't have a girlfriend, and two, you're never going to get a girlfriend. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to say nothing. You're fucked either way. Do you understand that?
I didn't do anything.
That's your side of the story. That's your side of the story. Works both ways, brother. Works both ways. Ain't gonna be no more yelling. Ain't nobody gonna yell at you. They're gonna come in here and cry and kiss you goodbye. I'm gonna take their statement and it's all over. You do understand that, right?
I didn't do anything.
That's what you say. That's what you say. Because you haven't told us anything. Do you realize what I'm telling you? Okay. Well, you sit there and think about it a little bit, okay? I'll come back and check on you. Thought you were smarter than everybody. But you fucked up. You fucked up. Somebody always leaves something at a crime scene. You fucked up. You fucked it up. First, I didn't really believe you had anything to do with it. I said, man, it couldn't have been him. He used to work down the DA's office with us. He's a good guy. He used to help us out. Friendly guy and everything. Couldn't be him. He couldn't have done something like that. But we're through talking to you. Just waiting for them to come visit you. Are you through with your little show you've been putting on all day? Are you through? You're not gonna win. Too much evidence. Too much evidence. Appreciate you talking to me though. Just hang tight. Look, Linda will be down here in a minute. I'll usually take her to drive down the interstate.
I don't know.
Well, hang tight, okay?
Okay.
Sure. Stephanie, I don't know if you know my partner.
Hey, great.
Hi.
Stuart, nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
see you guys.
How's it going?
Good.
Milling around. Well, have a seat. What this is I didn't want to bring this up in your squadron. Oh, no, it's fine. I think we're good.
Quarter to under this turn. You're gonna bring somebody in, right?
Yeah, well, I can explain the whole thing
That's
too.
fine.
I don't want to talk about this in the squadron because
that's okay.
I don't know who people are listening.
That's true.
And if we go to my side, everybody's always wondering what everybody else is
sure,
doing.
no problem.
Okay. But like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at.
Okay.
It's a new case, and reviewing the case, there's some notes to see as far as your name being mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know John Rutten?
John Bruton. John Rutten?
Rutten.
Oh yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA in 1978 I started, and, you know, met him at school at the dorms.
Mm-hmm. Were you guys friends, close friends?
Yeah, we're very close friends. I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's a case we're working on, and it involves John, and in there, some of the statements we reviewed, you know, there's notes and stuff that he knew you and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, we good friends. Lived in the dorms I lived in the dorms for 2 years.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Or, oh, okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were good friends.
Yeah. Was there ever any relationship or anything that developed between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we dated. You know, I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to his wife.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, let me think. God, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her. Geez. You know.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me ask you. You said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, are you guys? Is this something? I mean, you said I was going to interview somebody about art, and how you guys are.
Here's
I mean,
Stephanie. Here's the situation. Is basically, we knew that this when we saw this in this chrono that maybe there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate, and we didn't want to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay.
So we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk about this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff
I mean,
to start.
that's fine. I mean,
so we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just a confidential place where where your business isn't out there for other people in your division to know about.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean, what year is it now? 2009? I mean, I graduated in 82. 82, yeah. We dated. I dated other guys. I'm sure he dated other girls.
Well, let me ask you, roughly how long would you say you guys dated?
Oh, jeez. I couldn't even say. I mean, I started school there in 78. I started UCLA in 1978. I graduated in 82. I don't even remember what year he graduated, if it was a year or two before me.
Okay.
I think he was a little bit older than I was. I mean, I can't remember if he was born, let's say I'm born in 1960. I don't know if he was born in 58 or 59. I mean, I knew his parents, I knew his sister, his brother went to Northridge. His sister had spent the night at my house before. Obviously, I spent the night at his house before. He probably spent the night at my house before. Well,
correct me if I'm wrong, because from what you're telling me, you guys dated while you were in college together, right?
Yeah, and probably after college. I can't. Geez, I'm trying to think when I met my husband. I met my husband when did I meet Scott? Let's see. teaching DARE, because I met Scott when I was teaching DARE up in Oregon, but we had long stopped, dating before that.
So you haven't talked to him for a long time?
Oh, I think I haven't talked to him in a long time. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I talked to him. I met Scott, I'm thinking in 92 maybe, April of 92. It was
Scott being your husband.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was teaching DARE. Let's see, what year is this? We'll be married. I got married in 1996. I think I met Scott in 92. Prior to that, I couldn't tell you how long I had talked to John prior to that.
But since you met your husband, Scott, you haven't talked to him?
I mean, he may have called me once or twice before we got married.
Right.
Geez, I moved to Simi in 1994 because I lost my house in the earthquake.
Oh, really?
Quite honestly, I probably keep in contact with a few people from the dorms. We all lived on the 10th floor, and there's about 3 or 4 people I keep in contact with. There's probably like 6 or 8 of us that were all really close.
Mm-hmm. And who are those people?
Oh, geez. Diana Basta. The people I still keep. I haven't been in contact with her in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's this all about? I mean.
Well, let me ask you, what ended the relationship between you and John?
It was kind of a weird relationship. I mean, we dated. I can't say that he was my boyfriend. I don't know that he would consider me his girlfriend. We dated. We did things. I played sports in college. He played basketball. His brother played basketball. It just didn't work out. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It was like I went out with other guys, saw other guys. I went on lots of vacations.
And once you guys split, were you guys still friends, or kind of, problems? Is it friendly, not friendly?
No, I don't think it was not friendly. I mean, we were friendly. I know that we went to Hawaii at one point. Another friend of mine who's actually dying right now went to Hawaii with us at some point.
Remember roughly when that was?
Oh, geez. Let me think. I'd have to check my pictures. Or I'd say I'd ask Greg, but my friend Greg is like dying of liver cancer right now. Yeah, I mean,
And you were saying that
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or? Or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I think I'm going to say that I think she was a nurse. Man, I can't even remember how he said he met her. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding,
No, I didn't go to their wedding. No, I did not go to their wedding. Couldn't even tell you what year he got married.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been a million years ago.
Do you ever remember if you ever talked to her? Because it seems like a lot of you who were at the school at UCLA, you guys kind of were friends during and after school, so I don't know if you guys still associated afterwards once he was married or anything.
With him?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I would say, the people that were on the dorm floor, we'd have get-togethers. There's probably like 4 or 5. I don't think he ever came. I don't think. No, it was mostly girls. A girl named Smita, Diane. There's 2 Dianes, but the one Diane, I don't think she ever came. I kind of lost contact with her. We were good friends on the floor. I mean, I don't. Again, I mean, what. I don't understand why you're talking about some guy I dated a million years ago.
Well, do you know what happened to his wife?
Yeah, I know she got killed.
What did you hear about that?
I saw a poster at work. I'm sure I spoke to him about it. I think I spoke to another friend of his about it.
And how did you first learn about that?
Jeez. Someone could have called me. I could have heard it at work. I think at one point there may have been a flyer or something. I know a good friend of his...
Were you on the job back then when that happened?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm sure I was on the job. That's why I would have heard about it with the flyer. He had a good friend, Mike Boldrick, anyways, he may have lived in the dorms. I don't remember if that's how I met him. I may have talked to him. I mean, you know, I don't remember how I heard. I mean, I don't even remember what year it was.
And you think you said you thought his wife was a nurse. Do you have any idea where she was working at the time, or did he ever mention that to you? Was it a hospital or a doctor's office?
I'm sure he must have mentioned it. Now that you're bringing that up, I think she worked at a hospital somewhere. And yeah, I may have met her at a hospital. I may have talked to her once or twice.
At a hospital?
Or more. You know.
But being that you were kind of used to see John, you know, was everything okay between you guys? I mean, there was never anything uncomfortable or anything between you and her?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, uncomfortable. I mean, I can't even remember if we had a conversation. I mean, we may have. I may have seen her at his apartment. You know, geez, how many years ago was that? I don't even know what year she, you know, got killed.
Where was his apartment?
On Roscoe.
Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe and east or west of DeSoto. Either east or west of DeSoto.
Do you know where he moved after? Did he move after he got married, or do you know, or?
I'm sure he did.
Did you know where he was living, or?
Somewhere in the valley.
Did you ever visit him and his wife?
No.
No, never went out to, you know, get together, dinners, anything of that nature?
No. Like I said, his sister used to come over. His sister had come to my place. I knew his brother because his brother played basketball at Northridge. In fact, I was just coming across some pictures that I had just scanned from. I take a lot of photos, like 10,000, and I just did a service where I scanned everything. And I'd seen some pictures of his brother playing basketball.
You just put them all on your computer so you could have them accessible and do things with them?
Well, my partner is a big photo thing, and he had a deal to scan. So I spent a ton of time just scanning photos. I mean, I paid a company to do it. So I've got photos of, his brother, his sister, you know.
10,000 pictures?
Oh, yeah.
How long did that take them?
Months.
Now, what do they put that on a? I'm just curious myself. Do they put it on a? They get that all on one DVD? They don't need like a hard drive or anything?
No. There's like, I think 11 DVDs. Yeah, I don't even have time.
Oh, it's a series of DVDs that they put them on?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
not that familiar with computer stuff, so that's why I was asking.
It's like 11 DVDs.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, I haven't even had a chance to go through them. You could go through and pick which ones you don't want. I don't have time to do that.
Right.
You know, so like you said, you know, I don't think we ever socialized. You know, he'd still call me. I can't say that I would. If he's married, I don't know that I would have called him. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. It's been a million years ago.
Well, how long was John married before his wife died?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
And after his wife died, did you talk to him again or anything?
Yeah, I did talk to him. I talked to him, probably his parents, probably some other friends. You know, I'm sure I talked to him.
Yeah.
But you're not sure where he moved to after he got married?
No idea.
Never went over to visit him or
I don't think.
meet his
I
wife
don't think so. I don't know. I don't think I did. I know he lived on Roscoe for a long, long time. I may know. He may have told me where they lived, somewhere in the valley. He may have said I lived over such and such, but I couldn't tell you specifically where.
But you don't remember specifically ever going over to visit him or visit them and wherever he moved when he left Roscoe?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't think so, but,
Okay.
you know, I don't want to say, no, I don't think so, and then he says, oh, yeah, she came over for something, dropped something off. You know, I don't know.
So if you did go over there, it'd just be like a quick thing, like you're saying, drop something off, or
Maybe,
But you don't remember as far as like going there to have dinner or like a social, anything at the house, party?
well, if you guys know something, I can't, I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, but...
After John's wife died, you said you may have been talking to him. Did your relationship start up again?
I would say no. Again, can you give me a year? I mean, this is like 2009.
She died in 1986?
yeah, I think it was 86.
1986.
Okay. Like I said, I'm faintly remembering that I went to Hawaii with my friend Greg. Greg and I got certified for scuba diving. And I'm thinking that John met us there, meaning Greg and I. That could have been, I got certified toward the end of 88, or I mean, 88, 89, because I got recertified again, and it had been like over 10 years, so I got recertified. My husband and I got recertified. And I'm pretty sure that John met us there. Again, I'd have to tell you what year it was. I'd have to look at my pictures. You know, and other than that, I can't even say. He may have called me, you know, at my home. I may have called him. I don't think he got together with our group.
You don't think after his wife's death?
Or even before, I don't. You know, we went to weddings together. You know,
Did you?
I got pictures. Like I said, I couldn't tell you years. It's been a million years ago.
After he got married or whatever, were you dating anybody in particular?
And that was what year? 1986, you said?
I think he got married in around 85, 86, something like that. Were you seeing anyone seriously, or?
God, I couldn't say. Geez, I'm trying to think. I mean, you know, I dated a fireman.
What was his name?
Mike Arndt. And I'm trying to think.
Was he LAFD or?
He was LAFD.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think when I went. I probably met Mike. I went to Devonshire. Let's see. I left Hollywood in 80. I worked Hollywood 84 to 85, I think, and then I went to Devonshire, and that's when I met Mike. And some other firemen. And
what, the station next door?
No, actually.
Because I used to work Hollywood, so I was just wondering if it was the station next door.
It was when I worked Devonshire, I met Mike.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I'm trying to think. I went to Devonshire in 85, and I'm thinking that I would have met him probably sometime shortly after I went to Devonshire, because I actually met his buddies at a fire. And then Mike and I dated, you know, just really kind of casually. And we remained good friends.
You still in touch with him, or?
Unfortunately, he passed away.
Oh, really?
He died in he had a car crash. He did race cars, and he went heading into a wall. I couldn't tell you what year that was. But he passed away. He was in a coma, and they pulled the plug.
Right.
Seems like anyway. So, you know, I couldn't even tell you what year. I'm thinking I went to Devonshire in 85, and I know I met the guys because it was kind of a funny incident of how I met them, and that's how I remember. It was sometime probably 85.
Right.
You know, if you specifically, I don't even know if they remember. The other two are now married to somebody else because I kind of. All three. I mean,
did you kind of socialize, like when you were out with Mike? Did those guys come out with you too? Was it kind of like, did you do stuff with his friends, or?
Well, there were three. There was two firemen, Eric and Gary. I met them first. Then they introduced me to Mike. So that's how I met Mike, and Mike and I dated.
Mm-hmm.
So, and not, I wouldn't even say, I couldn't even tell you for how long, because then it would say we decided, it wasn't working out, and we'd be better friends, and, he introduced me, I think, to some other guy who now is on LAPD, Randy Cordobas.
I don't think I know
He's a
him.
detective. He's got a twin brother who's on the fire department. That's how I met Randy, because he had a twin brother, identical twin on the fire department.
Okay.
And
wait, you and
I
Randy
dated him when I couldn't tell you. It was before he came on the job.
Before Randy came on the job?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that was, I'm trying to remember if Mike may have. I'm trying to remember. Mike may have dated a girl that he dated. God, it sounds too weird. Randy may have dated a gal that Mike was dating, and then Randy broke up with that gal. I couldn't even tell you the gal's name, if I'm even thinking of the story right. And then I started dating Randy.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, not like I was a huge floozy or anything, but
no, but I mean, a lot of
mean,
times, right? At least from my female partners that I've had, it's hard dating guys that aren't involved in kind of our circle, right? Because some guys are intimidated by women police officers
Randy was like an engineer at the time. He was like some kind of an engineer
on a rig, on a fire truck.
No, an engineer.
A professional engineer.
Yeah, and then I think he lost a job and then came on the department.
I see.
So.
But getting back to some stuff, as far as you recall, after John's wife died, did you start a relationship again with John, or dating casually, or anything like that?
Like I said, he met Greg and I in Hawaii. Okay.
That was something you guys kind of planned together, like go as a group, or you ran into him, or?
No, I think that obviously I must have talked to him, and I said, hey, I'm going to Hawaii with my buddy Greg. We're scuba. We just got certified scuba diving. We're going to be in Hawaii. Hey, if you want to come and join us, come join us.
Right.
And I think that's what it was.
Okay.
I may have asked some other people to as well. What island did we go to? I think the Big Island in Kauai. He either met us on the Big Island or Kauai. I'm thinking of Greg and I might have scuba dived a lot on the Big Island, as well as Kauai. I don't remember which island. Again, I'd have to look at my pictures. I traveled a lot on my vacations. I mean, I was always gone for at least a month, and I would go places, and I would either run into people or meet people.
And Greg, this Greg we're talking about, he was like someone you were dating, or just a buddy? Or?
No, you know what? I would say we started out probably just buddies, and either I was with somebody or he was with somebody. But it was kind of like we ended up just kind of being like brother and sister. And maybe he wanted something more, but it never worked out. But we did things together. I would consider him. I've probably known him. Let's see, I've been on the job almost 26 years. I've probably known Greg 23, 24 years.
Does he still talk to him?
Oh yeah, he's dying of liver cancer right now. Yeah.
Cancer. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, I consider him a good friend. I don't know what to tell you on that.
I mean, when you heard about John's wife being killed, I mean, what was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it through a friend or in a bulletin or
Either
something?
a friend or a bulletin. I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it's shock if I heard it at work, which I may have. I faintly remember a bulletin going around. Either that or somebody called me. I also don't remember.
Right.
And then I probably called his family. don't know initially. I can't say if I initially spoke to him or not. I honestly don't remember. I may have said to somebody, "Hey, have him call me if he wants to talk," and then he may have done that. You know.
Do you know what the circumstances were regarding her death?
Geez, let me think back. Geez, I don't know if it was, you know, if it was a burglary or something. Yeah, I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, I can faintly think that I may have saw a flyer.
Yeah.
May have had her picture on it. You know, that's why I say, if somebody had called me, I may not have known what her last name was. I may have. I mean, maybe if you told me, I would remember it.
Do you remember her first name?
Shelley, Sherry, I don't know, something maybe, you know, like I said, it's been so many years, and
from all the years, as far as you can remember, do you remember ever talking to her? Just
well, I said earlier, you know, I mean, I may have, you know, I may have talked to her. You know.
You mentioned a hospital, maybe. You may have talked to her at a hospital.
Yeah, yeah, I may have. You know, I'm thinking back now. You guys are bringing up all these whole memories.
No, it kind of dusts off the cuff.
You know, I mean, geez. I'm thinking that because I mean, we would date. He would date other people. I would date other people, and I think, you know, at one point, I mean, he may have been dating her, or I don't know, maybe he was married. I don't even remember. And I'm like, you know what? Why are you calling me if you're either dating her or living with her or married to her? Because I honestly don't remember the time frame. And I'm like, come on, knock it off. And now I'm thinking I may have gone to her and say, hey, you know what? Is he dating you? He's bothering me. And so I'm thinking that we had a conversation about that. One or two, maybe. You know, it could have been three. I don't want to say I had 3 conversations with her.
Like at her work or at their house or.
No, I'm thinking that you know, he obviously must have told me where she worked. I'm thinking it was a hospital somewhere in L.A. And I mean, I could have been. Again, what year was that? Where was I working? You know, I'm trying to think of where. When did you say they got married?
I don't know. I think it was like in '85 or '86 or something like that. You know, we just kind of picked this up. We don't know a lot about it.
I mean, I could have been working in Hollywood, it sounds like, if that's where I was working. So I could have said, okay, well, you know, and I went and talked to her, and just said, hey, you know what, you know, if he's dating you, he keeps calling me, why don't you tell him to knock it off or whatever, and, you know, because I probably would have told him to knock it off.
You would have told John?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would have said, hey, you know, and again.
But you wanted to tell her too? You wanted them both to know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're getting called, and I'm faintly remembering when Scott moved in with me in 1993, sometime in '93, because I met Scott in April of '92. I was teaching DARE up in Oregon, and he moved down. In fact, he may have moved down in '92. 92 or 93, there was a big earthquake. No, when was the big earthquake? No, 94.
94, yeah.
So I think Scott might have moved in 93, sometime in 93. Excuse me. I haven't had my breakfast yet. And so, excuse me. And so I faintly recall that John may have called a few times, and I'm like, hey, you know, he goes, oh, can you talk or something? I'm like, you know, no, I can't talk. I've got, you know, I'm living with somebody.
Right.
You know, and that could have been a few times. It could have been once. It could have been twice. It could have been 3 times. Yeah, I don't know. You know.
And that's during the period of time of the earthquake that you're.
Well, no, probably after Scott moved in. I think I met Scott in April of '92.
Oh, okay, right before.
April of 92, because I stopped teaching DARE. I think I stopped teaching DARE sometime in 92.
And when you say that you may have, that you talked to his wife, said, hey, or I don't know if it was, I guess it wasn't his wife at that time, girlfriend or whatever. And
yeah, I don't know if it was his wife or his girl. I mean, quite honestly, I don't even remember.
When you said like, hey, he's calling me, he needs to knock it off or what have you. I mean, was that civil? Was there? I mean,
no, there was not. I don't think there was anything. It was if the conversation lasted a few minutes, so I can't even remember. And what is it like? We went out to lunch or anything.
Right, but there was no like arguments or fights
I don't think
it didn't
so.
get heated or anything like that.
Not that I recall. No, I mean. I would think that would stand out. I would think. Now again, that's not standing out in my mind.
So you didn't have any problems with her then?
No.
You didn't have any issues with her?
No, I mean.
But let me ask you. It seems like you didn't have any issue. Now, did she have an issue with you as far as because now you're telling her, hey, tell him to stop calling. Now, she's like, hey, you figure she'd be threatened by you.
I don't know. I mean,
from what you remember, as far as when you talked to her, maybe you didn't take it as serious, but maybe did she? Maybe she was bugging.
I mean, like, was she throwing things at me or something, or?
Well, no, just as far as you're trying to explain, like, hey, have him stop calling me. Stop playing games.
I tell you, if the conversation, I couldn't even tell you how long the conversation. If you said, did it last a half an hour? Did it last 3 minutes? Did it last 20 minutes? I can't even remember. It's been so long ago.
You just remember talking to her, telling her.
Yeah, and that's why you said, how many times you talked to her? I don't know how many times I talked to her. Maybe it was once, maybe it was twice, maybe it was 3 times. I honestly don't know.
Right.
I don't know what year it was. If he said, I met her in such and such year, I'd go, okay, well, I don't even know what year you met her. I graduated from UCLA in 1982, okay? I graduated in 82. Like I said, I don't know if he graduated. I know he was a little older than I was, so I don't know if he graduated a year before or 2 years before, because people are on different, either on the 4-year program or the 5-year program.
Mm-hmm. What year did you come on the job?
83.
Oh, so almost pretty much immediately after you got out of school?
Yeah, I worked at a law firm for a year, and then came on the job. But anyway, in regards to seeing him, not seeing him, we went to friends' weddings that were, from UCLA. I may have gone to some of his friends' weddings from where he worked. He may have gone to things with me. I mean, I don't know how many times we went to do things, or didn't do things.
Right.
Like I said, his sister. I know his sister. His brother, his sister, I know stayed at my townhouse a number of times. I couldn't tell you how many times.
Right.
I would watch his brother, I should take pictures at a basketball game or two.
Where was your townhouse at?
In Granada Hills, below the Odyssey.
I don't know the valley.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 405 and the 5. The 405. The 405 turns into the 5. The 118. They came down in the earthquake.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And you were saying when you went to see her, would you remember if it was at her house or at the place she worked at?
No, I'm thinking that it was probably. For some reason, I want to say that the hospital seemed that if you say he got married in 85 or something, I'm thinking that maybe the hospital was on my way to work in Hollywood. I mean, that's kind of sounding familiar.
Would you have gone on duty?
Oh no, I'm sure I wouldn't have. No, I'm pretty good about not doing stuff.
Oh.
I mean, no, I'm not saying that you haven't done stuff on duty, but I would have. I would have been working with somebody.
Oh, yeah.
So I wouldn't think. I mean, I try to avoid doing stuff on duty.
Oh,
so.
Okay. So you would have gone. If it was en route to work, you more than likely you would have gone to her work and had this discussion with her.
I mean, that's sounding familiar. I mean, that's now that you guys are bringing this stuff up. I mean, that sounds familiar. But again, I mean, what's this got to do with me dating him and, you know, her getting killed? I mean, I don't, you know, I don't have anything to do with it. And you got something that's, somebody said, you know, whatever. I mean,
well, like we said, we just literally got this the other day, and you're going through it.
Yeah.
And you see
and you saw me say,
your
oh,
name.
it's next door.
Right, and so, you know, I mean, obviously it's like we recognize the name and we know that, you know, you work
Yeah.
next door to us, and so we're trying to get some background, we're trying to figure this out. I mean, this is from a long time ago.
Oh, I know, and
you know,
that's what I said.
and things have been kind of slow for us, and so, you know, Chief Beck has said, hey, you know, I want you guys working, I don't want you just sitting around reading the paper.
Yeah.
So he's kind of pushing some older cases out even to the guys that work active cases, because, you know, and so we see this and we're just like, oh, well, you know, we want to talk to you about it, but of course, the only reason we did it here is because we're getting into some pretty personal stuff in your relationship.
You know, my husband's on the job,
yeah,
and we've been
so
married.
We don't want to take the risk. We don't want to take the risk. We're in one of those interview rooms, and even when the door closed, someone's going to get supplies and sees us on a monitor, or hears or whatever.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate, like I said.
That's where people go when there's orals. You know, when they're doing orals, guys will go in there and try and watch. And like, what are the answers to the questions? You know,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we just want to afford you the most privacy and confidentiality we could.
No, I appreciate it. And like I said, I mean, this goes way back, and I mean, it was very sad. You know, obviously, I haven't, you know, when we were in college, some of us would go down to his house in San Diego. I went down to his house with him, you know, with him, and I know, I'm trying to think of some other people that may have gone down.
Is that where he grew up, is down there?
Yeah, down in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
I know his dad was a professor at San Diego State. I don't know if he still is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened to his sister, don't know what happened to his brother. You know, I'm sure his dad's probably retired by now. He was, I think, older, even back then.
Right.
And I can't even tell you the last time I had any contact with any of them. It's been so long.
Did he tell you what happened? Like what he heard from the detectives or the police, or?
You know what? He may have. For some reason, I'm thinking that, I mean, again, this is like drugs or something. I mean, I think I faintly remember him mentioning something maybe about cocaine.
That she was involved with that?
You know, I don't know that he said she was involved or they thought she was. You know, again, it's been so long. You know, he could have told me the whole story of what happened. And, I mean, like I said, I'm faintly remember either between him or the flyer that there was some kind of a burglary. You know.
Let me ask you, did the detectives ever reach out to you?
No one's ever talked to me. I don't think anybody ever talked to me about him.
It seems like back then
you know,
would have been
well, I'm thinking that I did talk to a detective. God. Well, what division was it?
In Van Nuys?
And where was I working?
1986?
I would have been working in Devonshire. You know, I'm thinking that I did speak to somebody.
Oh, really?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
Because it doesn't say anything.
He was probably on the phone.
Okay.
Would it have been somebody in regards to this, or just?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't even know if you said a name, if I would remember it, because I worked Van Nuys for a while.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I worked.
Detectives patrol?
No, I worked detectives.
Uh-huh.
When did I go to Van Nuys? I worked Devonshire till '88. Then I went to Dare till '92. I worked twice at Van Nuys.
Both as a detective?
Yeah. Sometime in the '90s.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know before I busted my leg up, I was there in '98, because that year sticks out because I had a really bad leg injury. And I was there prior to that, but I couldn't tell you what year. It was just a few years. I made detective, I think, in '93. So I was at Van Nuys, and then I went back, and then I had a leg injury, and then they transferred me to Devonshire because I couldn't drive.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't drive very far with my bad leg injury. So, but yeah, I think I talked to somebody.
No, remember any, would you remember any of the conversation as far as what they were looking for? Or?
Couldn't say. I mean, they may have told me. I said, hey, you know, I went to school with him. Either somebody called me or I saw the fly. I may have seen the flyer at that point, and I called up. If someone's name was on the flyer, I may have called to speak to them. I said, hey, if there's anything I can do, you know, call me. This is where I work. You know, I went to school with them.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't say. I couldn't tell you who it was.
But you do remember that someone you think reached out to you?
You mean the detective?
Yeah, called you up and talked to you.
Or I called them, one of the two. But yeah, I remember talking to somebody, but I'm thinking it was a man. I'm sure there's probably more men back then.
Yeah, probably
right.
more.
So again, that's really all I can remember about that.
Yeah. Let me get back to as far as when you said that John was calling you to see you, and during that time you felt that he was either seeing her, was he engaged or married? Did you know?
Couldn't say.
You don't remember?
I don't know.
Would he ever?
Well, let's see. My husband.
Did it ever appear?
Well, no, that would have been Scott moved in '93, so that would have been, you said 86 or 85 or something.
Scott's your only husband? You've never been married?
No, never been married. I got married in, I think, 96. Well, no, I got married in 96, but he moved in '93.
Mm-hmm. But during that time that you were seeing John, was he acting kind of squirrely or kind of sneaking around when he'd hook up with you or anything like that, to make you think, hey, this guy...
He probably was. I mean,
because from the impression I get is you've known him a long time.
Well, let's see.
From what, early
I met him in
80s?
'78. No, I met him in school. I started UCLA in '78.
So you know him well during that period of time.
Yeah, I mean, was he acting squirrely? I don't even remember where he was living then.
Well, after...
I don't...
Well, let me ask you, after he hooked up with...
I mean, if he was living on Roscoe or wherever else he was living.
Right.
Well, after he hooked up with Sherry, do you know where they were living?
No, you asked me that already.
Uh-huh.
And I said, well, obviously they were living in Van Nuys division.
Yeah.
I may have known.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did he ever give me the address? Maybe. I don't remember. I mean, I don't know.
Because the only reason I'm asking you again is because as we've been talking, I know some stuff has come to you because you're like, oh, it seems like you're shaking. So that's why I'm asking if you've ever been to the house.
I mean, when you said Van Nuys division, I'm sure he could have told me. I mean, he could have told me. He could have told me where he lived.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever have gone there?
I don't think I've ever gone there. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say, no, I've never gone there, and then you say, oh, I was at a party. Because I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've got these friends. We have parties. My house, their house. I just don't think John ever came to. Again, at one point, because we knew people from school together. I knew different people. He knew different people. I knew people that he knew from his work. That lived in the valley.
So as far as for social events or
Excuse
anything,
me.
I mean, you're not sure if you ever been to the house because.
But it's safe to say that would have been the only time, like for something social.
Yeah, if I went there for something social, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
because I know you went to talk to her at the hospital regarding this issue with John, to kind of like, hey, what's going to happen here with this thing? But would this ever have followed up to her house when you went to talk to her to say, hey, you know what?
I don't even know that I knew where they lived. That's what I'm saying. I don't. If I knew where they lived and I'd been there, if it was for something social, I would. And I can't see how many times I saw her face to face. He lived on Roscoe. Did I ever see her there? I don't know. I mean, I may have seen her at his apartment on Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
I may have met her there. You know, I mean...
But you didn't have any issues with her, right?
No, I mean, you know, obviously, if he was dating me and dating her, I probably said, hey, pick or something, you know.
Fair.
You know, back
That's
then.
fair.
I can't say that we ever screamed or, you know, it's... I mean, he was a pretty mellow guy, you know. I think I was pretty mellow. I don't think we had some big, huge blow up to say, you know, why we stopped dating or, you know, and I even think that when I was dating him, I was probably, like I said, I was probably going out with other guys and he was probably going out with other girls.
Right.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, would you remember if she snapped on you and just like, hey man, it's my man, you know, you leave him alone, you know, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff?
You know.
I mean, would you remember an incident like that? I mean, because that would be like, what?
Well, you know, and maybe that happened. I mean, gosh, you know, it's been so long ago. I mean, that's not ringing a bell.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because the times I've seen you around at our office,
I'm crazy.
you know, but you're always
You know.
kind of like real. I mean, you seem kind of bubbly.
Oh, you know,
But-
people think I'm really hyper. But I can get upset, you know, and then I forget 5 seconds later, you know. You know how guys razz you and you go, you know. I mean, I've done that in the office, you know, but it's like, and then I'm, you know, you know, I mean, people
Water
think,
under the bridge.
yeah, I mean, it's like people think I'm crazy, and then they think I'm crazy at home, and I'm, you know, I'm a hyper person at work. You know, I enjoy my job. I get excited. You know, I enjoy the job. I've always enjoyed the job.
Well, you got a good gig, so.
You know, so you know, I don't know. It's like I said, this stuff's been so long ago. You know, I'm sure as soon as I walk out here, I'll go, oh shoot, 25 things I'll remember. You know.
But you'll call us, or I mean, you'll just come over our desk
Yeah,
and tell
I mean,
us.
I don't know what else you need to know. Like I said, you know, we knew friends together. A lot of the friends that, you know, that we socialized in the dorms, I would say, I mean, there was a group of us that we were all really close. I mean, even this one guy I was thinking of, you know, Diana Basta. We were all really close. I haven't talked to her in a million years.
Diana Basta being a friend of you and John's, or?
Yeah, we all lived on the dorms together. I don't know if she lived on the same. I'm trying to think. I know John lived on our floor because his roommate was Dave Newman. Dave Newman now is a huge, big shot, whatever, movie producer, director, something. I don't know.
And that was John's roommate?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
then the guys that lived across from me, Jim Jaskell and Roy Sakaboo, something like that. They lived across from me. Diana Basta, I don't know if she lived on our floor. Maybe she was the RA. Diane Sherman, because I still remain friends with Diane Sherman. Not that I'm not friends with the other people, I just don't see them. A gal named Smita, Sally, Kathleen, you know, so we were all on the floor. I mean, some of them were athletes, some of them weren't. You know, I said John played basketball, his brother played basketball, I played basketball at UCLA for 2 years. One of the girls swam on the team, one was on the crew team. So we all did stuff together. And then I'd say after we all graduated, we went to weddings. You know, I went to weddings.
But Sherry wasn't part of this circle.
No, I don't even know how he met her. I don't even know where. I mean, I don't know where he met her from. I don't even know if he told me where he met her from. I mean, he may have told me. You know, that's not ringing a bell. And there was lots. I mean, you know, there was other people that knew other people. You know, that were friends of everybody's. You know. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, one of the concerns I had is looking at some of the notes is some of Sherry's friends said that you and her were having a problem because of the John situation.
Well, number one, I don't know who her friends are. Because again, I don't recall if he did tell me where he met her. I don't know even who these friends are. A problem. Like I said, if I spoke to her, I mean, I'll go on as far as a limb, and I don't even want to say I spoke to her 5 times because that's probably not even true. I can't even remember. Again, did I meet him at her place when he lived on Roscoe for I think quite a while, but I couldn't tell you how long he lived on Roscoe. And the only reason I remember the place now is because it's like a huge dope place now where they, it may have been back then, but maybe we didn't know back then. I could have met her there. I could have, I don't even know that I met any of their friends. I can't say that. I don't know that that's a true statement.
Well, that's what I'm reading, is that you guys had problems with each other and words were being exchanged, and it's all relating to John.
You know what? I can't say.
You can't say?
No, that doesn't even ring a bell.
So, it seemed like, you would recall something if somebody's going off on you, right?
I would think. I would think.
Yeah, because it's...
But that's,
Because it seems like your relationship with John was kind of... you've known each other for a lot of years.
Yeah, it was just kind of... It was like...
But it doesn't seem to me, from what you're telling me...
we were never engaged. It wasn't like we were planning to get married. It was like... It was... I don't know how to describe it.
Would you say there wasn't a lot of drama in this relationship?
Oh, no, I don't think there was drama.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm asking, as far as what the friends are saying in regards to this, the problems that they're saying you were having with Sherry. It seems like the relationship is just going on an even plane.
That just, I don't have the recollection of that at all.
No?
No.
And, because from what you're telling me is when you guys met at the hospital, you guys talked, but it wasn't, from what you recall, confrontational?
I don't think so.
From either side?
I'm trying to, turn my memory back, and I'm trying. I can't even picture the, the conversation. I can't even picture the conversation.
Well, let me ask you. At the hospital, it never got to the point where people were going, hey, everybody go to your own corner type of thing.
I don't think so.
Nothing like that.
I don't think so. I really don't. If you say people said that, that's not ringing a bell to me at all. It's not. That's not ringing a bell to me at all.
Was there ever a time when you and Sherry were talking and John had to maybe go like, hey, you guys relax, or anything like that?
I think so.
About, ever going to her house and having a dispute like that?
If I met her ever at his apartment, maybe. Maybe we could have met I could have met at her apartment. I'm thinking that the hospital thing, that sounds familiar, that I met her there. I just can't say that I've ever... Again, was I there with other people? I don't know. I don't think I ever met her there or him there, meaning one or the other. I don't think so. I can't. I don't think so.
Because I know the way my wife is. At our house, she wouldn't want my own girlfriends there, So I don't know if maybe she had the same mentality towards you, as far as you ever being there, or being welcome there, because it's...
You know what? If somebody said I was there when they were there, then that's possible. Mm-hmm. But I don't recall. I don't think so. It's not sounding familiar.
Yeah, because I guess basically what I'm asking is, were you ever welcome to the house? Like, hey...
Oh, come over?
Yeah, come on over. We're having a barbecue, a dinner party, Christmas party, whatever.
I don't know.
Don't?
I'm just trying to think. Like I said, because there were so many of us that, the 2 Dianes, Jim Jaskell, Roy, Smita, this gal Smita, another friend of ours, Beth, she it seems like everybody I know is passing away. She passed away. She was a child diabetic and got very ill. We would all socialize. Like I said, I don't think John ever... It's hard. I don't want to say he never socialized with us. It's been... I'd have to almost go back and look at pictures, because I take pictures. I mean, I usually, when I go to functions, I have 10,000 pictures, okay? I'm a picture nut.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask, when you were seeing John, would you, I take it he would pick you up in his car, you go in her, your car, things of that nature, when you guys would go out?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Do you remember what he drove?
Well, I know at one time he drove either a 240 or 260Z.
Any other cars that stand out in your mind?
I don't know how long he drove that 240 or 260Z for. And the only reason I say that is because I think I may have a picture of it with him in it.
What kind of car did you have back then?
Let's see. What year?
Or are you like one of those young cops that like, oh, I got a paycheck and bought a new car?
Oh, no. I've only had like a few cars in my whole life.
So what'd you have when you came on the job?
Okay, well, my first car was a 68 Chevelle. 68 Chevelle. And then I had a Toyota, some kind of a Toyota hatchback, but I forget what the name of it was.
Like a Corolla or Tercel or something like that.
Tercel.
Yeah.
And then I had my truck.
Did you ever have any problems with your cars?
Like what?
Just anything in general, car wrecks, anything stolen.
Yeah. No, my car's never been stolen. Oh, no, crashed, hit and run. My Tercel was hit and run. Again, I got pictures of the hit and runs. I don't think any of my cars had ever been stolen. No. My cars haven't been stolen. Broken into.
None of that, huh?
Oh yeah, my cars have been broken into. But no cars have ever been stolen.
How long? Well, tell me about this car getting broken into.
Well, my car has been broken into several times.
Oh, really? Did you ever lose anything, or?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, let's see. I had a gun that was stolen. I had other stuff that was stolen.
Not your duty gun, was it?
No.
Oh, that's good. Was it ever recovered?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. Not that I know of.
Never been notified?
No. Car's been broken into, several times.
Where did that happen? When your gun was taken?
Trying to remember. I'm sure you guys must know. Because my car was broken into in Ventura. I think in Santa Monica. I have relatives that live in Santa Monica and Venice.
Who lives there?
My uncle. Well, I had several uncles. Could have been Santa Monica, Venice. My car's been broken into in Ventura before. So.
Is your mom still around, or? Yeah. Your dad?
Yeah, but I don't really have much of a relationship with my dad. So I couldn't tell you where he lives if you want to know.
Oh, really?
No. Yeah, couldn't tell you.
Well, like I said, as we were looking at the case, and we had read the notes as far as from Sherry's friend saying you guys had problems or words, and they got heated. And the reason we're asking you is they had mentioned that an incident at her work had occurred, and they've also told us that an incident at her house occurred.
You know what?
And this is at her house during the period of time that they're married.
That's just not sounding familiar at all. I mean, you know what? That's just not sound. Again, if someone says that I was at her house and I had an incident with her, that just doesn't sound. Was John there? Did John say this happened? Because, and other people were there. I don't recall. I mean, it just doesn't sound, familiar.
And this is an incident where you showed up. You weren't supposed to show up, and things got heated.
At his house?
Yeah.
That just doesn't sound familiar. I mean,
Nothing.
no. It's not sounding familiar.
So
Not at all.
now you're saying not familiar because it's just something you remember, or
Well,
it's just
you know what? I'd have to say I don't remember, because I don't remember. That doesn't sound familiar.
I mean, would you remember something like that in your life? If
Well, I would think,
some
but
sort of drama involving the other woman type of thing?
Did you ever fight with her?
You mean like we fought?
Yeah. Did you ever duke it out with her?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
You'd remember that, right? That would be pretty.
yeah, I would think so. I
Pretty
mean,
specific,
yeah, like I said, I mean,
dramatic.
obviously, it just doesn't sound familiar. I mean, what are they saying? So I fought with her. So now I'm getting the jump, the leap. Excuse me, I haven't eaten. They're saying, okay, I fought with her, so I must have killed her. I mean, come on. I mean, that's, I don't even know who these people are. I can't even say I met any of these people. I mean, it's insane. If it happened, I honestly don't remember it. That's all I can tell you.
but I don't know. I mean, would it be something you would remember? I mean, because I don't know if any other intense incidents in your life that have occurred. I mean, you'd recall those, right? I mean,
well,
like a use of force at work or a car crash, something you're involved in. You'd be like, yeah, I remember.
You would think I would remember. I mean, I would think if it was something that crazy. I mean, I can't say. You say, how many fights have you gotten into? In your life. I mean, a few at work.
Well, fights at work are kind of different because we've all had uses of force or whatever. But
well,
I mean,
haven't even had even a lot of those. I mean,
right, but if you're actually,
I mean, I played.
Like if Dan and I got mad at each other and we threw blows in the squad room, I mean, 20 years later, I would remember it. I mean,
I would think I would remember it, but
unique.
that's what I'm saying. That's not sounding familiar to me at all. I mean,
let me ask you. I mean, throughout your life, would you remember the number of fights you've been involved in? And I don't mean kind of like a bump or something, just a physical fight where everybody's hitting each other, scratching, pulling, whatever.
Maybe. I mean, I can't say I've been in a lot. I played sports.
Yeah.
You get into scuffles there, and
and you recall some of those, right? I mean, just.
Yeah, I can recall some of them.
Games get intense.
But like I said, you saying this is just not ringing a bell.
Nothing.
I mean, but I don't know what to tell you. It's just that's just not ringing a bell to me.
It'd be something.
I would think I would remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you're in this,
I would think so too.
If you're in this other girl's house and
but
words are exchanged, I mean, you figure you recall.
I would think.
Especially if it got physical, right?
Well, I would think.
And it's relating to, a guy that you were dating and that she's dating now, and it's just kind of like a whole love triangle type of thing. I mean, you figure you'd remember that, right?
Well, I would think.
So.
I mean, I don't know what to still tell you.
Yeah. No, because I'm looking at the notes and these people are kind of, they're pointing the finger at you.
Well.
And.
I mean, that's not ringing a bell to me, so, I don't know, it's, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, so you, offhand, you don't recall ever going into her house and having words and physically,
No.
attacking her attacking you?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, I mean, that's, no.
Nothing?
No. No. Not at all.
Okay. Well, on some of the, on this case, this occurred in '86, right? Detectives processed the scene, things of that nature. They did fingerprints and all that stuff. You know the standard stuff. I mean, you've been doing this longer than I have.
Well, I don't know about that. I got 26 years on, going on 26.
19, so. But, you know, as they processed everything, they did the best they could at that time, and they looked at a lot of people and different things in this case. And you're right.
I mean, if you guys are claiming that I'm a suspect, then, you know, I got a problem with, you know, with that.
Okay.
Okay? So, you know, if you're doing this as an interrogation, you're saying, hey, I'm a suspect. Well, now I got a problem with, you know, now you're accusing me of this? Is that what you're saying?
We're trying to figure out what happened, Stephanie.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, do I need to get a lawyer if you're accusing me of this? You know,
you don't have to. I mean, you know,
I'm just,
you're here of your own free will. I mean,
no, I know, but I mean,
you know, you're not under arrest. You can walk out.
You can leave whenever you like.
Well,
but,
you know, I'm trying to give you some background of, you know, how I knew him, and now you're telling me that somebody's saying that we had this big old fight, and I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, and I don't want to, you know, get in trouble for something that I didn't even do, or you're saying I did something.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand.
I mean, how would you guys like it if the tables were turned on you?
I understand. No.
No, that's what we're telling you. I mean, you're free to go whenever you want. If this makes you uncomfortable and you want to,
well, now you're starting to make me uncomfortable.
The thing is, I mean, detectives did what they could at that time on the crime scene. Okay, and the burglary thing you're talking about, that is an angle that they looked at. I go, but now we're looking at everything else on the case, because nobody was ever arrested on the case.
I don't know that or not.
Okay. Now, what we'd like to do is, obviously you know about all the DNA stuff and things of the nature that, you know, gets done on cases nowadays. You know, if we asked you for a DNA swab, would you be willing to give us one?
Maybe. Because now
because
now I'm thinking I probably need to talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
because I know how this stuff works. Okay, don't get me wrong. You're right. I have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
And I wish I had been recording this because now it sounds like, you know, there's, you know, you're telling these people say I'm fighting with her, and now it sounds like you're trying to, you know, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah,
we know.
Okay. And now it almost sounds like you're trying to pin something on me.
No,
now I got that sense.
Well, what it gets to on these cases, and you know it as well as I do, our job is to identify and eliminate suspects.
I can't believe this.
So if we ask you to the point to give us a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you, would you be willing to do that?
Maybe. Because I know this.
Well, that's where we're at too. I mean, because right now, from looking at the evidence, it's, you know, it's possible we may have some DNA at the location.
That's great.
And we're going to do what we can to try to put this thing together. And your name's in the book. These people are pointing at you for whatever reason.
I don't know why. That's just crazy. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
And it would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job, and I guess I'm going to have to contact somebody. So.
That's fair.
I mean, because I know how this stuff works. I
Sure.
mean, I just can't believe it.
That's. I mean, we understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, I mean, we would feel the same way.
I just can't even believe it. I mean, it's just. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on.
Well.
That's.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thanks for giving me the courtesy. I wish I recorded it.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Stephanie, take care.
All right.
absolutely crazy.
Have a seat, Stephanie.
This is insane.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Stephanie, you know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes,
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
yes,
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to us right now?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
This
then.
is crazy.
Okay.
This is I'm like in shock. I'm totally in shock.
Like from
Watch, phone, keys, badge holder. Cool.
and just for safety reasons, we just got to make sure there isn't anything else here.
No,
all right?
that's cool. I understand.
All right, cool.
Don't worry. They call me Cheddar Bob all the time.
Cheddar Bob.
Yeah.
What's that from?
From 8 Mile.
What's it from again?
8 Mile.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because he did shoot himself.
himself.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
right. That's dirty. Man.
Yeah. There we go. Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah. We're watching on camera, so if you need something, we'll know.
That's cool.
Hey, buddy, you gonna go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take care of that. Just real quick, you're not gonna be able to wash your hands or anything, but we'll take you in there. I'm gonna have to stand in there with you.
That's cool.
Just let you know. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
it's fine.
the way the procedure goes. And, who brought you down? Oh, thanks. Hey, how you doing? Josh?
Oh, yeah.
Cold?
It is cold in
Well, that
here.
water's a little warm, so that might warm you up a little
Oh,
bit.
jeez. Yeah, it's cold in here.
Doing all right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, they got you to the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You wash your hands?
No.
No? I was gonna say I'll give you one of these then.
Yeah.
Detective Ferrer. This is
Yeah, they
Detective
told me not to
Ferrer.
wash my hands.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. You get one of those. Yeah. All right.
So Josh had a pretty harrowing thing with the Ocoee Police Department a couple weeks ago.
No, that was on Tuesday, I think, last week.
Yeah, we actually were sitting in here. We heard that because they sent out signal 43, which goes everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess the kid tried to run the cop over.
Yeah. As soon as I dropped my son to school, I turned the corner and I heard 3 shots, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" He tried to hit my car, and I was like, "All right." I followed him around the corner, and then
Good
I
for
guess
you.
but it was a good thing because my neighbor, his name was Travis. He works for a Ocoee Police Department, so
Yeah.
those guys got there pretty quick.
Good, yeah. That was weird. Anyway.
All right, Josh. Well, we can explain to you what's going on. Obviously, I'm sure you want to know. Got a couple things we need to go over first before we do that.
Okay.
I'm going to put the recorder on, just so we don't miss anything.
Gotcha.
Don't put any words in your mouth. I always tell
That's
people.
fine, yeah.
People get scared. I'm like, you know what? I can't
Yeah,
put
well,
words
this
in your
morning
mouth.
I was
yeah.
like, what the heck's going on? Because my wife was like, listen, there's a car outside the house. My mother-in-law was like, there's a car outside the house. I'm like, all right, because then she worked for Chase too, so I guess her branch manager and somebody else got followed the other night after they left work. So we're all like skeptical, like what's going on? We don't know, because we don't live that far from her where she works. So
Okay.
I was like, everything going on. I was like, nah, this is not right.
Right.
Well, let me turn this on. We'll go from there.
Okay.
All right. This is Detective Brian Ferrer, the Orlando Police Department. Today's date is Tuesday, July 26, 2018. The time is now approximately 1500 hours. This is an interview taking place at Orlando Police Headquarters in CID interview room number 4. Also present is Detective Michael Mareschi with the Orlando Police Department and a Joshua, just for the record, if you could just say your name.
Ramsamy.
Full name and date of
Joshua
birth, please.
Ramsamy, April 8th, 1990.
Thank you. Okay, Josh. Can I call you Josh?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Can you raise your hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Josh. Just let me get a little bit of background information on you real quick. Do you live on Enka?
Yeah, I was supposed to go tomorrow to go change my license.
Okay.
And renew my my handicap tag in my car.
So it's 1410 Enka, right?
Yeah, 1410 Anchor Way.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
407
Mm-hmm.
202
Mm-hmm.
6675.
I guess they got you in a blue Altima today when they make
Yeah,
contact
that
with
well,
you?
with the whole thing going on with my wife, we're trying to switch cars up now. Like my mother-in-law is going to be using her car sometimes. Sometimes my wife will be using my mother-in-law's car. So yeah, because before my father-in-law used to use my car.
Okay. What kind of car do you normally drive?
Red 2000 or burgundy 2015 Nissan Altima.
Are you married?
Yes.
To
Amelia.
Amelia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually just got married September of last year.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Any kids?
She has a kid, one kid.
Okay, so it's not yours though.
Yeah, not my kid. I claim him as mine. I've known him since he was like maybe a year and a half. All right. Or a year and 3 months to be exact.
All right. Let's do this. Listen, I'm gonna go over these with you. Okay. You understand? What I explain to people is this. You know, there's always two sides to every story.
Mhm.
Okay. Obviously, we have one side of a story, and that's why you're here.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Mhm.
All right. And really, it's for your protection for us to talk to you. I want to make sure you understand them. Okay. If you have any questions about anything that I read you, you know, I'm going to need a verbal yes or no. Okay. And if you have any questions about them, you let me know, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Not a problem.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before question without charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. So, you work at Chase?
Yes.
How long have you worked at Chase?
May 7th was when I started. Yeah, May 7th. My wife's birthday actually. It was my first day there.
It's kind of a new job.
Yeah, I actually, long story short,
Okay.
I injured myself in December. I actually was putting my firearm away in the car, and I decided to land on a Zephyr Hills water ball cap and go off of my leg. So I was doing, when I moved back from New York last year,
Right.
I was doing a forklift mechanic with my cousins.
Okay.
Then after that, everything just stopped. I was home doing therapy, and then she was like, you know, start working again. I'm like, all right. And then she sent me the rec to work for Chase.
You like working for Chase?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah?
One of the best jobs I've ever had.
What do you do at Chase?
Card collections, credit card
Oh,
collections.
boy.
Yeah. So I.
You get hung up on a lot.
Yes and no, but with our company, we have a lot of like, I'd say, options instead of going to like, I guess a collections agency or debt consolidation. So Chase in itself has like different avenues, I'd say, to go ahead and help people in debt.
Okay. All right. Any military service?
I was in boot camp for a little bit, and then I actually got out for medical. So.
Okay. And you grew up in New York? Did I hear you say
I was
that?
born in Queens. From Queens, we moved to New Hampshire. From New Hampshire to here.
New Hampshire.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a little bit of a change.
Oh yeah, I loved it there though. The weather was I liked the land, the weather, but then after 9/11, the whole racial thing with my parents.
Yeah.
We moved down to Florida, and then I went up to New York for about a year, and then came back down in I think it was June of last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where your parents from, if you don't mind me asking?
Parents are from Guyana.
Guyana?
Yeah.
So they kept on getting kind of
Yeah,
confused
it was-
for...
Yeah, they were. My
Ugh.
mom used to work, and my mom works in the banking environment too. And my dad, he used to work for a printing company, and I guess it was just the whole racism thing. Everybody's like, you know, you're brown, so you're a terrorist over there.
Yeah, that's not cool. Okay. You know, I don't know. Let me ask you this question. I'm going to throw this out to you. Why do you think you're sitting here right now?
I honestly have no idea.
No idea?
No idea.
Okay. Have you... Well, let me just get you a question. What was the last bank account that you opened?
Bank of America.
Okay. In whose name?
In my name and Julian's name.
Okay. Tell me about that.
My wife came home.
Who'd you go with?
I went by myself.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Which
actually went
branch did you go to?
The Ocoee branch.
Do you remember when that was?
I can't honestly remember.
This month? Last month?
No. It wasn't. It was probably a couple months. Trying to think. think it was before I started working for Chase. I think.
Okay. So, make sure I understand you. Now, your wife is Amelia. Bassoon is her last
Bassoon,
name, right?
yes.
Okay.
She hasn't changed her last name yet.
Okay. And she lives with you over there on Inca?
Correct. I put my previous address, which was 2533 Great Birch Drive.
Are you still associated with that address at all?
Yeah, well, that's my parents' house.
Do you still get mail there?
Yeah. I know I had my medical bills. Well, that's why I'm trying to change everything over
Sure.
now on Friday. Well, I was supposed to go tomorrow because, like, my medical bills from the hospital, insurance, I got to change over. I have to change over, like, all my handicap stuff. So all my therapy and everything, all my bills were going there. So I was like,
That can get expensive.
oh my God, yeah.
Do you have insurance?
Yeah, I have
And
insurance.
Did it cover it all?
Yeah, for the most part. It was like, I think, 2,000 something out of pocket I'd have to pay. But I know that I was on my wife's insurance at the time, thank God.
But for a while you weren't working because of that?
Yeah, I wasn't working.
How long were you not working for?
December to May. December to May. Well, my cousins are nice enough because I used to work for them.
Mhm.
They were paying me, for a little.
Oh, so they kept on paying you?
Yeah, they paid me for a little while.
So, the account that you opened, it was a checking account?
Yeah, I think it was a checking account.
Did you get any checks?
Yeah, I think we got some checks.
Did you get a debit card?
Yeah, I had a debit card.
Mm-hmm.
I think she has her own Chase account. I don't know if she added me to both. I think she did. And then her and her dad have a TD account. I think it is. TD or Regions, one or the other.
Why do you think that?
I have no idea.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, did you... Well, okay, so, all right, let's walk through that a little bit. So you close the account. You go to Lake Mary and you close the account.
Yeah. Well, I told them, one, I didn't feel comfortable keeping the money there because they were trying to pressure me into opening an account for Julian for school. Because that money, I think there should be, from what I understand, money in the TD account with her and her dad to go ahead and pay for Julian's schooling next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they were like telling me, you should invest in this and invest in that.
So they're trying to get you invested.
It is cold in here.
Jeez, it was so cold I fell asleep in here. I woke up and the lights were off and I was like, this has to be a sign.
Yeah. Okay. And what month was it that you closed it?
That was, let's see, June, I think.
Was it June?
Yeah, maybe. Let me see. The ending of May or early June, one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what she was doing. They said, I guess her manager was like, "Oh, that person's no longer gonna be there, or gonna be gone for the week or something like that." So that's from what I understand. Let me see, from here. Trying to think. And I just know that corporate security was talking to her at the branch, and that was it. I mean, I really didn't hear back anything. I know she always goes sometimes they have her going to different branches. And I know it's like Winter Park. I think there was another one that like somewhere by Millennium. I think she went to back to Americana again, back to Chase at Pine Hills. But then she's restricted too because my sister works for Chase and my mom works for Chase. So.
Now, this Gerald guy, does Amelia know any of his other family members or anything like that?
From what I understand, I think she knows his grandson, and I think she knows. I don't know if he knows. I know she was saying how the guy was telling her that his son took a whole bunch of money from him back in the day, and he doesn't have like a proper living situation or something like that.
Okay. So you think Amelia knows your grandson?
The grandson, yeah.
Do you know how she knows him?
I think she actually opened an account for him, from what I understand.
All right, so I just want to make sure I understand. So once corporate security investigator May, did anything else? I mean, did the police ever get called or anything like that about it?
No, the only thing I know about police was, like I said, I guess two people followed two people from their branch home, and the police came to their job the other day, but that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she doesn't. I just want to make sure. There was no. Nothing else came up recently.
Not that I know of. I think I remember something. She was saying how somebody had called her from another branch regarding the same old guy. Somebody was questioning.
Do you know Gerald?
No, I don't know him.
Do you know where he lives?
No.
You ever been to his house?
No.
That phone number you gave us, is that the only phone that you use?
Yeah.
No other phone numbers?
Mm-mm.
Did you ever use Amelia's phone?
Maybe once in a while, if that.
When was the last time you used Amelia's phone?
I have no idea. We don't really, I just use each other's phones.
Okay. Do you have Facebook?
Yeah, I actually deactivated it because I was just like tired of social media.
It gets that way sometimes. Yeah. When did you deactivate it?
I haven't. I know it was set to like 7 days or something like that to come back on and come back off. I know I have Facebook Messenger.
You do have Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
What's your name on Facebook?
It's same thing, Joshua Ramsamy.
Do you know Gerald's grandson?
No.
Do you know anybody in Gerald's family?
Mm-mm. All I know is that I know Amelia said she had to drop. I think his grandson home one day because he took an Uber to open the account or something like that. But I think I was at work.
Okay.
When she told me that.
Do you work at Chase?
Yeah.
What's the address at Chase that you work at?
It's 600 International Parkway, I think it is. Either 600, no, 550 is the other Chase, but 600. 600 International Parkway.
What's your supervisor's name?
Well, we just got assigned our new, I guess, our team lead. So her name is Becky Pittman.
Mm-hmm.
Another one is named Kamisha Tucker.
Kamisha?
Yeah.
What are your hours at work?
12 to 9. And then before that, it was 10 to 7.
When did it change?
Oh, let's see, this summer. A week ago.
Changed a week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 10 at night to 7, 10 in the morning to 7 at night?
Yeah. 10 to 7, that was from May to June or July 13th, I think. I don't know the exact. I know that it was been a week since I'm 12 to 9 now.
What are your days off?
Right now, Friday, Saturday.
When did
Before
they
it
change?
was Saturday, Sunday. Then they changed when my schedule from 12 to 9 changed.
So it's nice having that weekday off.
Yeah.
I like having the weekday off.
Well, I like the weekday off because I want to go to therapy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Okay. Do you want a firearm?
I did. I actually bought one last week, Monday. And that was a big argument between me and Emily.
Okay. Can you tell me about it?
I actually bought it last week, I think Monday it was. Then that whole thing happened with the Koi PD Tuesday, and she started bitching at me. She's like, why the fuck, you're not a hero, this, that, and the third. And I was like, for me, I've always had a gun. I've had a Smith & Wesson. Always had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then after this whole situation, of course, Orange County had the gun. So I was like, we had a thunderstorm. I think it was like Sunday. And I was like, we saw a car pull up in the yard, or I did. And I was like, I don't know who it is. I put the light on, the car drove away. So I'm like, okay, fine. And I was like, things are getting a little crazy where we live. We need some type of protection in the house. And then she started bitching at me, and I'm like, oh my God. She was like, oh, what if that happens to you? What if you kill yourself again or injure yourself again? And I'm like, we got into an argument, and I was like, fuck it. I was like, all right. And then I left the house. She was all bitching at me, this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, I went back with my parents. And then, where did I go? Got into an argument. I know I ended up at Alchemy Hookah Lounge around like 11:30 that night. That was on Tuesday. I took a drive to Daytona, and I actually chucked the fucking gun over the damn bridge. I was like, fuck it. And she was like, what the hell did you do?
Okay, which bridge in Daytona did you throw the gun off of?
On International, was it International Speedway or Parkway?
Did you pull over?
No, I was actually parked. I walked. I was just trying to clear my head, and I was just had like a relapse of what happened on my leg, and I was like, fuck this, and I just threw the gun.
What time was that at?
Probably like 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
What'd you buy?
It was a Taurus. Another Taurus.
Where'd you get it from?
It's a pawn shop in Winter Garden. I actually was gonna buy another gun from there before. One of my buddies worked there. His name is Doug, but he was on vacation.
Is it like just past like the I think the express?
Yeah,
I
it's
think I know what you're
Cash. I think it's called Cash Stop Pawn. And I bought my surround sound system from them before.
What did it set you back? How much did it cost you?
It was like $250.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that much to throw it off.
Did you pay cash?
Yeah, I paid cash for it.
Did you have to do any paperwork when you buy that like that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have concealed weapons permit?
Yeah. And I do. I actually have. I think I have the paperwork at home for it.
You threw it off the overpass. Right? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah.
Bridge, overpass? Okay. So you went to Daytona. What time did you get back from Daytona?
Probably like 5:30 in the morning. I actually went back to Daytona the other night. We got into an argument.
You went back the other night?
Yeah.
Where do you go in Daytona? Why do you keep going to Daytona?
I back in the day when I used to have arguments with my parents and stuff, I just go for a drive, long drive. Sometimes, I mean, hell, I know I remember when I was younger, I used to drive from 50 from east all the way west. And just, for me, I didn't want to be home because I was like, I don't want to argue with her and have another argument. Julian's there, her parents are there. I'm like, just wanted to save an argument. And what was it? I think it was Tuesday. What's the day? Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
Tuesday. I went back to Daytona. I went by the they have like an arcade pier where Joe's Crab Shack is area, just for a walk. Then it started pouring. I came back home.
Were you alone when you went to Daytona?
Yeah, one of my coworkers is actually gonna come with me. His name is Ricky.
Which time? The first time or the second time?
The second time. Damn, I wish I had a jacket.
So, I just so maybe I understand. So you have the fight with Amelia.
Yeah.
About the gun.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
Okay.
Because I was with Orange County for like, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours, and then the news reporters got my number, and I'm like, oh my god. I told her about that, and she was like, oh, what if they try to find you? What if these few people? Because I had somebody come up to me that day too and be like, oh, you got so and so arrested. I said, no, I didn't. They're like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I didn't get anybody arrested. And they were like, how? Oh, you need to watch out. I'm like, okay. I actually told the same cop, Travis, yesterday. I was like, somebody said something to me. And he was like, people are going to talk. And I was like, I know how it is.
So, when you have the fight, were you supposed to go to work that night?
Yeah, I actually called out of work while I was there with Orange County.
Okay. So walk me through that. So you get to the fight. You said you went. Where's the first place that you went after that?
I was home.
Mm-hmm.
I left. I was by I know I went to my cousin's shop. I can't remember if that was before or after we fought. And then I went back to my parents' house. And I was like, all right. I came back home. And I was like...
What time did you come back home?
I don't remember.
So you went back to your house?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but she was at work. She was at work, so I was like, that's fine.
Okay. Then where?
I think that was around like 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I left the house again.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just driving around. I was trying to figure out what to do. My buddy was in New York, so I was like, I can't call him. And then I ended up, where did I go? I can't remember what I did. And I was just I drove around for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and then around like 11:30, I ended up going to Alchemy Hookah Lounge.
Where's that at?
That is on Kirkman. I don't know if you know where Colombian Burger is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there.
Who'd
And
you
that's
see
how
it?
Amelia knew I was there, because a buddy of mine had a Snapchat video, and then the last car was my car.
Okay. Who did you see there that you knew?
His name was Brandon. I don't remember his last name.
Got a phone number for him or anything?
Yeah, his phone number is actually in my phone.
In your phone?
Yeah.
Under Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long would you say you were at the hookah lounge for?
Maybe an hour, if that.
Did you drink anything?
No, didn't drink anything. I just drank water. That was it. And then from
After
there,
you went there, where did you go?
I jumped on I-4 and went to Daytona.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
Was it on?
Nah,
Why not?
because my wife was gonna call me. She always likes to check on my iPhone.
Okay. So you jumped on
Because
I-4?
I called her cousins around like, I think it was like 11 something, to see if they had spoken to her. Because I called her and she didn't answer, so I was like, okay. And then I was like, I called them, I was like, yeah, where Amelia is. And she's like, nah. And I was like, okay. 'Cause I didn't want to, they knew we were fighting because I think she went out with them afterwards.
Okay, so you called her cousins looking for Amelia?
Yeah, because I didn't hear, I called her phone actually, and she didn't answer, and I know we were all supposed to go out to, I think, go play golf or something like that.
When?
That same night. and then I know Amelia went out with them.
So you didn't want to talk to her, but you called her.
Yeah, I called her just to see what she was doing because I was like, we're still fighting. I was like, honestly, I wanted to go back home. But she didn't answer, and then called my cousins, and then I was like, all right, maybe she's out doing something. And I was like, all right, I'll go to Alchemy. And it was right before I went to Alchemy is when I called her.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to her?
No, I didn't get to talk to her. She didn't
So you wanted to go back home?
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you?
Because I didn't want to argue again. Things have been up and down with us lately.
I guess that's where I get a little lost. So if you didn't want to argue, why'd you call her?
I just, usually when we argue, I'll call her, see how she's doing, or see if everything's okay.
So you didn't want to argue, but you called her.
Yeah.
Okay. You wanted to go home. And
But like, I mean, shit.
so then you turned
3 weeks ago.
You turned your phone off after that.
Yeah, my phone was actually off for the majority of the day.
So up until, all right, so again, I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm going to be on the same page with you. Okay, so you get into this argument, you leave, you're pissed off enough that you don't go home.
Yeah.
But you don't go to Daytona right away. You're in town for a little bit. You drive around. For a little bit, you can't remember where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, I just drove around.
Okay. And your phone was off then?
Yeah.
The whole time?
The whole time.
So what time did you say you left the house?
Around like, I think it was like 3. Between 3:30 4, something like that. Around there.
And there'll be no activity on your phone whatsoever. No text messages, no nothing.
No, nothing.
At some point in time, you have to turn it back on so you can call her.
Yeah.
Was
that was around 11.
Was there any voicemails or text messages from her when you turned your phone back on?
I texted her. I was like, "Yo," and I think I texted her hello.
Hello, like with the question mark, like you're trying to talk to her?
Yeah. Because I know I called her, and she didn't pick up, and I texted her, "Yo." I texted her hello, and that's when I got all the text messages in from her cousin. So
what were they saying?
To go out somewhere, go hang out. And I'm like, I don't want to. I wanted to resolve an issue with her, but then when we go out, her cousins always are like, "Oh, what'd you do to Josh?" Or what
did you respond to them?
No, well, that's when I called them. I was like, "Hey, did you go out with, or did you get a hold of Amelia?" And they said, "No, not yet." From what I understand, yeah.
Then you went to Daytona, and you took this gun, and you threw it off the overpass?
Yeah.
Was it all in one piece?
Yeah, all in one piece.
What caliber is that gun?
I think it was a 9mm.
What kind of ammunition did you put in it?
I didn't have any ammunition inside of it.
You didn't have any ammunition inside of it?
No.
Did you buy ammunition for it when you bought it?
No.
Okay. Well, I just get a little confused. So, explain to me your reasoning again as to why you threw this gun off this pier.
I had a real, I guess
overpass.
a relapse of what happened to me. And I was like, some shit happens again by accident. Fuck my life up again.
But it's not loaded?
Yeah, it wasn't loaded.
Okay.
It went into water?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was on a bridge over water, wasn't just
Yeah,
some officer?
yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the bridge right before you get to the Daytona Beach.
Yeah, you get off like, what is it, 75 on International, or 80, what is it?
95.
95. By the Speedway there,
Mhm.
and just keep going, and
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
I know what you're talking about.
I guess that's where I get a little concerned. Well, my thing is, you guys are kind of hurting for money, sounds like. I mean, you're working now, but you're
Yeah, I'm
hurting for
working
money.
now, so things
You
are
spent $250 in cash on this gun.
Yeah.
At the pawn shop.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn shops are pretty good. I mean, usually you can go back and pawn it
Yeah,
back,
but
right?
I was like, at that very moment, I was like, anything could fucking happen, and I'm like,
But it's not loaded.
it wasn't loaded. Yeah.
So right there, you got basically a paperweight.
Yeah.
So it's not dangerous to you at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. But for me, mentality-wise, I wasn't thinking like that. I just threw it. And then, I mean, it's fucking, I told my sister what I did. She was like, are you dumb? Are you stupid?
Which sister?
Rachel.
Where's she at?
She should be at work, too.
Does she live here?
Mm-hmm. She lives at 2533 Reaper Drive as well.
When did you tell her you threw this gun?
What did I tell her? 2 days ago?
What made you tell her 2 days ago?
No, she was asking, what happened with me and Amelia, like, why are we arguing so much? Then Amelia, I guess she told my dad, like, Amelia was concerned about me. She didn't know what was going on. And then I know she talked to my sister and was like, Josh and I are arguing. And I know she told her, we've just been fighting. We've just been fighting a lot lately. Like, we're actually supposed to go on a cruise on Saturday for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, we're contemplating that here and back and forth. And I was like, maybe that'll help our relationship because we've been arguing a lot lately. And mainly because it was just like stuff around the house, not working for so long and stuff like that. So.
Okay. I guess I'm just kind of, again, I'm trying to piece everything together, and I keep getting confused. Have you, again, make sure I understand you right, you don't know anybody in Gerald's family?
No.
Okay. Are we going to see any phone records of you contacting anybody in Gerald's family?
No, not that I know of.
Is it, well, yeah, let's see, is it possible? Because if it is, we
Yeah.
can talk about it.
I mean,
And
unless Amelia used my phone, then no.
So if it was Amelia used your phone,
Yeah.
why would she have to use your phone to contact them?
I have no idea. Which I know she had my phone for a little bit on Saturday. I mean, sometimes, I'll leave my phone inside the house while I do yard work or work on my car.
But if she had access to her phone?
Yes.
So I guess I'm trying to, now again, is this something where we want to say that, do we want to, Josh, listen,
Mm-hmm.
we're here for something very, very serious, okay?
Okay.
And you have to understand something, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Your answers just aren't making any sense, all right? We've been doing this for a little bit. We know, we've been doing this for a while, okay?
Okay.
You seem like a very good guy. The little bit I'm talking to you, you're respectful and you're nice. And you got to understand, sometimes we have more answers than you know.
Yeah.
All right? We've asked you questions to see where you're at,
Mm-hmm.
okay? If there's anything that you think we need to know, now's the time to tell us, okay? There's probably a little bit more to this story, the whole thing. $50,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay? And, you have to be wondering why I'm asking about that. See, that's the funny thing. You haven't asked me yet. Like, why am I asking about that, right? There's a lot going on here, okay? And I need to understand from you where you were at, okay, in this whole thing. And you gotta understand that right now, you being honest with us is the best thing in the world, okay? We're your best friends here, okay?
Okay.
You have to be able to explain your actions and what you did. And if we can't understand that, then it looks really bad,
Yeah.
okay? Let's walk through this a little bit, okay?
Mhm.
What are we missing?
Nothing that I know of. Told you guys where I was, what I was doing. You could check our phone records too. We've been fighting for a long time.
Well, explain this to me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How is it that you wound up at Cynthia's house, Cynthia's apartment over on Jefferson? Because I have eyewitnesses that put you there.
That I ended up there?
You're very, listen, let's you have kind of a distinct look. You understand what I'm saying? And you have a distinct car. Well, not a distinct car, I should take that back. But I think it's telling that you said it was maroon, all right? Because that's, an eyewitness describes it as a maroon Nissan Altima with a guy that's your height, hair parted, 2 earrings, everything. You're there, okay? I have no question about that, all right? So what we're trying to understand is why you were there. Why were you at Cynthia's place? And again,
I was never at her place.
okay. All right.
And I don't even know where she, like I said, I don't know anything about Gerald's family. Nothing.
And you were never at his house either.
No.
You understand we have the notarized document, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know we were there when you went there with the notary. We have that document.
Yeah, well, I never physically met him.
Okay, you were in his house. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But Cynthia, I was never at her house.
Listen to me. You have to understand something, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're probably scared right now, all right? Because you're not somebody that gets in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? Okay? You have to understand, like I said, there's 2 sides to every story. All right? The eyewitness has no reason to lie.
Right.
Okay? And there's no point in that, okay? So, you were there. Well, I need to know why you were there. You understand what I'm saying? If it was some innocent reason, I need to know. But I need to know why. So, why did you go there? Did you go there to tell them that you were going to pay him back?
No, okay. Can we clear this whole thing out?
What's up?
Okay. So, Amelia was freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, I did chuck my gun over the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Okay. Okay. Tell me about that.
She sent somebody, I don't know who she sent, to go to either talk to them. I don't know if it was the same day or same night, but after that I went to Alchemy and talked,
Who did she send? Wait a minute. Hold on. So you were there. Was somebody else with you?
No, I was by myself.
So after you left, she sent somebody else over there?
I don't know. Because I know she was saying before, like,
What day were you there?
That was on Tuesday. I went there at 3:30 on Tuesday to talk to her.
3:30 in the afternoon?
Mm-hmm. Or 4 o'clock.
And how long did you stay for?
I mean, maybe... I honestly don't remember.
It was quite a period of time.
Yeah.
Why were you there so long?
Just to talk to her, just to see how...
Did you go inside?
Yeah, I actually sat down and talked to her.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Who's her?
To the lady, Cynthia.
Was anybody else in the house?
I think the same kid, Sean.
Okay. And how did the conversation go?
And I told her I found out about it. I talked to her, and then I guess I left maybe, I don't know, right before I went to 11 something, right before I went to Alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, that was it.
So, if I'm understanding you right, you're saying Amelia is the one that talked to somebody to take care of them?
Yeah, and I don't
Why?
know. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, how do you know that?
Well, there was a kid that came to our house.
What's his name?
Jay something. I don't know his phone. I've seen him once at my house, and that was it. And that was for Amelia's birthday party.
Okay.
And she told me, how she's gonna talk to him to talk to her, to stay away from her. And I was like, it's not making sense, Like, what's going on or whatever. And then I went there, talked to the lady, talked to her son,
How do you find this guy?
Who? Find who?
This person that you talked to.
Oh, how do you find him? Yeah. I can give you, I think I have his phone number.
Okay.
It's some guy that, I know his name is Jay Prasad or something like that.
Okay. And
Because
okay, well, explain this to me. How does this go? Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. So Amelia's so scared about this and worried about this, and you explain to me. So who kept on calling her and wouldn't leave her alone?
I think it was the same Cynthia lady. I didn't ask any questions. She said, somebody keeps calling me. She said one of Gerald's families. I said, okay, that's fine. Maybe it's Gerald's son, because Gerald's son stole money from her.
I heard about that, yeah.
And I was like, okay, fine. But then I think then some kid came to our house like 11 o'clock at night. And I was like, what's going on? And I know she gave him some money or something like that. And then he texted me about money. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
She gave him $10,000 to what?
I have no idea. And from my understanding...
What do you think she gave him $10,000 for?
To kill him or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
When did you find out about this? Before?
Yeah. I think it was Saturday or Sunday.
The Saturday or Sunday before you went over there on Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that the only time you went to that apartment, or had you gone over there once before that?
No, I had passed by before that.
Why?
I go to HID Pro down the street. But
Did you go over there and... So you drove by once before? In what car?
The same car.
Which one, the red or the blue one?
The red car.
And when you went over there that night, on that Tuesday night, were you in your car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how did you get there?
What do you mean?
Well, how did you get? Where were you coming from? Were you coming from your house?
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get from your house to Cynthia's house? What route did you take?
I took Amelia Street. I think it was Amelia Street. Over there.
Did you go? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. From like Ocoee, where you are, to get to Orlando, did you 408, Colonial, Silver Star?
No, I was on. What did I use? I used 50th. Yeah, I used 50 to Amelia Street. Then I took Amelia Street and I cut through where HID Pro was.
Well, 50 and Amelia don't cross.
No. Oh, Tampa Avenue. That's where it was.
Okay.
Tampa Avenue.
50 to Tampa,
Mm-hmm.
and then down.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then when I came back from Daytona that night.
How did you, when you got to the apartment? Did you knock on the door?
Yeah, I just knocked on the door.
Okay. And they opened it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I don't know. All right. So you go to Hookah, and then you go to Daytona, and then you come back home.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just understanding. I guess my question is, why were you there so long again? I mean, what was
Where?
You were at Cynthia's house for a very long time.
I was there and I was just talking to her, explaining to her, like, you know.
What did she say to you about that?
She was like, you know, it's upsetting because her brother stole money from Gerald. Mm-hmm. And long story short, how that she was just like, oh, how Gerald doesn't trust anybody. And I told her that, you know, and I said, okay, that's fine. And then, I mean, she was talking to me for a while about everything. Like,
Was Sean talking to you too?
Yeah, once in a while. He was just saying how, it was like, how he's trying to find a job, and he used to be a cashier or something like that from where they.
Okay. Well, how did you know when you left?
Josh,
Joshua, listen to me. Listen to me. Again, I'm looking at you. I see you're nervous, and I see
cold.
Yeah, I know I'm cold too, but I can see, you know, there's some stuff. All right. I don't think you're somebody that is. I don't think you have a. Gonna say it like a mean bone or anything like that. You seem like a very nice, soft-spoken kind of guy, and I'm sure that there's probably some stuff that's eating at you. You know, and some of the stuff that you want to get off your chest. I mean, you talked to your sister a couple of days ago. There's some stuff that's. Listen, Joshua, this isn't going away. Okay. Some of the stuff you said here, you know, it gives us a lot of pause. All right. Remember, I told you that if there's a reason, if there's a reason why, if you were scared and you did something that you know was a mistake and you probably should have done, then that's something we need to know, because that explains a lot. All right. Right now, you know, I just, if you explain why, that goes so far. You understand what I'm saying? It goes so far, and it helps people understand where you were. If you were in a bad place and a bad, you know, frame of mind, that changes the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's why, you know, I mean, we need to hear from you, like, you know, where you were when you did this. Okay? What happened?
When I was there at the house.
I know. But listen, we know, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Gotta understand something. Let's get beyond it, okay? I don't think there's a question that Amelia she didn't call anybody, she didn't pay anybody. All right? I'll figure that out in 3 seconds.
She did. I'm telling you, she did.
Right.
She paid it. She said.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Not listen to what we just heard here now. We have to understand it from you, okay? I'm telling you right now. We talked to Amelia.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So we know a lot more than you think we know. And again, if we can hear it from you and we can go and say, look, he didn't just. If it's something that got out of hand, versus something that you plan. That's a whole different ballgame. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
If you plan this out, that's a bad thing. But if it got out of hand, if you went back just to try and talk, and it got out of hand, that's a whole different ballgame. You understand what I mean? Okay? That changes everything. But I don't know that until I hear it from you.
Mhm.
Right now, this all I know is what we have. Like I said, this isn't going to go away. And this is going to be something that's going to eat at you. It's going to eat at you until we get it out. I'll tell you right now, let's not go back. We're going to figure it out.
Mhm.
Now's your time to say, you know what, this got out of hand. I'm sorry. You understand what I'm saying? Remorse goes a long, long way. What happened? Let's work through this.
I just don't want to get nobody else in trouble.
Okay.
That's not the issue here.
I mean, if you
'Cause
love
I'm
Amelia,
scared.
listen, if you love Amelia, you're going to put her under the bus? You don't want to do that, do you?
I'm just scared for everybody
I
else.
know you're scared. I know you're scared.
That's the problem right now.
Who's
My
gonna get in
family,
trouble?
her
Right.
family.
But at the end of the day, you have to look and say, you made the right decision, you did the right thing. Like you said, you don't want to get anybody else in trouble. Let's not lump anybody else in this. Doesn't need to be lumped into this.
I didn't throw the gun away.
Okay, tell me.
I left there
Mhm.
at maybe 10 something.
Mm-hmm.
But before I left,
Mm-hmm.
the same guy that Amelia, I guess Amelia paid him. He messaged me on Snapchat, oh, there's $9,000, $10,000 more. And I was like, maybe he's trying, at first I thought it was maybe he's trying to sell drugs or something to get the money back.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. And the same guy came up to my car.
Mm-hmm.
He said, what are you doing? I said, I wanted to talk to her to get the money back. And he's like, oh, Amelia, or Jay sent me here. I'm like, sent you here for what? And he was like, he had a gun to my head. And he said, he's like, I know you have a gun. Give me your gun and leave. I left. I went to Alchemy. Didn't throw the gun over the pier. He had the gun. I went back to Alchemy. I drove to Daytona. Came back home at like 5:30 in the morning. And that was it.
Josh, why did you put a gun in your head and take your gun?
I don't know. All I know is Amelia paid them $10,000.
To put a gun to your head and take your gun?
I don't know why she paid them. I don't even know why.
Well, before
he
you
was
said
there.
you thought they paid him to shut her up. Is what you told
Yeah,
me.
that's
so now
why-
you're saying you don't know.
That could have been.
So why
to
would they have?
shut her up.
Okay, so why would they have to come to you, right? Come to
I
you
don't know. I
and
guess
put
they
a gun in your
figured,
head and take your gun.
figured they weren't like they figured that I wasn't gonna be there or go talk to her or something. From what I
Wait,
understand.
Josh. You know you're making this hole that much bigger. You know that. That doesn't make any sense to anybody, Josh. All right? It just doesn't. No. Okay? I mean, how would these people know where to find you, and then all of a sudden they found you and took your gun? To do what? To frame you?
I mean, you could call the kid. I
What
have
was the
his
kid
number
gonna
on my
say?
phone. He said he had people to go ahead and shut her up or something like that.
Doesn't it make more sense? You know, no. It just doesn't make any sense. You know who throws a gun over a bridge? And that's what I really think happened to this thing. That you threw the gun over the bridge. We know you went to Daytona because we got the receipt and everything else that you went to Daytona. We know you got gas over there. All right? What makes more sense is, well, I mean, you threw a gun because you used it.
No.
Yes. Josh, listen to me. Listen. Again, I think we're trying to figure out the why right now. That's about all we're trying to figure out, okay? We're not trying to figure out the who. We're trying to figure out the why. And I told you, this is your time. We can't sit here forever, you know, And the thing, this is your time to tell us why. And like I said, a panic is different than I went over there and I wanted to do it. You had every reason to do this. Okay? Not somebody else. You. Okay? When people come in here and tell us, oh, I was driving around for a while and I can't remember where I went, or I don't, that we know, I know exactly what's going on there, okay? And for you not to tell us that you went to that apartment, there's a reason why, all right? So again, this is not to figure out who, it's to figure out why. And this is your time. This is you. This is you, not us. Like I said, this is eating at you. And it's going to keep eating at you. It's never going to stop. Until you make it stop. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the way you make it stop is we got to get it out. Okay? And what happened in that apartment when you went back? You went back there. When did you go back?
I went there at 3, between 3:30 and 4.
When you went back the second time before you went home, what happened that time?
I didn't go back.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I didn't go back.
Josh, here's the thing, and this is what I would tell you. Despite whatever troubles you got, I can tell that you love your wife, and the prospect of her getting into trouble or possibly going to jail for stealing this money was weighing on you heavily, and you went over there because of that love, because you wanted to at least talk them out of it. Okay? And in fact, we've talked to Amelia already, and we asked her, who's the most important person in Josh's life? And she said, I would assume it's me. And I said, he's not going to do or say anything that's going to jeopardize your future, right? And she goes, I wouldn't think so. So when I asked Amelia who's the most important person in her life, what do you think she said?
Me.
Yeah. And she's over there, and I wasn't bullshit. I just showed, that text message I showed Brian, she's spilling it. Because she's looking at the prospect of never seeing her son again except for through bars. She knows we have all this stuff where the theft goes and all these different phone calls and whatnot. But she's over there saying that you killed these people. You're over here saying that she paid somebody to kill these people.
Yes.
So my thing is that
I'll tell you right now, straight up, I was there. My gun was taken from me by some black guy that said he knows Jay. Amelia gave him $10,000. I thought the money was going to go get paid as far as, okay, this is going to get paid. Maybe they're buying drugs or something.
So the money, presumably this $10,000 would have come out of the TD account.
No, that was cash she had at home.
How did she have $10,000 cash?
From what I brought home.
Okay. So the thing is, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, one of you is a really awful person. Someone is letting their spouse go to prison for the rest of their life for something that they did. Is it you or her?
I didn't. I don't have a bone in me to kill anybody.
Okay, and the whole.
I just went there.
You knew enough, Josh, to lie to us about the gun.
Mm-hmm.
You knew that was the very first thing. We didn't even solicit that.
Yeah.
You knew I've got to lie to these guys about that gun and say it was empty and I threw it in the bridge over in Daytona Beach. You knew that you had to tell that lie. That was the very first lie you told us. You have the motivation. Are you going to? And again, are people going to kill people for $10,000?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
I can even listen.
I don't know.
I can tell you
I'm
where we
confused as the
gave
whole
this
thing.
guy the
Okay,
money.
yeah, tell us how we're going to prove that
It
this
was
happened.
Walgreens or CVS, Metro West. CVS Metro West around 10 o'clock at night.
When?
That was on Saturday. Friday or Saturday.
The Friday or Saturday before this happened?
Mhm.
Before you bought the gun.
Yeah.
But yet, okay, so
I bought the gun for my protection.
no, I got that part.
I don't know
Okay,
who these
so
guys
the Friday or
were.
Saturday before that. So I'm trying to figure out how they took the gun from you. Explain that. Walk me through that.
Okay, I was sitting in my car
Where?
in front of their apartment.
What time?
This was 10 something.
Before, okay.
And they said they were sitting there around the corner since
Who
God
said
knows
that?
how. The same guy.
How did you know that?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
What do you mean? How do we?
Well, they said they were sitting around the corner. How did you know that?
He told me, he's like, we were watching you. We see you talking to this lady. What's going on? Did you tell her that Jay, you spoke to Jay? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I came to talk to this lady to try to resolve an issue. And he put a gun to my head and he said, I know you have a gun on me. I don't know how he knew I had a gun on me in the first place. He took my gun and he said, leave. I left and I went to Alchemy. From Alchemy, I drove to Daytona and I came back home.
So Friday or Saturday, you give these guys the money,
Mm-hmm.
and you went with.
Yeah.
You went with Amelia. Who did you give the money to?
The same J kid.
Okay. Have you met him before?
Yes, he was at my house. I've met him a couple of times here and there. Since our relationship, I don't really get along with him. He's drugs and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay.
Was there an agreement for more money after it was done?
From what I understand, he said there's $9,000 or something like that. He texted me and I said, what are you talking about?
Was there a discussion about how this was going to be done?
No. Well, from him and Amelia talked in the car. And then I went outside and talked to him. I said, what's going on? He said, oh, Amelia's like my sister. I just want to get, things straight between you and her. Long story short, he said he was there to help her because he's known her for that long. I said, okay. We gave him I think it was $1,000 that night.
$1,000 at the Walgreens?
No, at our house. He came to our house.
Okay.
And that was maybe, trying to think, maybe $1,000. Then we gave him $4,000. It was a total of $10,000. I know that.
Why'd you have to give him increments?
Amelia said, hey, he needs this, he needs that.
But it wasn't Jay Prasad that put the gun to your head?
No.
Okay. What did that guy look like?
Probably 6'5", bald black guy.
Okay.
All
Not
black clothes.
Like African American?
Yeah. He didn't have any hair. He had one of those scully caps on.
How are we going to prove this communication between your wife and Jay Prasad? Did they have text messages?
On Snapchat. I don't know if you guys can pull Snapchat records. Because he texted me. And I said, because I thought he was picking something up. And he was like, yeah, man. I said, nothing happened or something like that. And he was like, yeah, I'm mad because I had money invested into this too. Because I'm thinking, maybe he's going to sell drugs to get this money back. Simple. Because I know him around the area as coke and marijuana.
What do you mean, wait a minute, what do you mean sell drugs to get what money back?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Why?
He said, from what our conversation was, he said Amelia's like a sister to him, and he just wants to go ahead and fix things, make things right, and he doesn't want to get us involved. And we gave him $10,000. And you can pull up the video. I looked at it too. There's a camera on the corner of that CVS where you see both of us parking. The first time we parked closest to the store, gave him money. The second time we parked this way, away from the store by the door to give him.
And this was Friday or Saturday? Do you remember which time?
Friday or Saturday.
Around what time of day?
At night. I don't remember the time.
What was it? A Walgreens or CVS?
CVS.
Okay, it's Metro West and what? What area?
That's got to be Hiawassee and Metro West.
Okay.
It's where the Four Horses are.
Okay, the little
There's
fountain.
a local gas
yeah.
station,
Yeah.
and then a CVS.
What car were you guys in?
The first time, I think we're in Amelia's car. The second time we're in my car.
Okay, so the first time was when?
It should have been on either Friday, The second time would have been on Saturday.
Okay, so you guys went twice to meet him there.
Yeah.
Okay. And both times at night?
Yes.
First time in your Nissan?
No, Amelia's car. The second time in my car, and there was the same black guy was sitting in Jay's driver's seat.
Okay. Did you know what you were going to do when you went there? Why you were going
To
there?
give him money.
For what?
Wait a minute.
Why didn't you just give the $9,000 of Cynthia?
Yeah.
I guess that would be the question. Somebody look at this situation. Why wouldn't you just go over there and say, here, we're going to pay it back. Here's $10,000 good faith.
For us, Amelia said it was a good idea to talk to Jay because he can get money like that really quick. I said, I don't know him. You know him.
But again, why would you have to give him $10,000 if you want? I guess I'm just kind of.
Or take the money out of the TD amount. I mean, if you guys
Yeah.
knew the jig was up at that point.
Like I said, we gave Jay the money. Jay said, from my understanding, Jay was going to get her to shut up or go ahead and either buy something or get something, do some type of drug transaction to make that money back.
You know what? I mean, if I may, you know what I see? I see somebody who's trying to explain the disappearance of a gun, and see, the only reason we would explain the disappearance of a gun is because it was used in something. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Josh,
I'm telling
no,
you.
listen, hold on a second, all right? Because realistically, you keep saying that, and Josh, you know, because you're such a good guy, you don't do a good job not telling the truth. You understand what I'm saying? You do a pretty shitty job not telling the truth, okay? So, you've lost us, okay? You lost us in the fact to say some guy that you know, and it seems like it progresses. It's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, we did, yeah, maybe you did. I mean, you're pretty confident about the cameras, but where I get lost is you have this 9mm that you just went and bought. You know, first off, you say you throw it over this bridge because it bothered you when it wasn't even armed. It couldn't even hurt you. So instead of going and selling it back because of money issues and everything else, nope, you just go throw it over the bridge. Nuh-uh. Second thing is, why on earth would this guy need to come up to you? Okay? First of all,
it's the same guy.
No, listen, you pay him money to go make him be quiet, right? That doesn't work. I guess apparently or something. Doesn't work. Because you felt the need to go over there by yourself and take it up with him. You didn't call Jay and say, hey, by the way, I paid you $10,000. Why don't you come with me? I'm going to go over there. You didn't do that. No. You didn't say, hey, bring your boy, bring your guy, you know, because, you know, whatever. No, you went over there by yourself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm lost. You pay this guy $10,000 and you don't even say, hey, I know
that's
I'm calling him up. Hold on. I know I'm calling him up and saying, hey, by the way, come with me because I paid you all this money. Come with me and let's go make this work. Let's make this right. But you didn't do that. Okay? And then beyond that, you want to say that they happen to be there at the same time you are now. Okay? They just happen to be there at the same time you were, and he happened to know that you had a gun, and he happened to put a gun to your head and take your gun away from you. That's what you want people to believe. Does that, I mean, just listening to it said by somebody else, does that make a lot of sense to you? Why does he need your gun? Why?
I don't know. All I know is
he had a gun.
I went there at between 3:30, 4 o'clock ish. Talked to her. 10 something, maybe 11 something. I said, I come out, I go and sit in my car, I'm vaping, I have my window down, phone turns on, call Amelia, didn't pick up. After this situation, I called her cousins. They said they didn't know where she was.
I got all that. Let me ask you this question: when was the last time you talked to? Since paying him all this money, when have you talked to Jay?
Monday.
This Monday that just passed.
Last week, not this Monday. The last week, Monday.
Last Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So you paid him Friday and Saturday, and you talked to him on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was that conversation?
Monday, we said, "Oh, nothing happened. What happened?"
You said that to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And what he said?
And he said, how I have money invested in this too. I'm pissed.
What's he pissed about?
I don't know, because I guess he put money in.
What kind of money?
I have no idea. All I know is we gave Jay $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
From that $10,000, I don't know what he put in or what he did or who he talked to. I know the first time we met Jay at CVS, he was by himself. The second time we met Jay at CVS, he wasn't driving. He hopped out of the passenger side of his car. Somebody else was in the driver's seat. Looked like an African American guy.
What was the conversation on Monday? He said he has money in this and he's pissed. What else?
That was it. We called. Me and Amelia called him. He didn't answer. You could check our phone record.
He didn't answer. Was there text messages?
No, we called. It was on Snapchat.
You had a conversation on Snapchat, and he said he's pissed. about this?
Mm-hmm. And I said, I either said, I'm
Did you
gonna
ask
call you.
what is going to happen? What's going to happen from here?
All I did was I said, I'm gonna call you or something like that. I called. I think I either I videoed him a couple times on Snapchat, and then Amelia called from her cell phone to him, and he didn't answer. I think she called like 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm. When were they supposed to get you an answer by for the $10,000?
They said it was supposed to be Sunday or Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see news about the murder?
No,
Didn't see anything.
I didn't see. I scrolled. The only thing I really looked up was the whole thing that happened with me in Orange County.
Okay. As today, when you walked in this room, did you know those 2 people were dead?
No, I saw something, but I didn't read, so I didn't know they were dead.
What did you see?
I just saw. I know I saw 2 people murdered, and then I saw something else, and another person got shot on the sidewalk. She's scared, but my thing is like she knows who she talked to, as far as those guys. They took my gun that night, and I left. I went straight to Alchemy. From Alchemy, I took I-4, and I took I-4 to Daytona.
And again, I think somebody listening to this, Josh, too, would be like, and you conveniently had your phone off the whole time. The bottom line is that the day after this situation with Akoi and all these things are going on, that next Wednesday morning, about 6:30 in the morning, where were you?
I was home.
Okay. Is your phone back on then?
No, my phone was on at like 8 o'clock in the morning, I think.
Okay.
And I texted the news reporter, and I told him that I'm not comfortable with making any reports or anything like that.
What's the first thing you did when you got home at 6:30 in the morning? Or would you say 5:30 in the morning? You said you got home, right?
Yeah.
What's the first thing you did? 5:30. You're home at 14:10.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the first thing you did?
I don't remember.
Don't remember.
Would either one of her parents have seen you there and can tell us that you were there at 6:30 that morning?
Yeah. Her dad.
Which one?
I think her mom.
Her mom?
Mm-hmm. Her mom's car was home.
Okay. But was she awake? Was she able, like, if we go talk to her and say, hey, this Wednesday morning at 6:30?
Yeah, she was awake. She usually leaves at like 7 o'clock in the morning to go to work.
Okay.
So she was awake.
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her.
And did she know that you guys had been fighting and
Yeah,
you
she
hadn't
knew.
been home that
Yeah, she
night?
knew we were fighting.
And you talked to her.
Yeah, I talked to her.
What did you guys talk about?
I told her the very next day was that she knew we were arguing. That night, actually, I told her mom that we were arguing. I went out. I came home late. She knew I came home late. And then her mom left the house while I was home. I know that. I was home and her mom had left the house in the morning that morning.
Why'd you lie to us about the gun?
I was scared
Why?
because I didn't know what happened.
What happened to,
What happened with my gun? I know the wrong people got a hold of it.
because as far as you knew, because like I said, we didn't even ask, and you brought
Yeah.
that up yourself. That doesn't make a lot of sense that you would volunteer that information, because you knew as soon as you heard the name, you knew where this is going, and you knew those people were dead. Are you assuming that your gun was used to kill these people?
That's what I'm assuming.
Okay, because they stole it from you. Okay. And are you telling us the truth about where you purchased that gun?
Yeah. At the pawn shop in Winter Garden.
As of right now, do you know where that gun is?
I don't.
Okay.
So, why would Amelia tell us you got home at 9 o'clock in the morning?
When?
Wednesday morning, she said you got home at 9 o'clock.
No. You could check our neighbors' cameras. I got home at 6:30 in the morning. I didn't get home at 9 o'clock in the morning. Both of our neighbors that live to the left of us, and another guy that has a pigeon farm or coop. They both
Was it
have
exactly
cameras.
6:30 or close to 6:30?
Close to 6:30.
After?
I don't think after. Because her mom was still home. Because her mom usually leaves early to go to work.
And you, from Daytona Beach, you went straight home.
Yeah, I took.
Did you happen to drive by the house again?
No. From Daytona, I took. What did I take? I took I-4. I took Lee Road all the way down to John Young, made a right on 50, and came home.
Why would these people who you paid $10,000 to, so you're funding them, paying them $10,000, obviously to take care of a problem, right? You needed to. You guys were desperate enough. I mean, money's tight enough. You guys are desperate enough to pay somebody, you know, and you're there, so you know, you're part of the conversation, right?
Mhm.
So you know what is being said. Why would somebody that you're paying $10,000 to take the time and energy to take your gun away from you to put it to possibly use it?
I don't know.
And your name's on that gun. You
don't
bought that
know.
gun from a pawn shop. Your name's on that gun. So they're going to take it. Now, assuming the gun that they have probably isn't registered to them, I would think. Why would they use that gun that they took from you?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is your relationship with Amelia so bad that she would pick Jay Prasad over you?
No, I just know he's. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Well, again, here's the problem, okay? It's a big problem, and I've told you. I mean, we can only do this for so long. Your chances of explaining yourself and explaining how, you know, if this was something that got out of hand, and this wasn't something that you planned, it wasn't something that you put into effect as far as, you know.
I just wanted to talk to them.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
And before I left, I was confronted by a guy when I was in my car about to leave.
Where exactly did that happen at?
Inside the right in front of her apartment.
Was it when both times I went to the Walgreens, were they in Jay's car?
Yeah.
What kind of car does he have?
He has a charcoal gray Infiniti G37.
Okay. And is that the car that this guy came out of when they confronted you and took your gun?
No, he walked up to me.
Oh, okay.
He said they were watching me since I was there.
Okay.
If you took a polygraph right now, how would it show that you
Mm-hmm.
told the truth?
Yeah.
About what?
About me going there talking to them, my gun being taken away from me, and me going to Alchemy, and me going to Daytona.
And if they asked you if you shot those people, what would it show?
That I'm telling the truth and I didn't do that.
All right. We'll be back in just a minute then. We're going to go talk to her some more then.
Time is now approximately
Can I get
16:30
a
hours.
blanket or something?
Yeah, well, I think my one partner tried to find you one.
It's cold.
All right, buddy. We'll be back. We'll get you.
But all I know, like I said, I got there, talked to her. I called Amelia at 11 something. She didn't answer. I talked to her cousins and I said, hey, do you know where Amelia is? No. I said, all right, I'm going to go hang out. That's when I was confronted.
Just before we leave, this is what I would tell you, okay? In this situation, when down the line people are trying to figure out the punishment, who gets punished for this, they want to see a couple things. And of course, the truth's one thing, remorse is another. But the things you're telling us, you know, we have to do our jobs and we're going to check it out.
That's fine.
If it shows that you were lying, and this goes for Amelia too.
Yeah.
If this shows that you were lying and that you were trying to bring some innocent person into
No,
this,
I'm telling you now, you could check the cameras. You could, I don't know if the cameras could see.
well, like I
inside
said,
the
you
car.
may have been
Yeah.
there. Like I said, but that's right. That you very well could have met with Jay and this guy. Okay, but the problem is that gun thing for you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's, and the fact that you were this. We had a neighbor ID you. Right, that Nissan Altima, describe you to a T.
because I was there.
Yeah,
I was there,
that's
yeah.
why we knew you
Yeah.
were there. You know, we knew that you were there. And then you conveniently don't have your phone on. I mean, those things all add up to a lot of smoke. And where there's smoke, there's fire. And you know, but like I said, we're not going to be unfair to you. That you've
Yeah.
told us, you know, you've told us something.
It's,
Better.
yeah.
Look at that.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta tell you, Josh, and I know Detective Ferrer feels. I think both of us are totally baffled after talking with both you and your wife for the whole day. How two people like you end up in a situation like this,
It's a shitty situation, and I hate to say it.
and it's compounded by the fact that one of you is trying to send the other one to prison for the rest of their lives because you're telling totally different stories.
And that's what I've said. Like, you could check our phones. She talked to Jay regarding either taking care of two people or taking care of the issue, and we paid him, specifically him, $10.
Detective Brian Ferrer of the Orlando Police Department. Detective Michael Moresh is also present. We are back in interview room 4 on July 26, 2018 at approximately 17:55 hours. We were back talking to Mr. Joshua. How do you say your last name?
Ramsamy, the W.
Ramsamy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You remember you've been sworn in and you understand that,
Yes.
your rights are still in place and everything. Okay. So obviously we want to follow up with you because, we went back and talked to Amelia.
Mhm.
And, again, we're just trying to understand. She's saying one thing, you're saying another, and we think probably the truth's somewhere in the middle. You understand what we're saying?
Yeah.
Truth somewhere in the middle. The fact of the matter is, the investigation's not going to stop. Okay, you understand that, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that, okay, so now we know who Jay is, and we're going to talk to Jay, all right? And let's put it all on the table for a second here, okay? What are you and Jay normally dealing with? What have you dealt with in the past?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. My wife has been his friend since before we got together.
Okay.
More than 6 years, 7 years ago.
You two ever exchange any drugs?
No. Never.
Have you ever sold any of your pain medication that you got since you shot yourself in the leg?
Oh, I gave it to him. Yeah, I gave it to him. I didn't sell anything to him.
Wow.
Yeah,
You gave it to Jay?
Yeah, I gave it to Jay that night.
Why?
He came over. He said he was taking some. I don't remember what exactly he was taking. I think he was saying some oxycodone or something for some pain, and he ran out of medicine. I said, you could have mine because I don't take it no longer.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't sell him anything.
When did you stop taking yours?
3 months ago. I started using CBD. I'm not gonna lie.
What's that?
It's cannabis oil.
Okay.
Yeah. It helps with nerve regeneration.
When did you stop taking yours? You said 3 months ago?
Yeah.
When did you last refill your prescription for it?
Same thing. 3 months ago.
Okay.
I had about 50 of them left, if that.
And how many did you give him?
All of them.
All of them?
I don't use any of them.
How did you give them to him?
I just gave it to him in a bag.
Why in a bag?
Because I didn't want to give him my prescription bottle.
Okay. Was that was in the CVS parking lot?
No, that was at a house.
At the house?
Yeah.
And that's when you gave him how much?
It was like $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was on the pain medicine and I was on gabapentin, but I stopped both.
Okay. Again, I think what we're seeing is two people that have made some bad decisions. Okay. Now, are you saying that Jay was the one who did this?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. All I know is the guy that confronted me that day on that Tuesday night in that apartment complex really resembled the guy that was in his car that night.
I thought you said Jay was with him that night when you were in the apartment complex?
No, I didn't say that.
So Jay wasn't with him?
Yeah. That guy was by himself. He said they were watching me.
Okay. All right.
Is it your understanding when you met with Jay over there and these pills and this money was exchanged that it was for him taking care of this situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew that.
Yeah, I knew that.
But you're saying that it was Amelia that was giving him this, but the pills are yours.
Yeah, the pills are mine. I told him. He told me, hey, he had something happen. He said he was on medication. He ran out. I said, I don't use mine. I haven't used mine for X amount of months.
So what did you, when you gave him the pills and that money that night in the parking lot, what did you expect to happen after that?
I expected he was going to get some type of money back from everything. Because he said, okay, you have this pills. I can use some. I can sell some. I can get you money back. And then he said, with the money that we're giving him, he said he's going to work out something where everything is resolved. I said, okay.
Okay.
And I mean, you could check my
So this was like going to be an investment for you guys to get money to pay it back. It wasn't for him to go kill them.
No, from my understanding, he said he was going to take care of it. I don't know what him and Amelia said before I got in the car, because Amelia came back in the house, said Jay's outside, he needs $1,000, and I talked to him, and then I came back inside. I got the medicine, gave it to him. He said specifically, I don't want to get Amelia in trouble. I don't want you to get in trouble. Amelia's like a sister to me. I've known her for like forever, basically. and how that he's going to go ahead and make everything correct and right for us. And I said, okay. I gave him the medicine. I said, I don't use it anymore. I said, whatever you have to do to go ahead and rectify the situation, get it resolved, get the money back, whatever, you do that. And then he spoke to Amelia. We had to give him, I think it was either $3,000 or $4,000 the next day, which was on Saturday or Friday, and then Saturday. So Thursday he was at our house, Friday we met him, and Saturday we met him.
So you were expecting money back,
Yeah,
not for him to go kill these
yeah, I wasn't expecting anybody to get killed.
So you paid? Okay, I think I'm starting to understand this. So you gave him those pills to sell for you?
Yeah, to get the money. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So how much did he say he was going to get you for selling the pills?
I don't. He said about $25 each. I gave him about 50.
Okay, so let's do the math.
That's like $2,000, I think.
Okay, so $2,000.
So I said, all right, we're investing another. We gave him $10,000 too, because he told us in total it'd be $10,000 for everything for us.
Think about
for
this.
everything?
Think about this for a second. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
B.
you're okay.
You, by your own admission, don't know this Jay Prasad very well.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But my wife. The thing is, Amelia vouched for
When
him.
you
like a
went,
prophet.
we're giving $9,000 to a guy that you don't know, who's now become a drug dealer, hoping that he's going to get it back to you. I mean, if you were us, would you believe that story?
Yeah.
You're smarter than that, dude.
I know. I understand.
You are
that.
smarter
And you
than
can-
that.
Like I said, that Thursday or Friday night, he came to our house. I gave him 50. It was about 50 painkillers.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was going to sell them. The very next day, we gave him. The same day, we gave him. I think it was $1,000. And then in total, the money we gave him was $10,000.
And the bottom line is, you haven't seen that money or any other money from Jay Prasad.
Correct.
And you have not had
seen
any. That Saturday night when you met him and you paid him.
Yeah, he video called me on Sunday.
Okay.
I think at 3:00 in the morning or something like that.
Okay. And that's the last time
That
you
was
ever
the
spoke?
last time. I didn't even answer. I was sleeping.
Okay. All right.
That
So
was
you
the
didn't even
last
talk
time.
to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
You
then-
didn't reach out to him after you
I
found
did,
out
yeah,
these
yeah.
people were dead.
No. I didn't reach out to anybody on that Sunday night. The Monday, Amelia said, or I texted him and she said, oh, how something about Cynthia is asking questions, and I said okay, and then she tried calling Jay multiple times, and I could give you our login for our Sprint phone bill, and you can see that she called him multiple times on Monday.
Somebody used her phone to call him, let's put it that way.
No.
No?
She called. I was there. I was sitting on the toilet, dropping a dump, and I was like, "Are you trying to call him?" She said, "I'm calling him for private."
Why did she call him from private?
I don't know.
This was Jay?
Yeah, because he wasn't answering any of her replying back to her messages or anything like that.
When was this?
On Monday.
After you guys gave him money?
Yeah.
You think he kind of took your money and took off?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
I think I have a very clear picture of what happened now.
Yeah. He scammed you.
Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. This is what I think happened. I think you guys were trying to get out of this situation. That's one way you saw to do it. He scammed you out of money, and at that point, you had no choice but to go over there and kill these two people. So, I mean, that's exactly applying the fact that I've done this job for 27 years and just common sense to it, and the whole story about you tossing the gun in Daytona, all of that. That's all it comes back to, and I think anybody listening to this story will. We're going to check out your story, obviously. We owe that to you. We owe that to the two people that are dead and their family. Before we do, I always ask people this. Is there anything... Okay, we're going to check... We need to check her TD account with her dad, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, all right.
I know
So that's
that
one
for
thing
sure.
that we can check and verify. Okay, what else? Tell us what else we can check.
I just bought a whole bunch of appliances for the house.
Okay,
Did
we
you
know
go
you
to
did
our house?
that, and she's admitting that we know you guys were at the Walgreens. We don't even have to look at the video because you both are saying that. We know that, but what else? What else can we of what you're telling us?
All I know is at 11 something, I called Amelia's phone. She didn't answer.
Okay, we know that happened.
I said,
right.
okay, that's fine. I said, all right. I turned my phone off. I'm like, all right, I'll just keep to myself.
So, I probably asked you this already, Josh, but when did you hear about this murder, about these people being killed?
Maybe, I think Wednesday, I didn't even really, probably Thursday.
Okay, did you see their pictures or figure out who they were?
I saw the pictures and I was like, holy shit.
And what did you think?
I was like, what the hell is going on?
Okay, did you ask your wife about what happened?
I didn't ask her anything.
Why not? I mean, to me, that would seem like a natural thing.
For me, well, I asked her, hey, did you talk to Cynthia? And she didn't answer me. And she said, oh, she's supposed to call me on Friday. Okay. And that's what she said. And I know she talked to Cynthia on the phone.
Did it ever come up that Jay Prasad had gone over there and killed them? Did you ever talk with your wife about
I didn't and
your wife ever talk about who may have killed these two people?
No. I told her, I remember I said, you talked to Jay. Did he talk back to you? Has Jay talked back to you? And I told her I blocked him on Snapchat. I was like, I don't know what's going on. And I said, you could check my phone. I have him blocked on Snapchat. I think she still has him as a friend, so I don't know if they've talked after that or anything like that. I just know for me, I blocked him. And I haven't talked back to him. Did you ever tell your wife that you killed these two people, and if she said anything, you would kill her? No. And her whole family? No. Never would have said that. But you and your wife, after you found out that it was Cynthia Stack and Sean Stack that were killed that morning in their apartment, never discussed their murder, who might have done it, and this might come back to you. Did you ever think that? Yeah, we talked about that. What was that conversation? What did you guys talk about yesterday? I said, we're going on a cruise. This is kind of crazy with all the stuff going on right now. I told her, I saw something on the news when I was looking up the situation with the Coy Police Department because I wanted to see if my name was out as far as if reporters or anything got my name because they had my number. And then she told me, it's crazy, like what happened to them or whatever. And I was like, and I asked her, I was like, did you talk to Jay back? And she's like, no, Jay didn't talk back to me as yet. So I left it at that. I woke up this morning, dropped Julian to school, came back home, got dressed. I went back by my parents' house, and then I went to work. But you're a smart guy. When you saw this and heard this, did you think about this? This is going to lead back to us. Yeah. I mean, all we have to do is file, and obviously all we did was file the money. Yeah, I did. Well, and I had another question. I know this is a tough one to answer, but did you think like, hey, maybe we should go to the police, or maybe I should go to the police? Well, that was my instinct at first, and then she told me, Jay said they were going to get it handled or whatever, and I said, this guy gave you this money, so from what you're telling me, right? He gave you this money, we deposited, we use it, whatever. And then you're telling me the ladies or her son stole money from, or his son stole money from him before. Right. So I will tell you the same thing that we told Amelia, Josh, that have you told us the truth today? Yeah. Okay. You initially lied about the gun. I'll say that on recording. I'm scared as shit. I lied about the gun. But from when I left the house at about 3:30, somewhere around there, I got to Cynthia's house, knocked on the door. Sean answered the door, and I sat and talked with both of them like they were family to me. Okay. And I found out their situation. Like, she told me she got arrested before. She's trying to do better for Sean. And Sean was telling me he's trying to get a job, but he keeps to himself because his father passed away. I mean, we talked about a lot. And I told her, and Sean even told me he had some random guy come to the door before that. And I was like, you guys just watch out, with everything going on. So you told them about this situation with Jay? I didn't tell him the situation with Jay. I just said, be careful. What did he say about this random guy? He said he came to the door knocking on one night. He knocked on the back of the door. They have, I guess, 2 entrances, back of the door, and then another night they knocked on the front of the door, but he didn't know who it was, so he didn't answer the door. Okay. But after I got done talking to them around 11 o'clock, I got in my car, sat down. I was vaping in my car, called Amelia. I texted her. I said, yo, or something like that. And then I called her cousins. I said, all right, nobody knows where she is. I'm like, okay, I'll go to Alchemy. And that's when that's when the guy approached me. And I should have called the cops then. He approached you in Alchemy? No, he approached me in the car before I left to go to Alchemy. Okay, so you were at the Jefferson Street apartment. I was at the residence, okay. Yes. And you were in your car? I was sitting in my car. And he put a gun to your head? He put a gun to my head. I had my gun sitting next to my next to my shifter in my car, by my cup holder.
Let me
He
ask you
said,
this: when you went to Alchemy, so that it's like the apartments are between two roads, right?
Mhm.
When you went to Alchemy, did you go like pull out of their apartment and go to Jefferson, or did you go back? I'm sorry, to Polk, or did you go back to Jefferson?
I guess that was Jefferson.
Okay, because theirs is like the second to last apartment right there on the
Yeah.
bottom floor. Did you go just one past it and make a right or left, or did you go backwards?
It was back. Let me see. When I left, I made a right out of the apartment complex.
Okay, yeah, you would have gone back to Jefferson then.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you came in as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I believe so.
This guy, which way did he approach you from?
Okay, so say if their apartment is here, the last apartment's here.
Right.
There's a dumpster here.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my car here vaping. He came from this way. Literally, like, out of nowhere, blindside, because there was a white car parked next to me.
Right. Why did you decide to sit there and vape?
I was trying to get a hold of Amelia. And I was stressed. I was like, and that's when he came up to my car and was like, "Yo, give me a piece." He saw my gun in the center console, and I froze. I couldn't move. I was like, "Listen," I was like, "Don't." He was like, "Oh, give me your piece," and he said something else.
Did he say something to indicate that he was with Jay? Or that
He
was part of this?
said all he said was, "We've been watching you," and it clicked in my head like, the only people we ever said anything about to this was Jay, and that was it.
Okay. I mean, so again, just to wrap up my part, I think Detective Ferrer may have a couple more questions for you, but you told us the truth. The truth doesn't change. As far as this goes, the only thing you can tell us to help verify this is the bank account. Can you think of anything else? Let me ask you this. When we go talk to Jay, what is he going to say?
I have no idea.
Okay.
He'll tell you that we gave him the money.
And are things that, would you have expected your wife to say that you did this if you didn't do it? Are things that bad?
I mean, she said I forced her to get married. So,
But I mean, she's basically sending you to prison for the rest of your life.
I would never expect that from her at all.
You don't seem that surprised, though.
No, I mean, I am, but it's like, to take in everything now, it's like, I don't know, like, if she talked to Jay, if, like, who else talked to her about anything.
All right, let's kind of, I want to go back over that. Okay, so, and then, we'll go back over a couple of things. So Jay comes into the picture because Cynthia won't stop calling Amelia.
Yeah, and I think that was Thursday night. Thursday or Friday night.
Okay.
One or the other. I know we met with him 3 nights.
Is it because Cynthia won't stop calling Amelia, or is it because you guys are trying to flip these pills for cash quick? What's the more, is it more that you try
Well, no. He came to the house first.
For the pills?
No. He came to the house first.
Mm-hmm.
Because Amelia texted him, "Hey, come to the house," or something like that. Because
Mm-hmm.
they were talking outside for about 15 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and I was in the house. She came back in the house. She said, "Oh, Jay wants to talk to you."
Mm-hmm.
And while we were conversating about, him and Amelia talked, and he's gonna need some money, I said, "Okay, that's fine."
Hold on. What did he say him and Amelia talked about?
All he said was that Amelia told me the situation. He said he's known Amelia for a number of years,
Mm-hmm.
like a sister,
Mm-hmm.
and he wants to go ahead and, not get us involved.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to go ahead and do what he has to do to go ahead and make things right. And I told him, "Hey," and I said, "Oh, he's saying, I know you guys owe them some money or something like that, and he can basically get some, I don't know, flip money or something." And that's when I told him, "Hey, he was like, "Oh, I hurt myself," because I was telling him about my leg.
Mm-hmm.
And how I stopped using my medication and I started using CBD.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Yeah, I ran out of medicine." And I told him, "I have in the house. I have." And I told him, it's probably about 50 pills or so. And I said, "If you need to use them, use them. Whatever you need to do, sell the rest. Simple." And he said, "Okay." I gave it to him. I threw my medicine bottle in the recycle bin because I didn't want him to have any of my, my name information, my doctor's information.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him the bag with the medicine. And then I gave him the money too.
How much money?
I think it was like $1,000 that night.
Now, here's the thing. If I'm in your situation, I got a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money problems, I guess. You're trying to figure out money. It's not easy to just give somebody $1,000, okay? So you gave him $1,000 with the understanding of what?
That he was gonna either buy something to flip and make more money, or I don't like and that's why I gave him the pills too.
So the only thing that you talked to him about was basically making you money to get back to them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you gave him money to go buy. What kind of drugs did you say he was going to buy?
He didn't tell me what he was going to buy.
But he was going to flip it.
Yeah, he was going to flip the money and get. And
How much was he going to take for doing that?
He was like, "This is Amelia. This is my sister. I'm going to do her a favor."
Okay. So he's going to sell the pills and flip whatever drugs he bought.
Whatever
Okay.
he's buying.
So
because that's why we had to give him the $10,000.
That was to buy drugs.
Yeah.
To flip.
Yeah. To whatever he was going to do with the money to go ahead and make.
Okay,
make this work.
so let's hold on a second. So now, see, that we've got a disconnect now. I don't know. Do you see this disconnect? I see it. Okay. So take care of the problem for you and him was Jay was basically going to buy drugs and flip them and give you money. So you.
But I don't know what Amelia and him had a conversation about.
Okay. Well, does it really matter? Because the understanding was you were going to give him drugs. I mean, give him money so he could buy drugs to give you guys money.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's this? I don't know what Amelia talked to him about stuff. Obviously, you guys came to an agreement. You and him came to an agreement.
Yeah, but
Okay.
like I said, that's what he
hold
told
on.
me.
No, listen to me, all right? Because now you're starting to lose us again. And again, we're going to keep going. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they talked about. No, it's very simple. You gave him money, okay, to try and flip drugs. And the reason why is because she was turning up the heat on you guys.
Correct.
She wasn't letting go.
Correct.
Okay, and you go over there that night, okay? Now this whole thing like, oh, it could be this guy, I don't know. We've been watching you. That could be 3 guys down the street, okay? That's very, So, where I start getting lost again is, you've been intimating that this Jay guy might have something to do with this.
Correct.
But really, that's not the case, because you guys never talked to him about going over there and doing anything.
Yes, Amelia. I think Amelia gave him her address.
How's that?
She said, "I have the address."
Where did
that
she have it
night.
at?
I don't know.
She said that. You heard her say that.
No, that's what he told me. Oh, I have her address. I have the phone number.
Well, okay, well, how can we again, it's like bits and pieces, isn't it? It's like, why do we keep getting bits and pieces?
But it's all.
Okay. So if that's the case, right?
Mhm.
All right, so let's go this route then, because I'm lost again. Okay, so if the case is, you gave him, how much altogether did you give him?
$10,000.
$10,000, okay, and you gave it to him on a Friday and a Saturday or something like
Between
that?
Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, okay. And then, so you give him this money either to buy drugs or go take care of the problem. We don't really know, because you're assuming that's what Amelia talked to him about. But you don't know that.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't know.
To your knowledge, the only thing that he was going to do is buy drugs to give you guys the money for selling the drugs. That's it,
Yeah.
right? Okay. But in the other world here, your world here of, oh no, Amelia paid him, and maybe he was going to go take care of the problem, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Why would you go over there on Wednesday? Tuesday. Why would you go there on Tuesday?
To go talk to them to make.
Why?
Because to tell her we're going to give the money back.
But that defeats the whole purpose of giving him money to take care of the problem.
From my understanding, the money we gave him, was to get the money back. That's why I went there on Wednesday to see her.
Okay. So there really was never any indication that they were going to go over there and take care of the problem.
What do you mean? No, for me.
No.
Jay was going to go ahead and
Yes.
get the money back.
That's it.
That's it.
And he wasn't going to go over there and hurt them.
Correct.
He wasn't going to go over there and do anything. No.
Correct.
So, but again, so you go over there on Wednesday. So really, Jay didn't do this.
It was on
Jay didn't
Tuesday.
do, Jay didn't do this.
On Tuesday.
Because that's kind of the feeling I got when we came in here the last time, is that you guys paid Jay, and Jay basically came in and did this. Let's agree right now that Jay didn't do this.
I don't know.
How do you not know?
Because I don't know Jay like that. That's the problem. I've seen Jay maybe 4 times, 5 times.
So you give.
And the only reason
Are
I
you
trusted
saying that?
this
Are you
situation-
saying that basically?
I feel like Amelia paid him the money to go kill them. That's how I.
But you
feel.
paid him the money.
We both did.
Yeah.
We both did.
And I'm sure that you both came to an agreement as to why you were going to pay him the money in the beginning.
My understanding was to get some type of monetary.
So why would she go behind your back and talk? Again, I get lost. Why would she go behind your back? You, your husband, your wife. Why would she go behind your back and tell him to go take care of business?
I don't know.
She's not that kind of person. Let's
You
be
should
real.
go ahead and look her.
Hey, let me explain something to you. You
Look
know
at
who's
her
all
phone
over that
records.
account? You know who's all over that account? You are.
What
You know?
account?
Okay. You know.
I know that.
You know who's eyeballs deep into this? You are. Okay, so don't say, this whole thing of, oh, she came home and I just did this. That's bullshit. I'll tell you right now. Oh,
I'll
yes,
take
it
a
is. You want to take a
polygraph?
polygraph? Good. Let's set it up right now. You gonna go take it right now?
Right now.
Okay.
That's fine.
We'll set it up right now. So, but in the meantime, let's go work on that. Let's go set that up. In the meantime.
All I know is Amelia came home
No,
that
listen.
day.
You keep saying all I know, and I'm telling you, listen, okay? Because you got to understand something here, okay?
Okay.
If you care about Julian at all, do you really care about that kid?
Yeah, I do. I love him like
Okay,
he's my own
so let's
son.
talk about the only innocent person in this whole thing. amongst you guys,
Correct.
is Julian.
Yes.
This little 7-year-old boy that you take to school every day,
Mhm.
that you love like your own. You're willing to see his mother go to jail for the rest of her life, is what you're telling me. Yes. Because one way or another, listen, one way or another, we got to deal with this, and somebody's going to be held responsible. And responsible is very different things, okay? But if she gets in trouble, because you're basically saying that she paid this guy Jay to go kill her and the grandson, fine. If that's the way you want to go, then guess what? When she gets in trouble for it, she's going away. Then Julian grows up without a mother, okay? Now, I don't know about that, but to me, if that's not the case, that's a really shitty thing to do.
I understand that.
And you're going to have to, well, okay.
And that's why I'm telling you now, that if that's what it has to be, because for me, all I know is she gave Jay the money. For me,
you gave him the money too.
Exactly, and you're right.
Don't see what you're doing. You keep doing that.
Okay,
Stop doing that. You gave him the money,
Correct.
both of you.
Both of us.
So
correct.
guess what? If
We're
she's
both liable.
yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
You're both-
So one way or another, you're in trouble.
Correct.
Okay. So let's figure that
And
out.
I'll own up to that. But
Oh, you're gonna own up to the fact that you gave this guy money to go kill these two people.
I did not. No.
Yes.
No, I'm not owning up to that.
Well, it doesn't work
I'll
both
own
ways.
up to the fact
Josh,
that
it
I
doesn't
gave
work
him
both
money.
ways. You can't sit here and say she did it. You can't sit there and
Yeah,
say she
and
did it
I
when you're there with her. You're there
Exactly.
with her.
You're right. You're right.
So don't say she went outside and had a conversation. That's bullshit
No,
again.
it's not. You can.
No,
okay,
it's
listen,
not.
listen.
Josh,
You can
stop.
ask
You
her
listen
par-
for a second. Now
You can
listen.
ask her parents
Listen
that
to me,
night.
Josh.
Hey,
Josh.
her
Josh.
parents were
I don't
like-
want to ask her parents. I'm talking to you. You're a grown man.
I understand.
All
that.
right. You can't say that she's responsible for it. You can't say that.
We both are. In
That's
that
right.
sense. And
So
I
now
have
these two
no
people are
problem with
dead.
that.
You gave somebody money, and you're saying these two people are dead because of it.
And I don't know if that's the reason why. All I know is
How could
Amelia.
you say you don't know that's
I
the
was
reason
sitting.
why?
I remember this day. I was sitting on the toilet. She
I don't
said,
wanna hear about you
"I'm
sitting
gonna
on the
talk.
toilet."
I'm going to talk to Jay."
Right. And
To
the
get
only
this
thing was,
resolved.
then you know what happened? You lost your temper.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes. It
I
is.
did not
You
lose my
lost your temper and you got scared.
Last,
telling you right
last
now.
question I have for you,
Yeah.
Josh. So, you're sitting there in the parking lot. This guy comes up and robs you while you're vaping in your car, takes your gun. Does he take anything else?
Just my gun.
Doesn't
That's
ask
it.
for money or anything else?
Nothing.
Okay.
He said, "We were watching you. We know why you're here." And I said,
Okay.
"What the fuck?"
So, then you drove off right after that happened?
Yeah, I drove off straight to
Okay.
Alchemy.
So he let you get the gun out of the. He let you get the gun out of the console.
It was sitting. He had a gun to my head. He said, "Give me the piece."
Okay. So
And
he let you.
I was vaping in this hand, and I had my hand on the steering wheel, so or my hand down here, something like that. And I was vaping, and all I felt was something pressed against my head. And he said, "Give me your piece. We've been watching you. We know why you're here." And I said, "Okay." I put my vape down, grabbed my gun, and I gave it to him.
So, this is like what kind of night?
11 something.
11 something.
Yeah. Maybe
So-
10:30, 11.
Okay. What route did you take to go to Alchemy?
I took from there. I took Amelia's, or what is it, Tampa back to 50, and I took 50 to Kirkman.
50 all the way to Kirkland. Okay. Obviously, you're at Alchemy. You know,
Yes.
people see you. Your car is on Snapchat.
Yes, my car is on Snapchat.
And you stayed there till what time?
Maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Phone's off, right?
Drive back. I drove, and I did go to Daytona last night.
Drove to Daytona.
Took I-4 all the way there.
I-4. Did you go to Kirkman to I-4 and then I-4 the whole way?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so. And then when I came back, I got off on Lee Road and took Lee to John Young back to 50
Okay.
to our house.
To your house
Yeah.
and arrived.
6:30 back to the house. Between 5:30 and 6:30.
Okay.
I know her
Good.
mom's car was home by then.
Well, I got another question. These things keep popping up. So, your contention is you left that apartment that night. You left your house that night because you and Amelia had a fight,
Correct.
and that's why your phone was off. What made you decide to go over to Cynthia's apartment at that time?
The frustration with the fight we had, and the frustration with the whole thing she was telling me about the money.
Well, explain that to me. Help me understand.
So, again, I went over there. We were arguing, and I was like, we're in this problem with money now.
Okay, see, there's where I get lost again. Remember, you said you didn't know what she talked to him about, but she just said to you. So again, so you know then that she didn't talk to him about doing anything else. You're nodding your head yes.
I don't know.
Well, no, you just said it. You just said. No, that's not what you said. You just said we paid Jay to get our money back. And if she did say handle the situation, that means you know what she talked to him about. So one way or another, we're lost. Josh, it's just going to keep compounding, Josh. compounding and compounding, and it's not going away. And I've told you from the beginning, if this is something that happened that got out of control, then we can understand it, and that works. You're got your back up against the wall. You're probably scared shitless because she's going to go to the cops.
If I tell you the truth, will Amelia get in trouble?
Huh?
If I tell you the truth, will Amelia get in trouble?
No, if you tell us the truth, no.
I don't want anything to happen to her or
Okay,
Julian.
we need this. She needs this. Julian needs this. What happened?
That Thursday night, she told me she's going to call Jay and have him take care of it. And I said, what do you mean have him take care of it? What's going on? She said, no, they're going to take care of her. I said, all right. And I'm guilty for that. I paid Jay to go ahead and either, I don't know what he meant by take care of it, but obviously these two people are dead.
Well, now I'm trying to figure out what to believe, because now you're saying she's not involved, she is involved. How
She is
this?
involved because she hit Jay up that night and said, I know Jay can go ahead and handle the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to get her, I don't want her to get in trouble for this. I'll take them, whatever it is you have to give to her, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Josh,
what you just said is really no different from what you've been telling us
No.
all day. I mean, that's not some new revelation that you're claiming that she paid Jay Prasad to take care of this woman, or
Correct.
I guess you added it a little bit more clearly that that's what the intent of it was, but
And you can check her phone records too.
No, Josh, listen to me. Listen. If you're going to stand up, we need to stand up, okay? The fact of the matter is, your phone being on, let's stack this all up, okay? Your gun's gone. We don't know who took it. It just happens to be gone. The brand new gun that you bought. And you sat here for, 15 minutes telling us why you threw it over a bridge, all right? Every time I keep pointing out something to you that just doesn't make sense, it keeps, you keep flipping it. You keep changing it, okay? That doesn't look good, all right?
And then I'll tell you now,
Yeah.
Jay hit me up and said, we need $9,000 more. And I told him we only have
For drugs.
5,000.
9,000 more for drugs.
No.
Well, why did you give him the drugs then in the first place?
He was gonna film. And he needed him, he said, for his, whatever his pain or something happened to his leg or something.
Who killed these people?
It had to have been Jay's people.
Is Jay that big of a guy? Does he have that kind of people?
He said he knows people.
What did he say? Let's talk about the conversation you had with him about what he was going to do.
That night, Amelia came back in the house and said, Jay wants to talk to you. She said, Jay has people to go ahead and take care of the situation. They wanted $25,000. She told him we didn't have $25,000, so we paid them $1,000. He said he needs some material or something, and from that, the next day he said, I need more. We paid him, I think it was supposed to be $4,000, but we forgot we took out the $1,000 from a $3,000 band. So that was $4,000, and the next day we gave him $6,000.
With the understanding that he was going to do what?
Kill these people.
Kill them?
Correct.
Okay. And when was he supposed to kill them?
At their house.
When?
He didn't give me a day.
Okay.
is this a direct conversation you had with Jay, or is this what she's telling you that Jay
This
said?
is a direct conversation we both had with him.
Okay, you were both, and where was that conversation?
On Snapchat.
Okay. All right. So you and her are having this conversation over
And,
Snapchat with him.
About killing somebody?
She said to take care of it.
On Snapchat?
Correct.
Who's Snapchat? Who's Snapchat
I talked
account?
to him twice about, he said that they're going to need $9,000 more. And I told him we already gave him 6 or something like that. And that,
What's your account name?
it should be Drummer Kid, I think. DRUMMERKIDD.
Drummer Kid.
Yeah.
And what is
1990.
11?
1990.
So the year you were born?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I don't know his Snapchat name because my wife added him on my Snapchat.
What is Emily's? I'm sorry, Amelia.
Millie X3 or something like that.
M-I...
Millie X3 or X3 Millie. I don't remember because my phone saves it as contacts.
Okay.
I think Jay's phone number in my phone is AB or something like that in my phone.
So okay. So you have this conversation, and exactly what day was that again?
That was Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay. You have that conversation. Okay, so what happens on Sunday?
Nothing.
What happens on Monday?
Nothing.
Tuesday?
Nothing. Didn't hear back. Well, Monday, that's when the lady called her again, and she was like, nothing happened. And I said, okay. She said, do you need to come home now? I left work. I came home, and she said, I tried getting in contact with Jay. He didn't answer. And then I talked to him, and I was like, nothing happened. He said, yeah, they took the money. I feel bad because my money, I feel like shit because my money's involved with it too. And then after that, he said it'll get handled or something like that. And I left it alone.
Why do you set this thing in motion with all, we're getting to the point, okay, you've now paid somebody a fairly substantial amount of money to kill somebody or to take care of somebody, and then on Wednesday you go expose yourself to these people. And like I said, I have no doubt.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, you go over there and you're like making yourself known. People see you. They obviously identified you. You spend a great deal of time. And you know what, Josh? I have no doubt. The one thing that we can tell for sure is that when you went over there that afternoon, it wasn't to kill him because you were there for too long. It's in the middle of the day. People are going to see you.
Yeah,
So if you've already set in motion this plan to have this thing taken care of, why would you go over there and do that? That defies common sense. And you're not you know what? If nothing, you and your wife, you're not idiots. You did a pretty good job of covering your tracks. But that just defies. Did he take your money and run with it? Is that what you thought at that point? Because nothing had happened.
I don't know. All I know is that she said that she tried to get in contact with him, and I know that same Wednesday or Tuesday that I was there, she said she's going to talk to her friend Melissa, because Melissa talks to Jay too, and that she was going to be with Melissa if Jay talks back to her, and that's the last I heard of that.
Okay. And just so before we wrap up, what's with the cash and the pills and everything else that you?
I gave him the cash.
Okay, so how much cash was it again?
$10,000.
Altogether.
Altogether.
How many pills?
$1,000 on Friday.
Okay.
Or either Thursday or Friday. 1,000. Oh no, that had to have been Friday. So $1,000 on Friday when I came home. $3,000 on Saturday.
Okay.
And then I think that had to have been.
Why not all of it at once either?
He didn't want all of it at once.
He didn't. Why not?
Well, what me and Amelia discussed, we weren't going to give him all the money at once.
Okay.
It's like a contractor.
All right. So altogether, so it's $10,000 cash. How many pills do you think you gave him?
Maybe 50.
Okay. So maybe close to 12. What did we decide? How much?
11,
per pill?
12,000.
So okay, about let's say $13,000
altogether with the 10 or whatever he gave.
So somebody is going to commit someone else's double murder for $13,000.
He said the guys that he knows just need money. That's all he said.
All right. I wanted to make sure on that.
So you had that in depth of a conversation.
And your wife was present for that.
My wife was in.
So
the car,
why would you say this before? I didn't want her, so she won't get in trouble if I tell you this. Why did you say that?
I don't want her to get in trouble for this.
Well, then tell us the truth. How about that?
That is the truth.
No. If you don't want her to get in trouble, okay. If you don't want her to get in trouble, then you need to tell us the truth.
I'm
all right?
telling you the
No,
truth.
you're not. Everything we've talked about. Why now? All of a sudden, the gun going off the bridge, all these different things have not been the truth. Now all of a sudden you are telling us the truth. Why is that?
I just want to make things right.
No, I don't think you do.
Josh, I think he shot and killed these people.
Yeah.
I mean, And if that's what happened, and you're lying to us, you absolutely are getting your wife Millie. I don't know if that's what you call it. If that's what happened, then you absolutely are throwing her under the bus. She could have set in motion something, and she didn't know what you were going to do, and that's what she's claiming. She's claiming that she didn't know that you were going to do that, and so. But yeah, if you don't want, I would tell you this: if your objective is to not get her in trouble, and what both of us truly believe happened, that you went over there and killed both those people, then you need to tell us the truth about that.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, but you conspired to have them killed.
Correct. We both.
You're fully admitting to that right now.
Fully admitting that we paid somebody to kill both of them.
What do you think that makes less difference than if you came in, if you told us admitted to killing them?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you're basically committing. You're
I'm an accessory to a murder.
Oh, no, it's a little bit more than accessory. I got news for you.
Right.
So you basically just admitted to committing a murder. So what difference does it make at this point in time if you go ahead and tell us the truth? Do you understand what I'm saying?
That is the truth.
Well, no. Again, I mean, no. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
I think Josh is telling us that that's what he's telling us is you've said that, and if we believe otherwise, which is what we do, Josh, we have to prove it. And you have to understand that this investigation is far from over. And, I think in the end, this is not going to end well for either of you, but I think we can sit here and go back and forth.
just understand again, to sum it up, just for me, I just want to sum this up. So just understand that night, Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon, you're home with her and she's getting the text messages and phone calls from Cindy. And it's more problems. You guys are having arguments.
Monday.
Yeah, and you guys are having arguments about this again because, both of you are into this, and you're scared and you don't want to get in trouble and she's not letting up, And so the next thing Tuesday, at first you said to us, you said, I got mad, I left, I went, I drove around for a little bit, I turned my phone off because I didn't want to deal with her, but yet I called her 11 o'clock at night. Okay, so that's what we're going to go with. I called her 11 o'clock at night, just, I don't know why, and you said you wanted to go home, but then you drove all the way out to Daytona. You threw your gun off the bridge, and then you came back. First version. Okay. Second version is you were mad. We know you guys were arguing about the gun, and we know you guys were arguing about Cindy. We know. Right? You're nodding your head yes. Okay, so you're arguing about Cindy. And, at some point in time, there's so many disconnects here. It's like, well, okay, we paid this guy Jay to get us to sell drugs for us, to get us more money to give to her, or we paid this guy Jay to go take care of it. One of the two we just don't know. However, either way, it doesn't make a lot of sense for you to go over there that day. You understand what I'm saying? But at first it was like, I don't know where I went, I just drove around. But now we know, after we confronted you with what we knew, oh yeah, I was there. Okay, so that's awful convenient, isn't it? And it's awful convenient that your phone is off when it seems that you really aren't having that much of a problem with Amelia. You wanted to talk to her. You tried to talk to her that night. I think you even sat here and said, I tried to call her to tell her what was going on, I think is what you said when you got back in the car and you were vaping. So, you're nodding your head, yeah. So that's not somebody who's having a problem with somebody who doesn't want to talk. You know what that means? That somebody turns their phone off because they don't want people to know where they're at, okay? Listen, I could watch TV too and know if I turn my phone off, they don't know where I am. So that's very easy to explain, okay? So your phone is off. So your phone is off. And then you go and you went over the Alchemy Lounge and you probably got pissed off thinking about it even more. And then, you know what? At some point in time, guess what? You go back over there. And you know what? You can shake your head no way you want, but again, it doesn't make sense why you. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You need to sit and think about this, okay? You need to think about it. And this is what people are going to hear, and people are going to go, he's not telling the truth, all right? The fact of the matter is this Jay guy just didn't come out of nowhere. He came out as somebody that was going to try and sell pills for you and get you money. And I think that what that shows is, that I believe. I'm pretty sure you believe that too. He took your money, and he probably took your money. He took your money with the guys that he was going to buy drugs for you, to sell the drugs for you and give you the money. He was going to take a little cut. That was a lie. Okay, but again,
we paid him to get rid of these two people.
Right, and that's where I come back to. We're right back to square one. Okay, if you paid them to do this, how do you think that makes you? How do you think that makes your hands any less dirty?
It did. I am dirty. I understand that.
You are just as guilty as they are.
Correct.
Okay. So how did you find out from Jay that they actually did what you asked them to do?
I didn't.
So they did this and they didn't tell you.
Did your wife have any conversations with Jay after this?
I have no idea. Okay. I asked her, hey, did you talk to Jay? She said, no, I haven't heard from him. So I don't know if she did or if she didn't.
Okay.
So I know for a fact that.
What did you tell your brother about the gun? I mean, your sister about the gun, for real?
I told her I threw it away.
Again, how did that conversation come up?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I talk to my sisters all the time. It's not the first thing I don't say is, "Hey, how you doing?" I threw my gun away.
Okay. My sister was there. My sister talked to Amelia, and I guess Amelia told her that I was going over to go talk to those people.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I didn't answer my phone, is when Amelia was, I guess, going crazy. Amelia passed by their apartment at 11 something, but I was already gone.
You drove by the apartment.
Amelia did.
How do you know?
She told me that.
When?
That night.
At what time?
11 something.
No. At what time at night did she tell you that she drove past the apartment?
11 something.
When you talked to her on the phone?
No, I didn't talk to her on the phone. The next day.
Okay. All right, keep going.
And my sister was like, oh, how Amelia talked to her. My sister even told my dad, I'm worried about Josh. He's not answering his phone. Amelia and him got into a fight. And then Amelia told me that she drove around the apartment at 11 something. And that's when I called her. Her phone, she turned her phone off. That's why her calls didn't go through. I texted her, and there was no response. And I called her cousins right after that to say, hey, do you know where Amelia is? Is she with you guys? And they said, no, she's not. After that is when I took my phone off, and that's when I was confronted by that guy when I was vaping in my car.
So at the same time, just so I know, at the same time this is happening to you, Amelia's driving around the same apartment complex?
Yeah.
Looking for you.
Correct.
In a different car.
Correct.
Okay. Did you guys go to Alchemy together?
No. After that, from what I understand, she went and hung out with her cousin.
Well, how did she not see you in the parking lot?
What do you mean?
You said were you there?
Where?
In the parking lot when she drove by?
No, she said 11 something she was driving by, but I was already gone by then.
Okay.
I was at Alchemy at like 11.
And who'd you hear that from? Your sister or from Amelia?
From both.
Oh, okay. And Amelia told your sister this, that she was driving around?
No, my sister was with her.
Oh,
she went with her.
So how did, again, back to the original question, how did this come up in conversation? You told your sister that you threw the gun away?
Because she's like, my sister was like, how Amelia was worried about you. We went around the area. I said I was gone by then. And I just told her I threw my gun away.
Well, but again, how did the gun come up?
She said, what happened to your gun? And I told her, I told my sister that Amelia got mad about the whole situation that happened with me and that kid in the morning with Orange County. And she was upset about me having a gun and me hurting myself again. And I told her I just got rid of the gun. That's all I told her. That's all I told my sister.
I thought you said you told her you threw it over the bridge in Daytona.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I got rid of the gun.
Well, you said that was all you told her, so was it you told her that you got rid of the gun or you threw it over the bridge?
No, I
or what
threw
did
it
you
over
tell
the
her?
bridge at Daytona. That's what I told my sister.
Rachel has the same last name as you?
Yep.
She lives at your parents' house?
Mm-hmm.
How old is she?
27.
Okay. Why was Amelia worried about you and looking for you?
She didn't know where I was.
Why would she drive by that apartment complex if she didn't know where you were?
I told her, she had an idea that I was going to go there
Why?
because I was trying to make things right.
What did you tell her?
About the whole because that was a conversation we had.
Tell me about it.
Was, hey, can we go ahead? And I told her, and
this is after you paid these people to take care of her. Why would you be worried about paying her back the money when you already paid these people $10,000 to kill her?
Because to me, it's like one or the other. You either start, and we hate to laugh, but it's like it's been going on all day between you and your wife.
Tell me why. Why would you go over there and try and talk to her? Why would you talk to Amelia about paying her back?
Because they're two innocent people.
Okay, did you make any efforts to call Jay and tell him not to do it and we want the money back and we want to go pay her?
No.
No, why not? Why?
I don't know.
You don't know? That's the best answer you have? I don't know?
All I know is I went there.
No, it's not all you know. Stop saying that. Amelia knew exactly why you were there. Amelia knew exactly where to look for you. Pretty funny, don't you think? I mean, the fact of the matter is your phone is off. Why? Because you went there. Because if it was so innocent in the first place, you would have told us about it. But you didn't. Said Amelia knew where to go look for you. And there's a reason why they were asking where your gun was. Jesus Christ, even your sister's asking about this. Your own sister. Why the fuck would they ask you where your gun is if you were completely and totally, no? Now your wife is sitting in there telling us that you came home and told her you did this. Your own sister's asking where your gun is. You have a big decision to make. You've already messed up as much as, and then you're going to let her go down. You really want to take her down with you? What do you have to gain? What are you going to get from taking her down with you? What? What is there to gain? Nothing. Nothing. So again, do you think that just by saying that stuff, it's going to go away?
No.
Okay. Do you expect anybody to believe anything you're saying when everything that we've talked to you about, everything that we've challenged you on, is the only way we've gotten you to tell us anything that's true?
I understand that. But I know that
your whereabouts are unaccounted for. I got news for you. Your whereabouts are unaccounted for at the time of this homicide. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Your phone is off.
Your gun
is missing. Yeah. Not Jay. And I got news for you. Jay is not going to admit to a murder for you.
Josh, I'll give you even more common sense that just occurred to me. Sitting around, what kind of neighborhood do you think that was, having been there for a few hours? What kind of neighborhood is it?
I don't know, not the best, I guess.
Yeah, it's a rough neighborhood. You agree with that?
Yeah.
No one kicked in this lady's door. Is she going to open the door to Jay Persad or some 6'5" black guy in the middle of the night? Or is she going to open the door, oh, here's that guy again?
But I never went back there.
Yeah, you did.
He's absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, think about that for a second. She's not going to open the door in that neighborhood for someone that she doesn't know. Like you said, you were having a nice conversation with them. You maybe even left it on good terms as far as, I don't know, maybe it didn't leave it on good terms. But when you went back and knocked on the door, they would have had no trouble. Okay, here's a guy who talked. She would have opened the door for you. She wouldn't have opened the door for these guys. And like you said, you were gonna take so many people down with you sticking to that story. Okay, just tell us the truth, because the thing I'll tell you, I don't know what's going to happen down the road. I don't know what, but I can tell you right now, the people that are going to determine that, they want to see that you were honest about what happened, that you showed remorse. Right now they'll look at a guy who tried to take 2 other people down with him, including his wife. And really do irreparable harm to an innocent 7-year-old.
That's not my goal.
Okay.
That's not my goal.
Tell us the truth about what happened.
The truth is, I went there, I talked to them, I got confronted by that guy in my car that night. I left, went to Alchemy, went to Daytona, came back to our house at between 5:30, 6:30, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Her mom was home, and then.
Josh, will you at least concede in this conversation, again, not being a stupid person, that this looks really bad for you?
It does, and I understand.
Because you're at the scene.
I know.
You have a gun that you claim that you say was stolen from you. Okay, you are unaccounted for. You have your phone off. Okay, all of these things add up. You have an absolute motive too to have these people killed. All those things add up to a circumstantial case for first-degree murder. And your answer to it is, this is her. She's driving this boat.
She is.
Okay.
I hate to say it, but she is.
All right. Well, like I said, we got some things to do to
I wanna ask you
either
this.
prove or disprove you here.
Why didn't that guy just carjack you?
He said he was watching, so I
don't give a shit what he said about watching you. What I'm saying is, if I'm the guy that's robbing you, and I got a gun to your head, but am I going to let you put your hand anywhere near a gun? Why not just say, get out of the car? Take the car.
I don't know.
So all he did, out of the goodness of his heart, was just take your gun from you.
Take my gun.
What about your wallet?
He said.
What about money?
He said. That's what I'm saying. He said, "You know why I'm here. I've been watching you. Give me your piece," and that was it.
So you assume that to mean something to do with Jay.
Correct.
So again, Jay had this money from 4 days before, 4 or 5 days before. Nothing happened. Nothing happened yet.
Friday, Saturday.
Right. Yet when you go there, he just happens to be there, and there just happened to.
He said they've been watching.
They never mentioned that apartment.
What was it?
The guy that took your gun. He never mentioned that apartment.
He said, "I'm here. I've been watching. I know why you're here." When I left at 11 o'clock, the door was wide open. On their apartment.
That's fine.
Josh, if you were a hitman, what time of the night would you kill somebody?
I don't know.
Would you do it? Would you do it like in maybe like 3 o'clock in the morning? When do you think there would be the least amount of witnesses around?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Again, I just come back to. I think I'm gonna try this. I just come back to. Again, like we said, one way or another, you got a lot to deal with. But I mean, are you a selfish person? Do you ever think of yourself as a selfish person?
No.
Okay. So, your story just doesn't make any sense, and for you again to take Amelia down, I guess I'm kind of at this point.
And I'm not being selfish. My thing is, we've been together for 7 years, and I've done the world and back with this girl regarding her son, herself, with her baby daddy problems, and
She says you're abusive, mentally and physically. I mean, that's the picture she's painting of you, Josh. I hate
I'm not.
I hate to burst that bubble for you, but we asked her about that, and she used that as an excuse for some of the things that went on. She said that you are abusive. You threatened to kill her entire family if she talked about this. So that's the picture that she's painting of you.
And that's not me. I mean, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
That blows my.
Both of what you have said today blows my mind.
That blows my mind.
But this doesn't look good for you, Josh. But we're going to do our jobs, and just know that.
And I want you guys to.
And that could end up with you going to jail for murder. Because again, there's a lot of things here. I'm not a big believer in coincidences. Neither one of us are. But you think about all those things that you got going against you at this point in this case. That you're there, that you have a gun, that it's got missing, you're unaccounted for. You absolutely have a motive. You've already tried to make some half-assed attempt to have these people killed or to regenerate some more money. I mean, there's just a lot of problems. A lot of problems. So we'll just have to see how it pans out. Is there going to be anything on your phone about this case, about this murder, about any chatter about what went on or about paying people?
No.
Okay.
On Snapchat, the only thing you'll see was from Jay. Oh, I need $9,000 more, something like that.
Okay.
And I know Amelia's phone for
But
sure.
it's not. It's going to be a generic. I need nine. It's not going to be like I need $9,000 more to kill these people.
Yeah.
Is that what he said in the Snapchat, or just said he needs $9,000?
No, I think it was I need $9,000 more, something like that.
Okay, but he didn't say specifically what for.
Correct. But I know Amelia's. If you guys look at Amelia's Snapchat,
Yeah.
it should have that there.
Okay.
Between her and Jay Prasad.
Okay.
And your understanding that was for killing them.
Correct.
But you went over there to talk to them. All right.
Good enough.
All right. Time's now approximately 6:55 hours.
Maybe we can get another
I'm sorry,
one.
18:55
Okay.
hours. Include this interview.
A warm one or something.
Just boil it for you. Yeah, we could probably grab you a warm water.
What time is it now?
It's about 7 o'clock, Josh.
I would never expect her to say that about me. That's crazy.
We surprise ourselves sometimes. Okay.
Hey, Joshua.
Yep.
Hey, man. All right, I need you to stand up. That's why I searched you already, right? You have nothing on you?
Yeah, nothing on
All
me.
right, just going to try real fast. I'm going to search you again.
Yeah, they took everything.
Yeah, I saw your bag on the bag, your stuff on there. Alright, stay there. Put your hands behind your back. Alright, no too tight.
We still read some stuff to you. It makes it legal for us to talk to you, okay?
So like I told you when I met you at the jail, my name's Eric. I'm a detective here with Broken Arrow Police. Like she told you from Andrea, she's a detective also. We just want to spend some time, maybe talk and discuss some things and maybe ask you some questions, let you ask us some questions and make sure we're all comfortable with what's going on, and then we'll go from there. That sounds good? Okay, so you probably heard or seen this on TV before, but it's your notification of rights, it's your Miranda rights. And so I'm going to read them to you, but I want to sit here where you can see the paper, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to read 1 through 5 right here. And so I'll read them, and you kind of can look at it with me. I want to make sure you understand all these. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to answer any questions or make any statement. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before we ask you any questions, and you have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, the court will appoint one for you before you are asked any questions. It's hard to read it sideways. If you want to answer questions now without a lawyer being present, you may do so. You have the right to stop answering questions at any time. So you understand what those are saying? Basically, if you want an attorney, just tell me. If you don't like any of the questions I ask, just tell me to stop. If you get uncomfortable, we'll stop whenever you want. Kind of, you're in control. Does that sound good? Okay. So what I want you to do is I'm going to read this waiver to you right here, and you look at it as I read it to you, because I want to make sure you understand it. It says, I have read the statement of my rights shown above. I understand what my rights are. I'm willing to answer questions and make a statement. I do not want a lawyer present at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure of any kind has been used against me. So if you agree with that statement that I just read to you, that you're looking at, if you'll sign right there for me.
I don't know what I can do in my signature.
Yeah, just whatever you can do the best. And then if you will read and answer 1 through 4 for me.
So you put like high school?
Yeah. Yeah, because you had said you had graduated?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's all we need. So you put high school for your formal education, and are you presently on any drugs or medication? You answered no. Are you under the influence of alcohol? You answered no. And you do read and speak English, obviously, you put yes.
Yeah.
Sound good? Okay.
Do you take any prescription medications?
Well, man, I'm just kind of got thrown into this, so I was hoping maybe you could kind of just go back at the beginning when all this started and kind of tell me what happened, because I need kind of the details so we know and understand what you went through and stuff.
Okay, so at the very start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about like 2 months ago.
Okay.
Is when we first really started talking.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my other brother is also.
Your brother?
Yeah, who's he has to do with me.
And what's his name?
Robert.
Robert? Okay. And how old is he?
18.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
A couple months ago, I think actually this year we started talking about voodoo and rampage and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't take it seriously at first, but then he started buying like a body armor and stuff.
Where did he buy body armor from?
eBay and Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, legal.
Does he have a job?
He did at Mike Tech. He quit this ago. And basically, it just kept escalating. He kept getting ruined, and he asked if I wanted any, and I said yes. So he got me my own set.
Okay.
And then about a month, about like June 30th, is when he came to me and said he found out that he can legally buy guns without permit in Oklahoma. That he could.
Okay.
And that's when he started planning. And
Did you? Now you said he bought body armor, but you kind of said like a bunch of stuff. Did he buy? What else did he buy besides body armor?
Besides body armor, knives, and he was in the middle of buying guns and ammunition.
I see. Okay. Where did he buy the knives from?
eBay too.
Okay. Can you tell me like how many knives or what they looked like or anything like that?
I think he had about 3 normal knives and then 1 small kitten packs.
Okay. And then the guns. Where did he start buying guns from?
He bought them online. I think the website's like Bud's Gun Shop, and he bought 2 Glocks, 2 Glock 41s, and a shotgun. I forget, it's like a Moss food, I think. Bought the Glocks off of the website called Bud's Gun Shop, I think.
Okay.
And he bought the Moss food off of the official website, and then had them shipped to like Yokohama gun club. So they're actually right now waiting for him.
So they were shipped to
a gun shop
here in Broken Arrow?
Yep.
Okay.
And
where is that gun shop, do you know?
he said 7 miles away. He was planning on biking up.
Okay.
It's like and I think it's to get mall. It's like Yokohama gun shop.
Okay.
Or something. And then he bought, I think it was like 250 shotgun rounds.
Okay.
On eBay. Not eBay, but
on some website.
Then I think he bought close to 1,000 rounds for the Glocks.
Wow. Okay.
And
but he's still. Oh, so he was supposed to have to pick those up.
Yeah, he was supposed to pick them up today.
And where was he supposed to pick those?
The ammunition, it was being shipped to the house. The guns with the now gun shop.
Okay. Do you know what his eBay user was? No. Okay. I just didn't know if you'd ever been on eBay and shopped or anything.
I used to a long time ago, not like, not with this stuff.
Right.
So then, so he was buying weapons because you guys had talked about murdering.
Yeah, and he started planning again.
Okay.
And I went along with it because I just figured the way I thought I would want to do it. I very quickly knew tonight, but I didn't.
Okay. That you didn't want to do it?
I don't want to do it. I didn't, just because I didn't kill anyone.
Okay.
I stabbed someone.
Who did you stab?
My younger brother, Christopher.
Christopher. How old is Christopher?
9, I think.
What did you stab him with?
My knife.
What's your knife look like?
It's green, kind of like camouflage on it.
On where your hand goes or where the blade is? It's camouflage?
Yeah, it's all camouflage.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah.
How big is it? Show me how big it is.
I think it's about this big.
Okay. So what was Christopher doing when you stabbed him?
He was laying on the bathroom floor. Robert was also stabbing him. Robert asked me to go over and help him. So I stabbed Christopher and then...
Where did you stab him?
Center of the neck.
Really? Okay. You okay?
Yeah.
You okay? Let me know if you need a break or anything, okay? So, was Christopher still alive when you stabbed him?
Yes.
What was he saying and doing?
He was just screaming.
Did you say he was in the bathroom?
Yeah, I was next to the toilet with that bathroom.
Who else was in the bathroom?
I think Victoria might have been in there. About
Victoria?
Yeah, my 4-year-old sister.
4-year-old, okay. I want to talk about that more, but we got to try to kind of stay like chronologically, if you know what I mean. So let's go back real quick. We talked about the ammunition being delivered, making plans. Tell me more about making plans and what you guys talked about.
Making plans, we plotted every night, and I studied as we were actually going to do this on the second night, and so I started getting ready.
When was that? You second night? What do you mean?
July 1st.
Okay.
Because we started June 30th.
That's when you started making the plan?
Yeah, that's when we found out you could buy guns legally.
I see. Did you guys make drawings or write things down? Or
I think he had a journal. He basically writing his ideas down. I think it's under his bed.
Under his
I
bed?
haven't checked out.
Is it like a journal, like a notepad, or like
Yeah,
a book?
it's like a blank book.
Okay.
A black book. I think it's like a little case or something.
So you think he wrote stuff in there?
Yeah, I think he was planning it
Huh. So then the second day you said that's when you realized that it might actually happen?
Yeah.
What made you realize that?
How serious he was. I mean, he was going through. He started planning on taking all of his money out of his bank and throwing away all of his stuff. So
Why did he want to do it?
To kill people.
Yeah.
Well, mainly 2 reasons. I think it's because he just he says he hates everyone. He thinks society is pointless, and so he wanted to kill people.
Now,
And also he wanted to beat the kill amount of other famous people like Columbine and James Deacon Holmes.
Okay. Did you kind of feel that way too, like when you guys were talking earlier,
Yeah.
do you have a problem with society too, you think?
No, I just...
Or you were just more like the number of people getting killed was kind of interesting and exciting?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you mentioned a couple names are those like serial killers or something?
What, like Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine and James Deacon Holmes. James Deacon Holmes is a guy that shot up the theater.
In Colorado?
Yeah, he killed 12 and...
Wow. How many were killed in Columbine?
Columbine? I don't know, 15.
Okay.
I think.
So did you guys have a goal? Did you have a number?
He just wanted, I think he wanted to kill 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so as the planning goes, tell me what plans you started making and coming up with.
Well, originally, I think kind of stayed steady throughout the month. We wanted to kill everyone at the house first.
Okay.
And then wait for all the packages to show up over the weekend. And then we take the Yukon and we get out of our state with the guns and start.
Okay.
Start rampaging.
Did you know where you were going to drive to?
Towards Washington.
Washington State or DC?
Washington State.
Washington State. Why would you go to Washington State?
Just
Never
kind of,
been
it's
there?
just kind of the direction you
And you said Yukon. Do your parents have like a Yukon? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a large Yukon XL.
Does Robert have a driver's license?
He has a motor school.
Okay. So he would be able to drive it. Can you drive if you had to?
No.
Well, you can play video games. Surely you can drive a car. Just not very well. I mean, you could get it from point A to B. You might hit some things on the way, but okay. So you had your plan. So what happened after? I mean, tell me some more.
Well, I think everything started falling in place. So
Kleenex right there for your thumb. Yeah, Kleenex right there.
There we go.
Full.
Or maybe it's from your finger. I don't know. Yeah.
But back a week before is when I started throwing away useless stuff.
Okay.
That I need, and so did he.
Did you guys give things away to friends or anything like that? Or
Threw it in the trash. I'm sure a lot of it's still in the barrels in the garage.
In the garage?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff did you throw away?
Random stuff, toys, stuff that was just piled up in my closet, and he had the room to put the body armor.
Oh, I see.
Old shoes, clothes.
Did you have, how long have you had the body armor?
Body armor? Robert's had his probably since it started ago, and we've been buying it. Well, he's been buying it.
And
Oh,
was it shipped to the house?
Yeah.
Do your parents know? I mean, did they know it?
They knew he had bulletproof vests. They always thought that was a little wild, but they didn't say anything about it.
Did he have anything else like the gear that the guys wear, helmets or goggles or gloves?
He had a soft Kevlar vest, a heavy, I don't know, it's like a metal plated vest,
Okay.
level 3A and a level 3A. He had a helmet, bulletproof helmet, a bulletproof DEA mask, and Legos.
Wow.
Also like a knife-proof
arm thing.
Yeah, knife and bullet leather.
Okay.
So yeah, it's
And then the body armor that you had, what was it like?
it was almost identical.
Okay.
Just a couple of different models and stuff.
And where is your body armor now?
All my vests and my helmets, it was laying in the woods. The dog pulled it off of me.
Oh,
I was wearing it.
Oh, you were wearing it?
Yeah, I was wearing the vest and the plate carrier and helmet. So I took that, and the rest of my body armor is still in the closet.
Okay. So then kind of what happened is, I mean, you guys started getting all that stuff together and
Yeah.
throwing things away. And
Yeah, and redoing all the packages and the holsters, armors, all that stuff was going to get from Amazon. And so we set a date.
So was the plan to use the knives at first on the family?
Use the knives.
Because the guns weren't going to be here till later on?
Yeah, and the guns would be too loud.
Oh, I see.
So go ahead and use the knives on the family, which obviously did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
No, I just sort of nobody saw it why not. Like, we didn't put more people. I didn't.
Yeah. Did, so then you picked a date, you said?
Yeah, which was yesterday night. That was the date.
Did you pick a time and everything?
Yep, yeah, midnight when everyone was in bed except for Mom.
So how did you guys know? He just came and got you, or you got him, or what did you guys do?
We were hanging out in our bedroom waiting.
Okay, and so
How'd you pick the date?
It involved with the packages and stuff that we have. Because, all the ammunition, he didn't want them to see that. So we killed him the day before the ammunition would get out, the day after we would leave.
Do you guys not like your mom and dad? I mean, are they, I mean, most teenagers don't like their parents, so I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, Mom was okay, but Dad was a little bit,
Just a little bit too much. So, you guys waiting in the room, and was it right when midnight, and that's when things started?
Right at midnight, my sister, she came in, because she was getting to go to bed, she came in to tell us.
How old is
13.
Okay.
She came in to tell us that Mom wanted us to get the kitchen done before we went to bed and put the cats up. And it's basically, we did what we planned. I got to my desk, and I had to look at something to this guy to roll up, but went up behind her, grabbed her, and slipped with you.
Really? What did he use?
His large red knife.
Okay. A large red knife?
Yeah, it's like mine.
How big is it?
It's like mine, only red. It's about
Oh, I see.
that big. And then she fell to the ground screaming. Mom and Dad, Mom came in first, and then
Is she room upstairs or side? I don't know. I haven't been in the house, so I don't know.
Her room is downstairs. It's towards the back of the
Okay.
house.
And so she fell down and started screaming.
Yeah, well, I kept stabbing her. I kind of freaked out because,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't funny.
Were you saying anything, or, I mean?
I just stood there.
Okay.
And then Mom came in yelling, called the police. And then he went over and stabbed her.
Then he stabbed her?
Yeah, he probably stabbed her, pushed her, flipped down the hallway, and got up and ran.
Okay.
She ran out the door.
Okay, so she sat down at your desk, and he slit her throat, you said?
Well, she was standing at my desk and
Oh, I
came up
see.
behind and slit her throat, and then she fell down screaming.
And then he stabbed her some more? When he was stabbing her some more, where was he stabbing her?
Her neck.
Oh, her neck.
Her neck and stomach.
Stomach, okay.
And then my mom came in and she started yelling, called the police, get Dad. And then he came over and started attacking her. He actually got up and ran out the front door.
Wow.
And once Mom was on the ground, he got up and started chasing after her.
And what were you doing? Did you come out in the hallway?
No, I was just standing in the room in the process. I don't know what I was doing.
So he stabbed your mom with the same knife?
Yep, same knife.
And where did he stab her?
I think in the neck too.
Okay.
And no, actually, he stabbed her in the neck, pushed her into the kitchen, and then together. So with her, she started screaming and ran into the family room. At the same time, he realized about the house.
Okay.
I went over and disabled the alarm.
Okay.
That's what I did. And then
Where's the pad for your alarm?
It's not the front door.
It's what?
It's near the front door.
Near the front door?
Yeah, and so I went over and disabled the alarm so it wouldn't,
But has she already gone outside?
She went outside and then Robert went after her.
So where did she?
She was laying the driveway and he to go her back from, the bench, if you don't know it, and started choking her.
On the bench out front?
Yeah, it was like a little bench, and he threw the bench on her and went back inside to go after the little kids.
Did he bring her in, or did she stay out there?
She stayed out there until he asked me to bring her in. I ran out. I had to go her inside. That's why she's in the interview. I had to go her inside.
Oh, you brought her back in.
Yeah,
Was she still alive?
Yeah, she was still screaming. And then at about the time, Dad came down.
Okay.
Because his bedroom's upstairs. And he went back in the boys' area where Robert was. The boys' area, that's what they call it, a room. They started attacking Dad. They got a little bit of a fight. But then eventually, Robert got him down and I think he killed him.
Did he cut his throat too? Where did that happen?
In our room.
In your room?
Yep.
And where were you?
I was standing in the hallway.
Okay. So did you see him cut your dad's throat? Yeah. Did he stab him other places too?
I don't know. I think he just went with the throat.
And where was she? Was in the entryway?
Yeah, she was. I think she was in the entryway at that time. And then he went in, and Daniel was in his room, which is down the hall. And I was like, let me.
How old's Daniel?
I think he's 12.
Okay.
And I was like, let me in, and he let me in. He was sitting on the phone with the police. I grabbed the phone, which is my phone. He got my phone. And then I ran into the kitchen and I smashed the underground.
Which was your phone?
Yeah, it was my phone.
Oh. I don't have a cell phone anymore.
And then I went back down, and and Daniel and Christopher locked himself in the bathroom. Daniel locked himself in Dad's office.
Okay.
And then I finally got both of them to open the door because they thought I wanted in there.
But they were in different rooms?
Yeah, Dad had 2 children. Right?
Oh, I see.
And then Robert went in and stabbed him. They went in and stabbed Christopher. That's when I stabbed Christopher.
So when he stabbed Daniel, where did he stab Daniel?
I think he shanked him in the neck, and then Daniel ran off, and so he went in and started attacking Christopher.
So Daniel got stabbed in the neck and ran off?
Yeah.
Where did he run to?
He ran into the family room about Mom. Mom ended up, she was laying on the ground going, call 911.
Okay. And he stopped in there?
Yeah, he collapsed in there, and then Robert came in and started stabbing him in the chest.
Oh, I see. And then who's the youngest, the 4-year-old?
The 4-year-old, I don't know what happened with her. I hope she's alive, right?
I'm sorry, maybe I messed up. The one that you stabbed, who was that?
Christopher.
Christopher, that's
He's
what I'm
8-year-old, I think.
He's 8. And he was in the bathroom?
Yep.
So Daniel had got stabbed in the neck, ran out to where your mom was.
Yeah.
Robert followed him, stabbed him some more.
Yeah, after we stabbed Christopher in the bathroom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then basically after that, everyone was pretty much dead. We forgot about all.
Who was dead?
Everyone, I think.
Okay.
Looks like they were dead, except for she was laying in the interview screaming. Then there was a knock at the door.
Okay.
Someone knocked at the door. I think that might be the neighbor because the police wouldn't have been there yet. And then they just kept knocking on the door. So we turned around. I grabbed on, put my soft vest and heavy vest on. I was carrying the plates. I put my helmet on. And then we went out the back door of Dad's office, climbed over the fence, went down into the park, and started cutting through the woods.
Okay.
We both collapsed. Like we started screaming, we were just sitting there, and they found us.
That's how you got kind of dirty and stuff, dirt on you. So you guys collapsed, Or were you just kind of hiding out?
Yeah, we were just laying in a little ditch thing in the woods, and then we saw the light and we laid down, and the dog came over.
Did you hear the dog coming?
Mm-hmm. I heard them coming, I saw them coming, and then they started yelling, put your hands up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I stepped on my head and handcuffed me.
Okay.
Can you kind of, okay, I'm a little bit lost, I think because there's too many people in this house. There's you, there's Robert.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 16, he's 18. Then who's next?
Yeah, she's the third oldest. She was the first one.
Okay. And then Daniel,
And then Christopher.
then Christopher,
And then Victoria.
Victoria.
And then-
She's 4.
Yeah, Victoria's one.
Okay, and what's mom's name?
April.
April?
April have unmarried maiden name, I think you call it. It's Sharp.
Sharp?
Yeah.
Okay. And Victoria's 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's dad's name?
David.
David? Okay.
David.
And then, are there any other kids? How many kids is that? That's...
Then there was, she's a baby, she's about to turn 2 toddler. She was up in her bed.
Okay.
I think he forgot about her. And I think she stayed asleep until the police came. I saw them get her out, so she's okay.
So you saw them carrying her out?
Yeah, I was in the car.
Was that the plan, was to kill her too, though?
He was one kept like one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when y'all got done at the house, where were you going to go?
We were going to hang out there for at least the day. We were going to get the bodies in a room or something, maybe the attic. Clean up and then wait for the ammunition, go pick up the guns, and then we'll leave the next day.
Where were you going to go? I mean, where was going to be your master plan to get the most people, the most bang for your buck?
We were just heading generally towards Washington State. We were going to do it statewide.
Did you guys have, like were you going to go, I mean, who else were you going to kill? Just whoever you ran into?
Yeah, pretty much. He said 5 at a time, like gas stations, restaurants.
Okay, and then just keep going.
Yep.
Did he have some money saved up or something?
Yeah, he had about 480 after buying all the ongoing weapons. Plus,
You still have that?
Yeah, plus 100 I had.
Oh, okay. So we talked a lot about your plans in the beginning, because here's what I don't understand is, as you and Robert are kind of planning things out, I mean, because you seem like a really smart kid, and that you kind of, I mean, it seems like you had some pretty detailed plans. You guys had good equipment and weapons, and it seems to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I would think that as you guys plan this out, you had maybe more specific plans, like Robert was going to kill this person, and you were going to kill. So who were you supposed to kill?
I was supposed to take my pistol crossbow. He was supposed to shank his soul. She was supposed to die quietly. Yeah, she was going to be the first one, she was. And then Robert would go in, slit Mom's field, push her over with him, and both go in and kill Victoria.
Because it was supposed to be like quiet. Right?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like that. And then I would go upstairs and shoot David, Dad, and the guy with my pistol crossbow, which would kill him. And then Robert would go over and kill him.
Okay.
So did you use your crossbow at all?
No. The only time I ever heard anybody was when I stabbed Christopher in the neck.
Did Robert use your crossbow?
No, it's just saying all the time.
Where is your crossbow?
I think it's on my bed still, unless they collected it.
So did you have it out ready to go, and then it just kind of didn't go as planned?
Yeah, no, nothing was planned.
Yeah. I think we talked about it, but did Robert, you said he had a knife that was just like yours, but it was red.
Yeah.
Did he ever use another knife on anybody else or anything?
I don't think he did. I mean, he had another small surgical blade knife.
Yeah.
It's not like 4 inches. He said he was going to use it, but
Where was that?
in his pocket. He had 3 knives. A large, about 15-inch black one.
Like a machete kind of thing?
Yeah, kind of like a K-bar knife.
Okay.
And
Where was that, the big one?
It was standing on his belt.
Okay.
And then one he used, the toilet red one. And then the small surgical blade.
Okay.
She had in her pocket.
So, who all died? Who do you know died for sure? Like, what's the count? How do we know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who do you think died?
Dad, Mom, Daniel. That's not all I know because I saw them.
And Daniel's the one that you stabbed?
No, Christopher's one I stabbed. Daniel's the one he went in and
That's
stabbed him in the lungs.
And he was in the living room
with Mom.
And Christopher, you stabbed him in the neck.
Yeah, he was in the bath, you know.
So was he still making noise when you left, or how did that go?
Yeah, he was still yelling when I left. I don't know if I killed him. I think he might have been alive because later I came back and the door was shut and locked. I tried to kick it down.
Okay.
Just one of those holes in that door.
So.
You kicked it down?
I didn't kick it down.
Okay. Who did?
I tried to. Nobody kicked it down.
Oh.
It stayed intact. I don't know what's in there, if he's still alive.
Did you, because here's what I'm seeing happen. You know, you guys had all these detailed plans. You had all the cool stuff to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it kind of started falling apart. And you said, like, it didn't go as planned. Did you kind of just freak out a little bit? Like,
Yeah,
what's really happening?
Well, I didn't know it was going to like.
Yeah, you don't. But here's what's getting me is like, it's crazy because you guys worked together and made all these plans and, you know, had it all figured out. And then when it happens, you're just kind of standing there not doing anything. And did you decide like, Robert's going to kill everybody and I'm going to stand here and do nothing, so I better, did you,
I think that was my plan. I didn't want to kill anyone. I couldn't do it. So I was going to let him, like, kill everyone.
Yeah, but you stabbed somebody in the neck.
No, I just kind of.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not Robert's the one that should get all the credit here. Because it's a big deal. You're going to be on the news. You know what I mean?
People are going to want to interview you.
I don't want to be interviewed. I want to move this.
Well, but I'm just thinking.
He does.
Because you had said you had the plans, like, you're supposed to kill this person.
Yep.
He's supposed to kill this person. Were you supposed to kill Christopher? Was he your responsibility?
No.
It just worked out that way?
Christopher and Daniel was supposed to be his responsibility. I was only supposed to kill Dad. And Victoria, hold Victoria.
But he had already basically done that.
Yeah.
So now you're left standing there. So were you trying to kill Christopher when you stabbed him in the neck? Were you just gonna?
I purposely missed the middle of the neck. I think I might have even hit him in the shoulder. I certainly didn't do it hard, but I don't know.
So, originally, your responsibility was Victoria
And Dad.
and Dad.
Yep, that's what I was supposed to take care of.
Did you guys talk specifically? Because you said the crossbow. So you said, you guys had it planned like this is specifically how we're going to do it.
Yeah, it was very specific, unfortunately, you know. I think he got his plan to move or something. It doesn't work out that way.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be a lot quicker and quieter, I guess. Did you, so had your cell phone, is that right?
Daniel had my cell phone.
Daniel.
They got my cell phone and called the police.
So when did you last have your cell phone that you remember?
I remember, I think it was in my pocket. Like either that or I was sitting on the living room couch.
Okay.
And I don't know when he got it.
So you had maybe left it on the living room couch and gone to your room, and you guys are waiting for things to go down.
Okay, ready.
Did he ever use your phone or play with it or do any of that stuff?
No, he wasn't allowed to.
So did he only get your phone because he was trying to call for help?
Yep.
So you think he went to the living room and got it?
Yeah, I think he did because Mom was laying in the living room. yelling, screaming, call the police.
And so somehow he came down the hall?
Yeah, I don't know, he might have got in my room when I was outside. I was doing nothing alone.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was.
Do you know what alarm company your alarm's through?
We never actually, it's just the alarm, the sound itself.
Just the sign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just the sign, I think it's ADT, whatever.
And are there cameras or anything in your house?
Yeah.
Where do those record to?
Hallways, living rooms, another hallway, and crib.
Is it go to a computer or something somewhere?
I don't think it was being recorded, no. Just live.
Do you not have, so is there a TV where you can watch it somewhere?
Yeah, my dad watches it on his phone. He has an app.
Okay. Is that through like the cable company or something? Or?
No, I think it's something he set up, like his own server or something.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's being recorded?
I don't know if it was being recorded. I mean, his computer system's like, super hard to get into.
Oh, but is it like a good computer system?
It's a good computer system.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a database engineer or something. So.
Oh, that's right. So as all this was going on, what was Robert saying? Did he say anything to you?
He didn't say anything to me until that we were getting ready to head out the back door. I asked him if he was okay, what was going on. He said, yeah.
Okay. So you guys were just kind of silent the whole time?
Yeah, I was silent.
Did you cut your finger? Is that your other hand? Is that?
I think I might did. I think I might have done this just kind of stab Christopher.
Okay. So that might be from your own knife, is what you think?
Yeah, it's my knife.
Are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Right-handed. And so how do you think you cut your finger?
I was kind of.
Were you holding him?
No, he was on the floor, but
You
I like to give something.
You don't remember?
I cut it with my own knife. I know that.
And it was, you think it was during the time when you were stabbing him?
Yeah, around that time.
Did you say anything to Christopher?
Honestly.
No. So you stabbed him. Now it's several hours later. How are you feeling?
This whole thing, like film when you first stabbed to getting caught, I think it only lasted about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was like, because it's 8 o'clock in the morning now. So it's like 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
So how do you feel now? I mean, just kind of.
I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
So you were saying you pleaded with, I guess, when they were locked in the bathroom, and what other room were they locked in?
The bathroom, and then right next to it is my dad's office. Dan locked himself in his office.
Is it just one door to get into the bathroom and the office?
No, they're right. 2 doors right next to each other.
Right next, like this?
Like, like this.
In the corner,
yeah.
kind of.
And I was like, I said, hello, Robert's after me, and they both opened up.
And which room did you go in?
I went into the bathroom, just, I stabbed Christopher.
Okay. But and then what did Robert go?
Robert went into the office where Daniel was, stabbed him. Daniel ran off, and they came into the bathroom and started stabbing Christopher. I left. And,
Okay.
So, I guess where I'm kind of confused is if you didn't want this anymore, you didn't want this to go down this way, why climbing into opening the doors and letting this continue?
I was trying to help Robert. Because,
And so when you guys ran out the back door with all your stuff, and of course that wasn't part of the plan, did you guys talk and like, hey, we need to go this way, and now it's high?
I think we pretty much knew where to go.
Okay.
And I just kept asking if he was okay, because, we acted like he was about to, collapse.
Okay. Because you guys have been through those woods before?
Yeah, we used to play them.
Okay.
So we knew where to go.
And you said someone had knocked at the door.
Yeah, that's why we didn't go through the fence when we get in the vehicle.
Okay.
Because someone else had to do.
And you said maybe that was a neighbor.
I think it was a neighbor.
But did you also think, is it the police?
I know if it was the police, they would have gotten into the door because was lying right there in the view of the window screening.
What was, when did you realize the police were there?
When we were in the woods.
Okay. And how did you know the
We
police?
heard the sirens, and we said then a couple minutes later we saw the lights.
And they heard a dog? Was the dog barking or growling or something?
It was growling.
Yeah.
Pulled me up.
Okay. So at the point when you heard the sirens and stuff, were you guys kind of hiding and hunkered
Yeah,
down?
we had been sitting down.
Hoping they wouldn't find you?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the ditch.
So did you guys tell anybody else your plans?
I didn't. I didn't tell anyone else. Rob was talking to people online about it.
So how many computers are in this house?
Computers. I think everyone has at least one computer on those like 3 Chromebooks, which Daniel, Perry, and Christopher use. I have 2 laptops. They use for game design. Robert also has 2 laptops and type. Has a tablet laptop thing.
Where are your 2 laptops?
You know, Robert's is in his closet, mine is on the desk.
Do you guys share a room?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have 2. Do you use both of them, or one's an old one and
One's an old one.
So you don't really use that?
No, I was going to take the photographs and stuff out.
I see. And your newer one's on the desk?
Yeah, next to the old one.
And then Robert has 2, but he has an old and new one?
Yeah, same things. I have a old compact, he has an old compact.
Okay. What's your new one?
Gateway.
And then what's Robert's new one?
Also a Gateway laptop, same model.
And where is his new one?
In the closet, I think, with his old one. Mine's on the desk with my old one.
Okay.
We were going to plan on, taking photographs out.
To take them with you or something?
Oh,
has an old one.
Yeah, we were going to keep
Yeah.
keep them on the way.
Do you, does your laptop have like a passcode or password on it or something?
Yeah, I can tell you the password.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. What is it?
Once I graduated high school, I changed it to hashtag 2014, capital G, grad.
Capital G.
Yeah, grad.
Grad. G-R-A-D.
Yeah.
And then G is capital.
Hashtag 2014.
I see.
Do you know the password on Robert's?
No.
And so is your, I may have asked you already, where's your knife now? Do you know? Or where's
My
the
knife,
knife?
all my 3 knives are in my pocket. Were in my pocket.
When you got caught? Okay. So here's a problem that we might have, and I don't want it to be an issue for you because you've been really cooperative. We're going to talk to Robert too. So he's going to give us his version of the story, and sometimes they're going to be different. So is there anything that you kind of didn't quite tell me right, or you changed a little bit, and now that you understand that Robert's going to tell me everything?
He'll probably tell you that he'll forgive them, because that's what I told him, when we were sitting out in the woods, to make conversation. But, forensics will show you how they said Christopher.
What 3?
What do you mean you told him? So you told him you killed 3 people?
Yeah, I told him, because he asked me how many did you get. I said 3.
Did you tell him who you got?
No, I just said 3.
So do you, I guess this is my question for you. Do you think it's a lesser sentence if you killed 1 or if you killed 3?
No.
I don't know. I think Robert, he may have, there's going to be a lot of differences. That's what I'm concerned about. And we don't want you to come off as a liar. Because you've been real cooperative. You seem like a really good kid. You graduated high school early. You're designing games. There's all kinds of stuff you got going on. And so I don't want people to get a bad opinion of you and think that you're the type of guy that lies to police when he's kind of caught. You know what I mean? Tell me, I know that you're leaving something out. Because it's like she said, this isn't like you stole a bicycle. This is the most you can do. So it's a big deal. But a lot of people, when they talk and think about this thing, your honesty is a big deal, and how you handle yourself from here on out. And if you come off, because to me you don't seem like a bad guy. Like you don't scare me. I never thought you would have done this. So you just seem like a normal kid to me, and you seem like an honest kid. But see, I talk to people all the time, and I know when people are lying, or when I'm not quite getting the whole story. And so I just want to catch you before you get in that bad spot where people start saying you're a bad guy, you're evil, you're a liar. So just tell me what I'm missing.
Along with the do thing, I was going around to convincing the people who were still alive that I was on their side. I called the police, so they would stay and Robert could get them.
So they kind of stay on the ground, and he'd be able to come stab him again.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to go get Robert to let him know someone was still making too much noise or anything?
No, it was chaotic. He was just going from person to person.
So what kind of things did you say to them?
But the only things I said to them was when I was trying to convince them that I was with them, so they would, come to me and could kill them.
Okay. And that's all you think that he might tell me different? Is he going to lie to me?
I don't know. I don't think he would lie, because I'm pretty sure the only reason he's he let himself get arrested and so getting a major shootout and dying from the police is because he went to see the aftermath. So I don't know his responsibility.
Oh, I see. So you think he may kind of just tell us what happened too? Okay. Did you guys talk about being on the news and getting to see each other on TV and stuff?
Yeah.
What kind of things did you say and talk about?
Mostly about how we were planning on killing more people.
Yeah.
And we would become famous. We get on Wikipedia lists.
Oh, okay.
People.
That'd be a big deal, yeah. Do you think they might even make a movie or something, or a TV show?
I don't know about a movie or TV show, but...
Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah, definitely documentaries and stuff. He just wanted to be famous.
What did you want?
Me?
Mm-hmm. You keep talking about what he wanted. What did you want?
No, I just want to get my lawyers for me. Get a job.
But your big brother's telling me he wants to be famous, and you guys are making these plans. Surely you want some of that fame too, right?
Yeah, I do want to do it with him, because he's going to do it no matter what. He says if I don't do it with him, they'll just kill me too, or leave me there. So do it with him.
Yeah.
So y'all have been planning this since 30th of June, you said?
Yeah.
That's the first time y'all talked about it?
Well, not the first time we talked about voting. He bought us a light vest. He always said he would come out. I think he'd never do it.
Yeah.
You need anything? We're going to step out for just a second. Crap.
We'll just be right outside, all right? Well, I was right. The guys that are interviewing Robert kind of gave me a quick version of what he's saying that you did, and you haven't told me everything. Okay, so I know you're not being completely honest, and I gave you one shot already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you might said. I mean,
Well, you stabbed more than one person. So who else did you stab? Or you stabbed more than just one time?
Oh, I stabbed Christopher more than one time.
How many times did you stab him?
I think twice.
Because you don't think we're going to know that?
Stop thinking and go with what you know.
You mentioned forensics a minute ago.
I know.
I mean, I'm just one of like hundreds of people that are going to look at this thing. Okay. I mean, we got the state police coming in. There's, I don't know, 20 different forensic detectives at your house right now.
They're going to be there a long time because of the scene that it is.
So everybody that you killed and every single stab wound that you inflicted, we're going to know about. And this is your last chance to just kind of let us know, to be honest, to man up and tell us exactly what you did and start making it right.
I hit Christopher. I not stabbed Victoria with Daniel.
You did not stab Victoria.
I tried to stab her.
You stabbed them all.
When she was walking away, I tried to go for the neck, but
Is that when you cut yourself then?
yeah, I think after that.
Where did you stab her?
I tried to go from behind it, cut her whole body.
Did you cut her?
I think so, yeah.
It doesn't seem like something you have to think about. I know you're still kind of dealing with it. And I wasn't there, I wasn't the one doing it, but you don't have to think about it. You know what you did. So you cut her neck, you stabbed Christopher in the neck. How many times did you stab Christopher?
2 or 3, I think.
And who else did you stab?
Besides Mom.
Because here's the thing, everybody's been stabbed, and you both had knives, and we know you both stabbed everybody. So you guys are kind of at the same level, and so now it's who's going to be honest and make this right, and who's a liar? Okay, which one do you want to be?
I'm not.
Okay, so you're a man of your word?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to make this right and do the right thing at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What else are you missing?
You want to start over then?
From like,
You tell us where you need to start.
he stabbed. I didn't stab. I was stabbed through a window. So,
What about the crossbow?
the crossbow, yeah. It was pulled back, like it didn't have a bolt or arrow or anything. I tried to fire it and broke.
It broke?
Yeah, I never that's when I use it. It's broke. It's cheap.
So it broke before last night.
It broke and I tried to guide fire because I wasn't able to do anything in here. I just need to uncock it. It's like when I threw around the apple to get going this thing, yeah.
And that was a while ago, or that was last night?
Oh, that was last night.
Because you were supposed to use it.
I was supposed to use it. I was caught back and I wasn't going to use it, so I tried to, cock it and look.
So nobody's going to have any crossbow injuries.
No, they're not.
What about the big knife, the machete? Did that get used on somebody?
I think he might have used it on Daniel. I think that's what he might have used to stab him in the chest.
And what about the surgical blade knife?
I think that's what someone's through with, too. So yeah, I think he used all of them. I only used one. I used the green one.
You only used the green one, and you're sticking to that.
Yes.
And so you only stabbed your family because they were in the way? Towards the bigger plan?
Well, the reason we was trying to kill family is they were in the way and higher count.
Just to start off with a big count.
So is this all a game? I mean, this higher count, how can you, is this a game?
It's like trying to become famous and get, set a record.
Did you, now, because you said this yourself, You told Robert you killed 3.
Yep.
And so now we're stuck at the point where you've told us you stabbed Christopher and your mother. Is there one more person that you stabbed and you didn't mention earlier?
No.
Okay.
I can speak to my mom that I ain't stabbed anybody else, but this is one person.
How do you feel about what you've done now?
I didn't like it the minute it started.
I mean, how do you feel about your mother? I mean, you watched her get stabbed. You cut her throat yourself, and you watched her bleed all over the place and scream. How does that make you feel?
No, I don't think about it.
You don't want to think about it. And Christopher, your little brother. I mean, you stabbed him in the neck. What has he ever done to you? So he's just a number.
Yes.
And how do you feel about that now?
It's pointless.
It's what?
Pointless.
Pointless. Would you be willing to write us a statement kind of explaining what we just talked about?
Yeah.
Kind of start at the beginning.
Like paper? I don't know if I can get that all.
Yeah, pen and paper is what I'm talking about. I got these forms that you can write on. You think you could do that for me?
Sure, like about what?
Well, what I would want you to kind of write down is basically what we talked about.
Okay.
Like kind of talking about the plans that you guys put together, the stuff that you got, that he bought for you, and then what you're going to do, and then what happened last night.
Yeah, like a little timeline.
Yeah, just basically like a timeline. Kind of like your story, like almost you're writing it for a book or a magazine or something. Let me fill out some of this for you first.
So you think the first time he ever talked to you about killing people was how long ago?
First time you ever mentioned killing people, I don't know, it might have been 2013 to 2014.
Okay, so so you're going to put, it says I leave your sign, so you're going to put your name right there for me, so go ahead and write your name there. And then it says and it wants to know how old you are in years.
Okay, like 16.
Yeah, that's good. And then it says, that's fine, we know. You were born on, so put your date of birth right here.
Okay, like,
however, it doesn't matter, however you want to do it.
And the guns were supposed to be picked up from where?
you go get a gun shop. It's down the road, about 7 miles.
And then
On Elm?
Yep.
Put your address there, and you can come to the next line if you need to, if you need room.
And what was the name of that website?
Bud's Gun Shop and the official Mossville website, I think. But,
yeah, perfect. Let's see. So, I'll use this other pen too. So, put my name on here. Okay, so here's what it says. I've been duly warned and advised by Eric Vince, a person who has identified himself as a detective, that I do not have to make any statement at all, nor answer any questions or do anything that might go against me or incriminate me in any manner, and any statement I make will be used against me. I was also advised if I'm not able to hire an attorney, I may request and have an attorney appointed for me by the proper authority without cost or charge to me. I do not want to talk to an attorney, and I hereby knowingly and purposely waive my right to the advice and presence of an attorney before and during any questioning or at any time before or while I voluntarily make the following statement to the aforesaid person, knowing that anything I say can or will be used against me in the court or courts of law. I declare that the following voluntary statement is made to the aforesaid person of my own free will, without promise or hope of reward, without fear or threat of physical harm, without coercion, favor or offer of favor, without leniency by any person or persons, whoever. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. So what you can do is, you can write here, and then if you run out of space, just jump over here and write here. If you run out of space here, let me know. I've got more of these. So just do your best. Don't worry about spelling. If you misspell something, it's not a big deal.
This pen is like.
You're gonna try that one much better. That one seemed kind of crappy too, though. Is that one better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys have any other family that lives here? Like grandparents?
Like in this area?
Anywhere?
I have an uncle and 2 grandmas and various cousins.
Where do your grandmas live?
They're moving out a lot. I think one's in Florida and one's in Springfield.
Do you know their names? Besides just grandma?
I don't really understand.
Do you know either of their phone numbers?
I'm sure it'd be in contacts of the phone.
Okay. And is she the one in Springfield or?
She's the one in Florida.
Florida?
If she's still in Florida, she might be in Kansas with my aunt.
Okay. What's the aunt in Kansas's name? Okay. So, does anybody live local?
Yeah, my uncle.
What's your uncle's name?
I think he lives taking Broken Arrow or beyond that.
Okay.
Gotta find his address.
Oh, uh-oh. Your uncle, do you know about where he lives?
Not that much neighborhood. It's like,
Is it like up north from y'all? Like maybe 31st Street, 24th Street, 24th and 145th?
I don't remember. I'd have to find the address. These,
About how much more in your statement you got?
I don't know, about halfway through.
Okay. That's what I was trying to tell you. Okay. I'm texting, tell them to stay outside. Okay, that's fine. And how are we supposed to swap? Yes, sir. You need a bottle of water?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah.
everybody knows he's right and good, so you know what I mean? What's that? The right things and the wrong things to do in the world. Yeah. There is certain things you gotta start doing. I just know my mom and dad aren't too late. Just here. Why this world? Why? Why didn't we see it coming before and lower? But you know what? That's the question that always been asked many times. The world keeps going. Hey, what do you guys look at? Did you just turn on or? do. Is there anywhere you can keep taking them? I have to talk to these guys about doing that. Still trying to find out all stuff, but, me too. I mean, just trying to find out more about the world that I've been living in too. I never knew that I was in this deep when I was looking at the computer screens when I was in Iraq. I never thought it was. Sure. I mean, you can look at, yeah, when you're looking at the screen, it doesn't make sense to you at the time, but then you really realize what's happening, Yeah. Like, it's astonishing, what? Exactly. What? Right. Well, since they have you in this building, and we'll talk about the government, the government wants me to read constitutional rights because you have all the protections, and also I'll read those to you, and then we can talk. Well, the Constitution cares. Yeah. Let me just read that, and we'll go from there. And, you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. You understand all your rights. I go around and talk to people a lot, and I never knew counseling was more, counseling between men and women needed to be more heavy in the world than it did. But when you're surrounded on all fronts where you began, you can't just start in one place, Right. You understand those rights that they were talking about, right? Well, I've been living with somebody with their hand on my ass my whole life. Yeah. I'm not okay with that. That's not right. Somebody doing that to you. It's so sad how it had to happen and stuff, and how it did happen. Yeah, it's, I just wish it would stop, There's never world councils that can speak about this. There has to be to keep people accountable. Yeah. Right. Evidently, You're right. For stuff like this that people that you can't walk on the ground with because they never walked on the same ground with you, you know what I mean? Right. Well, I want you to know, I work for the Texas Rangers, and what we do is we investigate major crimes, homicides. We have all the resources that we utilize to look into those kinds of cases. You understand what I'm saying? Right. And I know what you went through today has been very difficult for you. And I want to talk about what happened. And you can start with when you woke up today and what happened. Well, I keep talking to Chris, I keep talking to Chris in my world. It seems like every time I talk to another man named Chris, I just get sent to another man named Chris. I think about talking to the wolf, to the one in the sky. What? The ones in the sky are the ones that fly, you know what I mean? The pigs in the world. They can truly set a pigs. I've been smelling it this whole time, I'm just tired of everybody's fucking bullshit. I can smell bullshit and pig shit, I can tell the difference between two different kinds of pigs. Shit. I don't know how you can smell your shit. Well, I'm not trying to say nobody's shit stinking, but shit stinking, you know what I mean? exactly happened today after you woke up?
I'm finally getting rest. Peace in my mind, you know? Yeah. Peace of my mind back that I won't ever get back.
Where are you from, Eddie? I mean, I don't know you. Understand that. I don't know where you're from.
I was born right here in this land, in Lancaster, that we're standing in today. Lancaster, Texas. This is where I was born. Well, not born, but this is where I was raised.
And what kind of education do you have?
Just, high school. I went to high school, then I went and joined the Marine Corps. After I got out of high school, it wasn't the streets that I was turning for, it was the streets I was trying to come back to get. You know, our streets have not been straight here in Texas forever. You know what I mean? No town square. I mean, there's towns that are square, and then there's towns that are fixed. There's no real square town. There can be. There can be square towns around America, and there can be crooked towns. Sure. You know.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
I worked as a prison guard, and I worked on the gun, so it's like tit for tat, you know.
Yeah.
Who's saying who's right and who's wrong? You know, nobody wants to admit that they're right. Nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. I'm the only man that can change it.
Yeah.
And that's why they're behind my back right now.
Yeah. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
How did you meet Chris?
Well, he was the one that was protecting the schools, you know, from my mom. You know, my mom, she was a teacher. So, school teacher. No, I finally met the guy. I could tell, you know, I smelled him for what he was worth. I was like,
What's his last name?
He was a Kyle.
Kyle.
Yeah, he was Kyle.
And what's that other guy's name?
I couldn't even remember.
And when was the first time you met the other guy?
First time I ever met either one of them was yesterday. I didn't know who they were or not, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I knew who they were, but I didn't know, you know, who they were.
Okay.
Very evident now who they were, because I'm obviously here on the top side of the world, so,
Yeah.
no.
Well, how did you meet them? Did you meet them at your house, or did
They came and got me in my house, so.
and then where did they take you?
We drove down into the country out there, and then they went and did some shooting sports, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some. You know.
What kind of shooting sports?
Well, I imagine they're headhunters, you know. Trying to hunt everybody down that did them wrong before, you know. I'm not trying to hunt down anybody that did wrong. Are you?
I try to be as reasonable and normal as I can.
I try to be as normal and as reasonable as I can every day. I don't think about it every day. I'm like, I'm pretty damn reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm pretty damn fair.
Right. What happened out there today on shooting sports? What kind of guns?
I was reasonable and fair with the boys, you know. They looked at me in the eyes, and I looked at them in the eyes, and then.
And what happened to them today from your perspective?
That's not what it's about. It's about having the soul that you have in you for yourself. And I still got tons of people that are eating on my soul right now. I haven't even been able to sleep. Until I've been waiting for them to come back and get my soul. Yeah. You know how that feels. I understand. You know? Yeah. I just wish the world wasn't such a soulless place, you know? Sometimes it feels like there's no soul to the soup anymore, anywhere. I feel like I may be writing down books and
Well, tell me what's happening out there. So you know Chris and that other guy.
well, you know, I've seen, you know, evidently the Tommy Dixon party wants to run rampant in America. Tommy Dixon times are earphones, you know. The Reds are already eating up all the Indians. We know that. It's tragedy. The ones that can't eat the Indians that won't, you know. So we're gonna have to have problems about. I can't see the heat. There's got to be a common ground for us to work on at it better, so we can all get better. You know, there's got to be common grounds. The warlords aren't very happy with me. I know that. Everybody knows that in town. I can start making things right. I mean, obviously.
You saw your sister today. And you told her something bad happened, right? What did you tell her?
I told her I had to kill men today. It wasn't a want to or a need. It was a need. I had to get out of that situation I was in today. That may have not known. I was going to be the next one that was going to be up there getting my head shot completely off, you know.
And how many did you have to kill today?
2. I'd much rather put in work, you know, against it, but.
What did you kill them with?
It was a pistol.
What caliber?
It was a 9.
It was a 9. Was this a semi-automatic or revolver?
It was just a semi-automatic.
What brand gun?
It was a SIG. It was a SIG sour, you know.
What did you do with that gun?
Well, still on that truck, that's why I took it, you know, when I pulled back into town, because people feel like they could talk to Jesse or anybody like that. Nobody wanted to talk to me about what was right to do. Everybody wants me to do the right thing, sure, but nobody wants me to pay for it.
Right.
Yeah. I know what's right. Everybody wants me to live for free out on these farms that are high fence and stuff, and just shoot for a living. Well, I mean, I can keep shooting for a living.
How many times did you shoot them today?
A couple few.
A couple few?
A couple few shots were fired.
How close were you to them?
Hell, I was right up close to them. I didn't mean to be so close, but.
Did they know you were going to shoot? They didn't know? Why do you think that?
Because their training wasn't as good. My training's been better, you know, my life.
Who did you shoot first?
The ones that I could identify. tired of playing chess with my life. It's not about playing chess pieces in life. I mean, it is about playing chess pieces in life, obviously. The chess holds the power. Right. Was there a time today you used any drugs? Yeah, I did use some tobacco today. And some other kind of drugs? That's true, right? Pure adrenaline, yes. Yeah. I've been running on pure adrenaline for a couple days now straight. This is one of the first time I've got to feel safe was up here at this police station. Right. With more police around me. Yeah, I was kind of looking at your eyes a little bit constricted. I thought maybe you might have used some methamphetamine or something today. I have not. Oh, you have not? I did not. Okay. Have you used it? That's why I've been having such a hard time sleeping, because I haven't been taking drugs. And I can't sleep at night. Well, who can sleep in that world? The Sandman keeps winning, you know what I mean? I tell what I know is right to get out the front door. Well, it just keep coming back in my ass. 5 minutes more. Yeah, tell them, you know. Yeah. Let me ask you, Eddie, have you ever used methamphetamine before? Never. Drugs are what's bringing us into these wars anyways. I know it is. It's about what drugs can get done the fastest by the quickest drug lords will. It's not about that, it's about getting everybody healthy together, you know. You can eat souls when you're down here, you know, the ones that you're given. But you can never make any more after the true souls are gone, you know. Once all the true souls are gone, you're fucked. About what time did this happen? Maybe out there you got range? I don't know, maybe around 2 o'clock or so. And after you killed them, what did you do next? I fled. I didn't know what else to do. My adrenaline was so high, I didn't know what was right, I didn't know what was wrong. I mean, I know what was right now that I left, you know. Where were the keys to the vehicle you drove away in? You remember? Show me your finger. Well, the keys were in it. You know? Your keys were in it? No, the keys were in it. Oh, the keys were in it. Okay. So it was never really like it was, you know, took it. The keys were already in the truck. It was, yeah, pretty much given to me. So. What did you do with the gun that you had? I mean, did you take it with you into the vehicle and then drive away? That yes. Did you feel bad for doing that? Yes. Yes, sir. You know, what you do today is wrong, right? You understand that? Yes, sir.
happened?
Nothing can keep covering it up forever.
That's the reason you fled, right? Because you knew it was wrong?
Well, I knew that there was certain shit that was wrong about it.
Some of that certain shit was killing him. You knew that was wrong. Right?
Right.
And you knew driving away, taking that truck was wrong. And where did you drive to after that?
Would felt so right, should have just stayed.
Are you asking me, should you have stayed?
Yes.
Shouldn't have done it in the first place. You know, his men, they're heroes.
Right.
You understand that? Ultimate heroes.
Right.
They've been protecting you and me
For a while now.
for a long while.
A lot longer than I was thinking.
Yeah.
I guess I need to be doing more thinking in this town than hurting people.
Right. Was there a bomb, like a drug bomb, in some of your stuff?
Tobacco.
Is that what was in the bomb? Is that true or not? I don't know. You know, you have to be truthful with me if it wasn't. Just be truthful. What was in that bomb?
I imagine there's probably some pot in there too, you know, a little bit of pot.
And what else?
You know, shit you can't trust anything in Texas with weed in it because it's usually laced up, you know, laced up so fucking tight with different drugs.
If yours was laced, what do you think it would have been laced with?
Probably some of that wet or, I don't know, could have been anything.
What do you mean by that? Could have been wet? What?
Could have been any kind of particular drug that was put in the weed, you know.
Where did you get it?
I haven't bought any in a while.
Have you used it today? You have?
Yeah.
And you're being truthful with me?
Yes, sir. I smoked a little bit today.
Okay.
I've been trying to relax. Nothing's been relaxing me. The only thing that was happening to me was pot. You know, that it was growing here and helping me. Now that I've got so many abandonment issues and trust issues here that I don't know what the fuck to think, you know. I've been having these problems in my town since I was growing up, you know, since a boy. I'm trying to fix this shit that's wrong in our country right now.
What did these guys say to you today? When you were with them, what did they tell you?
They didn't really talk to me about much, you know, they were just, you know, talking about how that's what the world is seeing me. I want you to tell me or a mistake. I'm not a mistake. I'm tired of missing out on my life because of this shit. I want you to tell me what these men told you today, these heroes you were with. Tell me what they told you today. Well, they're telling me about, like stuff they've done, stuff they've experienced and stuff. Well, I've already seen that stuff on the other side of the pond. You have? Yeah. When I came back to this one, and it's happening more and more rapid, even more here in Lancaster than anywhere, And how are they helping you today? Who's that? Which men? The men that you killed, how are they helping you today? When they were talking to you? Talking to me pretty shitty about it, Pretty shitty. What did they say? And neither side was being nice about it, Did you do any target practicing today? I did. Tell me about that. Well, I loaded up a 45 and I shot at it. What kind of distance? Wasn't a distance or anything, but it was out there a little ways, It wasn't far. But still hit my mark when I was needing to hit my mark true, Absolutely. What else did you shoot today? Okay. What kind of 45 was it you shot? Did some target practicing with? It was, I guess it was like a revolver. Was that gun used to shoot anyone today? A revolver? No. Alright. What other kinds of guns did you target practice with today? Well, there's a bunch of other ones out there, fully autos out there, and I never shot any of the targets though.
those bunches of other guns you mentioned, did you shoot anything with them? No. I left them for what they were. So we're meant to be here for some purpose. You know? Yeah. Was the other guy named Chad? Yeah. You remember that to be true, right? Yeah. Where did you shoot him? So is there any way I can see my parents yet? Did they make it in yet? I have not heard. Anybody heard about them yet? I haven't. I haven't heard that. You talk out there and see if they've heard from them? Sure. I'd like to see them, see if I can at least hug my mom. One last time, you know. You want to do that because you know what you did wrong today. You shot Chad and Chris, right? Yep. You feel bad about that? What's your dad's birthday? 9/30/87. I gotta get these cuffs off the back of my neck. Before I keep strangling my folks on that stuff. The wall ain't that thick in here. Or heavy. Yeah. You know what I mean? I know what you mean. Is there anything you'd like to say to the families? Yeah, I'm just sorry for what I've done. You know, we can work this out. Okay. You mean that, don't you? I'll be back. How are you doing, Doc?
So I was wondering about my mom and dad, are they in town yet, or?
I will check with Jesse.
Okay.
Probably got past 10 minutes. When he comes back, I'll go up there and check with Jesse and see if he heard how close they are, all the way up.
Did they ever get these branches taken off?
Yeah.
Just like sit down more comfortably?
At this right there, at this time, not like that. I know that you're uncomfortable.
They got loosened a little bit. I was from early. Or, what? Sometimes they do.
I'm on my brother's girlfriend. She wore something they used to stink.
Yeah.
Sometimes she got rude.
He's a terrible boy, man. Get about these boots on for a minute.
This is look like.
Yeah.
Chris, if you don't know anything, know this. I said, if you don't know anything, please know this. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad I am here too.
I'm glad that we're talking to you. I really want to get those demons out your head.
I know you do. I want to go get help for this.
I do.
Okay? I wish I could get you silver bracelet off.
I know, but I can't make that call because although you're a guest in my house, somebody else is pulling strings. have been back at the facility down in Waco. Right. And why he blocked it and let you go down with him. I don't know. tomorrow. They're staying overnight in Abilene. Right. So they're going to see you tomorrow. So that's, to answer your question, took me a while. I had to go find them to get the answers. But I had some things I wanted to clarify with you. The 9mm, the SIG that you said you used to kill him with, is that your personal SIG?
No, that was the other guys.
Okay.
So,
All right. What did they do after you shot them? Can you explain that to me?
they lay there and they weren't breathing anymore. So,
Okay. About what time did that happen?
you know, 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And then you left and you drove to your sister's house? And you talked to your sister and you told her what you did. Was there some other guns in that same vehicle you were in? Did you ask your sister if she wanted to see those guns? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I did.
Why did you want to show her?
Just wanted to see her.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Let me ask you this. You have stated to me that you would like to say you're sorry for what you've done, like to the families. What would you say to them if you had the opportunity to talk to them right now?
I'm telling them I'm so sorry for what I've done, and if I could have done it differently, I'd have done it so much differently. So does these handcuffs are on me?
The clothes that you have on now, where did you get those?
From my home.
What were you wearing today out there when you at the gun range?
So they were in.
That's what you were wearing? You didn't change clothes?
No.
Can you think of anything else you would say? No. Can you think of what that marijuana was laced with? What is wet? What was it with?
Probably some purple words. You know?
No formaldehyde?
It could have been formaldehyde. That's what we've been, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna step out of here and get these guys to be back with you, all right? I told you where your family's at.
Quality counts.
Yeah, that's where your family's at. And you know there's some families out there grieving, right? And you know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
You do. Okay. All right, let me see if I can go see what these other guys are doing, okay?
Is there any way they can talk to me about maybe?
You talk to them about when they come over here, okay?
Okay.
Do you have a cell phone or anything like that yourself? Do you have it on you? Do you know your phone number? What is that?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
You tried to run from the police, right? Is that right? I heard him talking to you, trying to get you to give up. What I heard them saying is, just come get out, surrender, right?
Understand.
Why weren't you compliant? Because of what happened? Okay.
Yep.
What do you want to tell your mom?
I love her.
What do you tell your sister?
I love her too.
Do you wish you said it never happened? Seem like you want to cry about it.
I do a little
I see the water in your eyes.
Yeah.
If you could take it back, you would? You notice any blood on your boots?
A little bit.
have a seat. Sit down. And I'll have somebody come over here and get you, okay? Okay.
we have 3 witnesses who have just given sworn affidavits that says that he did have a relationship, a sexual relationship with my wife before I was convicted. And he went into court and said he didn't. Now, who are you going to believe, him or the 3 people? Or are you going to say these 3 people are lying? They saw that personally. They witnessed Schwartz having sexual contact with my wife, romancing, smooching in the back of a car. My sister and William Lane saw it approximately the same day, and then David Rogers saw it on a separate day. I suppose Schwartz was thinking in terms of, well, this is 20 years ago, nobody's going to want to get involved in this anyway, and I'll just lie and get out of it. But 3 people actually have given the affidavits. I think Sandra probably has copies of them. She'll give them to you. The judge in Palm Beach, Judge Payne, has to tell the magistrate to issue an order to bring all the people together so that they can make the testimony. See, when Schwartz went down there, when we went down there last year at this time, Schwartz said, no, I never had a relationship with this man's wife until after he was in prison, which was a lie, all right? So then the 3 people came after he gave their testimony and gave the affidavits. Now that's new evidence that shows that the state's witness-in-chief is a perjurer, which is a felony. So Schwartz has committed a felony before the United States District Court. So it's just not a question of a civil matter, it's a question of a criminal matter. And we have filed with the United States Attorney's Office in Miami, that's Dexter Langton, a criminal complaint against Schwartz. And they have taken this and they are doing their own investigation at this time. Has Schwartz, an officer of the court, committed perjury? And according to the 3 affidavits, that is legally sufficient to prove the perjury. You need, in Florida law, you need 2 affidavits to prove a perjury. You just can't come in and say the man's lying. You need witnesses, and they have to swear under oath. So now you have a choice. You can believe Mr. Schwartz, or you can believe the 3 people who are filing under oath their own testimony saying, yes, he was having a sexual relationship with Schaefer's wife. Now, if these people are shown to be lying, then they are subject to perjury and 5 years in the joint for lying under sworn affidavits. So you've got 3 swearing here and you've got 1 swearing there. Now they have to, legally speaking, the court has to bring these people together and take the testimony and make a determination on who's telling the truth. And that will be up to the magistrate. And that's where we stand as to when they will be coming in and saying, testifying under oath and going up and being cross-examined. What did you see exactly? Well, I wasn't there personally, so I don't know what they saw exactly. But they did see that he was having a sexual relationship with my wife before the trial started. Was the girlfriend of the trial judge, her name is Pat Quinna, and now it's Pat Quinna Trowbridge because she married him, came to me in the jail approximately August or September of 1973 and told me that my wife and my lawyer were having an affair and that I was going to be convicted and sent to prison. And I said, no, listen, I can prove, because I have this document that shows that the state's witness-in-chief is lying. Those people were never in my car. They never copied down my license number, because here is the proof. When you check a license tag, you know, and they put it in the computer, it comes back to the certain address. Well, the address that it should have come back to was in Fort Lauderdale, if they had done it. But they never did that. See, they just said, yes, we did it, and we tracked it to this man's home in Stewart. But my car wasn't registered there. You drive up to my home, and I copy your license number down. And then I go to the police, and I say, I copied this man's tag number down. Here's the tag number. And they run the tag through their computer. It's going to go to a certain address, right? Well, the address that it should have gone was my Fort Lauderdale address, because that's where my car was registered. It was not registered in Martin County, which is 100 miles away from Fort Lauderdale. Yet, the testimony of this woman is that she copied down my license number, gave it to the police ran the tag, and they gave her the Martin County address. It's just not true, see? And I could prove it wasn't true because I had it in my pocket, and I gave it to Schwartz. I said, here's the document. She's not telling the truth. Find out who told her to tell this story. Somebody had to tell her. Say this, lady. When they searched the home, they took my literary work, and they said, oh yes, this man writes lurid fiction, therefore he's a killer. But it had nothing whatsoever to do with those people who were killed. Nothing that belonged to the women who I am convicted of killing was found at any search. That is the myth. Okay? Yes, we went to Schaefer's home. Yes, we conducted a search. Yes, we found this evidence that links him to this one and that one and the one he's convicted for. But when you get down to the facts, that's a lie. There is nothing there. I am not linked to those people in any way except by the testimony of that woman that says, I copied down the license number, we checked it, and it went right to his home in Stewart. That's the link. That's why it's so important. And when I gave the document to Schwartz, and they changed it by trial time, it was showing that my car was registered to Stewart, where it never had been registered before. See, that's the connection. There's a lot of myth that goes on where they will tell you, like, yes, he's been in court 17 times. Yes, I've filed 17 times, and they just throw it out, see. And that leads you to believe that I've had judicial review under proper conditions where an inquiry has been made, but that has never been done until this time. That's why I was allowed into federal court. The judge looked at it, he says, nobody has ever examined this stuff. What are you telling me? He's filed 17 times? Sure, yeah, sure he has. How come nobody ever looked at it? He keeps saying the same thing over and over. They framed me. That's what I'm saying. And it was through the miscegenations of my trial attorney who asked my wife to marry him right after I was convicted. Are you going to believe that there was nothing going on? That I was convicted and the same day I was convicted, hey, let's get married, Mrs. Schaefer. There was no romance? Come on, man, give me a break, right? And then didn't tell me. Oh, and she agreed to marry him. The trial attorney asked the wife of the defendant to marry him within 24 hours of the conviction, and she agrees to it, and there's no romance prior to the trial? That's not even rational. Nobody does that. And then didn't even tell me about it for how long was it? Almost, I guess, 8 weeks. Never told me. I asked your wife to marry me, and she agreed to marry me, and the relationship here has changed. I wasn't told for 2 months that this even was going on after I was convicted, much less before I was convicted. The only person who told me about it before I was convicted was, and they were runaways. Everything was proper and done according to the book, except I wanted to give them a scare. They laughed. They thought it was a joke. Well, because of the Son of Sam law, I'm not allowed to discuss that with the media. Eventually, I made a legal arrest, and I abused the prisoners. They were not raped or sexually assaulted or anything like that. I told them that they were leaving themselves open to be murdered, abused, and all that, running away with no money, no visible means of support. What are you going to do? How are you going to make a living? And they just laughed. You're going to sell drugs, you're going to sell pussy, what are you going to do? You got to put food in your mouth. And I said, well, that ha, 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 we'll just get along. I said, yeah, you'll get along and you'll wind up in a ditch, in my jurisdiction, and then I'll have to pick up the pieces. And I said, show you how easy it would be, Here you are under arrest. I know a guy who'll buy a young girl. Hell, I know 5 or 6 of them that would buy a young girl and make her into a whore. I mean, this is nothing new. Oh, yeah, ha, 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 ha. You think it's so funny? Well, we'll just tie you over here to this tree, we'll tie you over to this tree, and I'll leave and I'll bring somebody back and sell you. Well, I didn't. I tied them to the tree, but I didn't go and get anybody and sell them. I just wanted to give them a scare. And, of course, that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I was trying to impress on them the dangerousness of their situation, running around. They were nice kids, I didn't want to see them end up in a ditch. And I was wrong, and I paid the price. And I pleaded guilty. I felt guilty. I gave them each a written apology. What else can I do, if I did something to you and I hurt you and caused you pain, then I have to say, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry I did it. And I am sorry, and I was sorry, and I apologized. I pled guilty, and that was the end of it. I thought. It's never the end of it.
While you were working in which job?
I was a deputy with Martin County when that happened. But see, they tried to distort that. They tried to say, well, that wasn't a legal arrest. And it was a legal arrest. In fact, they sued. Do you want to wait? They sued the county for the, I haven't seen a copy of the suit, but they did win a judgment against the county for what I did, which was abuse them while they were in my custody, legally in my custody. Not I picked them up and drove them to a remote area and tried to rape them or anything like that often gets distorted, you know. No, because I had a responsibility to make sure that they were safe and taken to the jail and processed properly and returned to their parents. And when I made the arrest, it was my responsibility to make sure from point A to point B to the jail and nothing in between. And I fucked it up. I blew it. You know, it happens, right? And because of that, I've suffered enormously. I lost my career, went to jail, got a felony on my record, but there was no evil intent. The intent was to impress on them that they could end up dead, which was true. You know, they suffered no physical harm. It was an emotional intimidation type of a thing. And it gave them a good scare, no doubt about that. But it was valid. Wrong. I'm not saying what I did was right, but they were valid. I bet you they don't hitchhike anymore. Well, of course, the sheriff, when I called my superior and I said I have the two prisoners and they've run away, right? And they're in handcuffs, we just got to go out and get them. And they told my superior what the circumstances were. Then he called the sheriff, and the sheriff said, "Whoa, this is, you know, you're way over the line here, Jack." And I said, "Yeah, I guess I am." And that's when I was charged with aggravated assault, which is assault without intent to kill or inflict serious bodily harm. It goes beyond verbal, but it goes beyond deadly. I mean, it goes short of deadly, but beyond verbal. Well, I started out working as an investigator with Wackenhut Corporation, doing industrial investigations into thefts and things like that. And then I went and got my degree in criminal justice and joined the municipal police department at Wilton Manors. And with small police departments, you don't get promoted very fast. You know, it's kind of a small town type of thing, and you stay a sergeant for 20 years. And in order to move up, you have to get with a larger department. So I moved up to Martin County. Well, it was interesting. I was a probationary patrolman, okay, and because I had been in the academy and had a degree in criminal justice, and I had the dean's list, I was honored student, I got a letter from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department asking me to come for an interview. And at that time, I had just had a bad experience with my captain, a man by the name of Captain Saxon, where I had written some tickets that were very valid tickets, and he made arrangements for a side payment. You know, go in and see the captain, and the captain takes care of it, and you pay your fine direct, and it doesn't go on your record, and you don't get points and all that. And this pissed me off because this one particular one was a woman who worked in the courthouse, and she had almost caused an accident, and she deserved to get a ticket. And because she worked in the courthouse and she knew the captain, everything was cooled. And shortly after that, I got a letter from Fort Lauderdale Police Department asking me to come for an interview. Better pay, better advancement. You know, what they're doing is stealing from the small departments. And I went and I saw Captain Sherlock. And Sherlock says, "Well, you work over with Bernard Scott." He says, "I know Bernie, and why do you want to leave there?" I said, "Well, I didn't want to leave there until just recently. I got your letter, and this is what happened with Captain Saxon." And I told him, I said, "I feel this is wrong. I don't want to be involved with a department that goes in for this sort of thing. Even though we all know they do it, I'd rather not be involved in this. And he called Scott on the phone, told me what I told him. And because I was a probationary patrolman, Scott said, well, you're not working out here. We'll just get rid of you now. You don't want to play games with the big boys. You know, you don't have a proper understanding of police work and all that. So it wasn't anything that I did overtly. It was just trying to get around becoming involved in small town corruption. And it's the kind of thing that goes on in Georgia a lot, I imagine, with the speed traps and all that, where you go through a little town and they give you a ticket and you go in and you see the chief and you pay in cash and you're on your way. That happens in Georgia, I understand, a lot. Florida, too. Martin County was a situation where my wife's brother was with the Highway Patrol, and the sheriff of Martin County, a man by the name of Baker, had been removed from office by the governor. Well, they had an opening up there because they fired about half the deputies for corruption, along with the sheriff and all his gang, right? And the governor appointed a new man by the name of Crowder as the sheriff, and he had a desperate need for people. And Henry Dean said, well, my brother-in-law just left Wilton Manors, you know, he didn't want to get involved in this corruption. Why don't you go up and hire on with Martin County? So my wife got transferred her job with Florida Power and Light, and I went up and got the job. Psychological, I'm perfectly healthy, mentally healthy, and normal in every way. There's nothing wrong with me except my environment. You know, living in a prison environment causes a lot of stress. But I've done Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory and all the ones they give you. And the most recent one was in 1990, and I'm mentally, emotionally healthy and psychologically healthy. I have a Psych 1, which is the best you can have. No problems whatsoever. And haven't had any since I've been in. But Sandra can give you a copy of the report by Francis Miller. Chamblee is where I lived in Nashville, but I lived in Nashville, but we moved to Georgia. You lived in Sexton Woods, which is off of Peachtree, I guess, the big street. And I went to Sexton Woods Elementary School, and then I went to Our Lady of the Assumption, and then I went to Marist for the beginning of my first year of high school, but then we moved to Florida. But you know, I grew up in the Catholic school in Assumption, and played league ball with the Catholic League in Atlanta in 1958, 59, and 60, and would have gone to Marist Military School with all the other guys from Assumption. They either went to Pius X or Marist. That's all you went to. And then we moved down here, and I went to the Catholic school. Did all the normal things, mostly sports. You know, Catholics are very big on sports. You know, basketball and football, especially in the Catholic League. I don't know what it's like now in Atlanta, but back then it was you had the private school circuit, where all the different private schools had their own league, and we played Westminster and all the different, you know, private Catholic schools and private Christian schools. Well, that was my thing. I was a golfer. I played at Chastain Park, and I was at Chastain Park when I wasn't doing anything else. I was at Chastain Park hitting the golf balls and hunting and fishing at the Murphy Candler. They made that into a park, but before it was a park, that's when I lived there, and they had the lake. And you can go up there and shoot the 22s and fish for brim and bass in the Murphy Candler Park Lake. And I'd sneak on Peachtree Country Club and fish in their lakes, you know. Stuff kids do. In Atlanta, it's like when you're going into puberty and you start discovering about sports and you get into this male bonding thing, and we're on the basketball team. I was a starter, and I was on the football team. I was an end. And golf was coming up for high school, and I had to get out there and get ready to be on the golf team. You know, and Atlanta had a good golf program. Junior golf has always been big in Atlanta. My father worked for Kimberly-Clark Corporation, paper manufacturer. He was a salesman for them, and everything was fine. Well, Sexton Woods is not like a low-class area, you know. My dad was a good salesman, one of their best. I'm the eldest brother, and I have a younger brother. Family of three, mom and dad and the dogs.
Get to know the family.
Went to work, a 9 to 5er, working for the Kimberly-Clark in downtown Atlanta, and occasionally being on the road, you know, as sales meetings and that. And, you know, going to Catholic school and coming home and doing your homework and doing sports, going up to the lake. What's the big lake up? No, I didn't have an abused childhood or anything like that. Regularly good childhood. I didn't even know what marijuana was until I got into university. My parents were very strict, straight up Catholics. I mean, Catholic school, Mass every morning, Mass on the weekends. You go to Sunday church, you don't do anything before you go to church. You know, straight up Catholics. They were Catholics before they got married as Catholics, and they raised as Catholics. And you know, Catholics see everything sort of like black and white. The sin is over here, and the correctness is over here, and there's no gray area in between. That's how Catholics are. And of course, growing up that way, and being in the Catholic elementary school and the Catholic high school, I had a very, very black and white view of the world, what's right and what's wrong. And I didn't learn to equivocate until I got to the university, the gray areas. But that's how I was raised. I was raised very strictly in the Catholic Church. In fact, when I came down here, I almost went to the St. John Vianney Seminary and became a priest. I was that close to becoming a priest. Yeah, I had some problems with the Catholic Church's structure. It's too dogmatic, and they don't invite you to question the dogma. And I'm a questioning, sensitive person. I'm a creative person, and I have a good imagination and a good mind. And I want to be able to go to the priest and say, "What's the story on this? You know, virgin birth, right? How do you explain this? What's the story? Give me some books to read about this." And they don't want to hear it. They say, "Whoa," you know. Okay. And that's how come I didn't go. I had golf age 12 and 13 and 14, that age right in there, 11 to 14. The first kiss was at a high school dance in Fort Lauderdale. I remember it very well, out underneath the ficus tree. I can even tell you what she was wearing. It was lovely. She was one of the girls at the Catholic school. But as far as, you know, having sex, you know, there was none of this sexual stuff like that goes on in the schools today. And everybody's, you know, wearing little brief costumes and everything. You didn't see that back in 1961 and 62. I had good experiences. I went, in fact, when Kathy Wrightson, the first kiss, I went steady with her all the way through high school. So until I was out of high school, I only dated one girl. Well, the regular petting that anybody does when you're in high school, you know, kissing and petting. But as far as sexual intercourse, no, not in high school. That's telling tales out of school, isn't it? That wouldn't be very nice to put somebody's name like that into like that, who was sexually repressed and could not enjoy a normal, intimate relationship. Okay. But you know, that's how people are, and especially in some girls that are brought up in very strict Catholic schools. I found out that are so repressed sexually that they just have to feel as though that they've been forced into it and can't say. They say no, and you just have to say yes, you know, and you have to be forceful and persistent, and then they say, "Oh, I'm overwhelmed," you know, and that's how they rationalize it away. Well, I'm more of a romantic type, and I like moonlight and flowers and romance, and that sort of this was beyond my experience. I didn't understand it at the time. Later, when I went to the university and I studied abnormal psychology, I began to understand that there are people who are not sexually the way that normal people are. When I say normal, I just know how I am. I'm a romantic, but other people aren't. And apparently, she needed that kind of forcefulness of personality to make it okay for her. It wasn't like she went home bruised and bleeding or anything like that, you know. It's a scenario, a role playing, I guess is what you call it. And probably what they do with sexual surrogates today, officially, if you've got some problem, they meet you up with somebody and you role play it out. Apparently this is a big business out there. I don't know what they do out there now. I've been here 20 years. Oh, Lee, is she thinking of undressing in front of the window? Well, she was another girl. She went to Stranahan, and I went to St. Thomas, and Stranahan is a secular high school. And she was more liberated, you know, and she got off on doing her little striptease in front of her window at night for myself and Pete Maddock and Topper Keefe and the boys of the neighborhood, right? And she was entertaining. And I always felt that was kind of slutty, you know. So that's not the way that good Catholic girls behave. She wasn't a Catholic girl. She was brought up in a different system, and she was trying to attract male attention. Her name was Lee Hainline. Well, naturally I get turned on just like everybody else, because mostly it was a group thing. All the guys are over, were playing cards or watching TV or whatever, you know. And Lee, we'd say, oh, it's getting about 10 o'clock. Lee'd be up in the window, you know. We'd go out on the yard and watch. You know, I'm not judgmental. I went over to Lee's house and made a move on her. Yeah, well, obviously she was up there dancing around looking for some attention. I think I gave her attention. I went up and she invited me right up to the bedroom. I had a good time with Lee. I was in college when I was with Sunderland. She was in high school, but I was in college. I met her at a high school dance, and I was at the dance with a girl by the name of Dee Cunningham. And I looked over there and I saw Sandra, and she was sitting there, and she looked awfully familiar. And I went up to her and I said, don't I know you from somewhere? It was a great opening line, right? But I just had to do it. I was compelled. I just knew her from somewhere, it seemed like. And she said, no, I don't think so, you know. Well, eventually I found out what her name was. I asked somebody what her name was, that it was Sandy Stewart. And I went home and I looked in the phone book, and I went down the Stewarts, and I went through every S-T-U-A-R-T trying to find it, and every S-T-E-W-A-R-T trying to find it. And finally I tracked her down. I think I asked one of the guys who went to Stranahan, you know. But I called her up and I got a date, man. You know, I'm not bashful. If I like them, I call them up and say, let's go out. And that's what I did with her. And we hit it off very well, and we went steady for about a year. A lovely relationship. That's right, around the end of '65, maybe September or so, because she was going off to New College, and I was staying at college where I went here in Florida. New College is on the other side of the state. So we broke it off. No, she was going away to school, and you can't go steady when somebody's in Tampa and you're in Fort Lauderdale. It was very amicable. It's that we had a great time together, and it's time to move on. You know, complicate things by trying to remain steadies, but there was no animosity or anything like that. I was hurt naturally, you know, because I take a much deeper interest in my relationships. Sandy's she's flighty and superficial in her relationships, and she moves around, bounces around from one to another, whereas I'm a one-man, one-woman type of person, because that's the way that I was raised and trained in the Catholic Church. I always blame it on the Catholic Church, just like Frank Zappa and every other Catholic guy that gets hooked into this one-man relationship. He said, yeah, I've got to blame it on the nuns and the priests, because that's what they taught us. And I was just not taught to be promiscuous. If you had a relationship that was emotional and sexual with somebody, it was a commitment, and you made a commitment to them, and you were their friend and their lover, and promiscuous. If you had a relationship that was emotional and sexual with somebody, it was a commitment, and you made a commitment to them, and you were their friend and their lover, and you didn't stray, you know. Here's what happened. They accused me of killing 34 people in the newspaper, all right? Imagine yourself waking up some morning and seeing your picture on the front page with being accused of 34 murders. It is absolutely devastating. And you're thinking to yourself, is it possible that I could have done this and that I don't know? Because I don't have any recollection of killing 34 people. That's what you're going to say if you didn't do it, right? And people are saying, yes, you did. We can prove it. Rah, 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 rah. You say, well, I must be crazy because I don't even remember any of that. So that's why Baker acted you know, that put me up to Chattahoochee to find out if that there was something wrong with my brain, like a lesion or something that caused me to kill people or have a blackout and not remember it, right? This was the whole purpose of going up there. Well, I walked in the door, and I went to see the intake doctor, whoever it was, and he says, oh, you're the guy who killed the 34 women. How do you feel about that? I thought, wow, you know, this isn't a situation where I'm going up to find out. This is a situation where it's going to be an interrogation, and they're going to, whatever I say is, this is not going to be for medical purposes at all. This is like talking to the state attorney's office. The worst thing you could have possibly done was say that, because then I said to myself, well, they want stories? I'll give them stories. Oh, gave them lots of stories. Nothing had to do with any murders. Told them everything I could think of and went and talked to the bugs on the wing and tried to find some more stories to tell them. I told them all kinds of stories. But nothing that that implicated me in any crimes. I certainly not implicated myself in any murders. But I had the presence of mind to understand what they were up to. And then, the same day, they threw me in solitary confinement, unbelievable filth on the floor, and I was held for 2 weeks in the most incredible dungeon that you had ever imagined, with lunatics, drooling fucking lunatics. Well, I realized later that this was in order to break me down, to destroy me, you know, mentally, to bring me to my knees, and to make me malleable, that I would say and do whatever they wanted me to do. Having been through the system one time, you realize the tricks of their trade that they use to break people. And that's what they were doing to me. They weren't interested in whether I had blackouts. They wanted me to make an inculpatory statement. And I didn't have anything to say. I didn't kill anybody. Especially, and I said, well, who are these 34 people? I said, well, we don't have to give you the names. I said, well, yeah, I think if you're going to accuse me of killing 34 people, I'd like to have some names and some dates and some MOs and things like that. It took me until 1981 to get the names of the people who they thought that I killed. And when I got those names, he finally reduced it, Robert Stone and Lem Brumley. Lem Brumley, who was later arrested as a racketeer for their narcotics, okay, and pled guilty. Stone eventually was confronted by a reporter by the name of Barbara, supposedly dead. So she went to Stone, and he reduced it from 34 to 9, okay, and gave her the names. And I went and took those names in those jurisdictions, and I wrote to the police departments or the sheriff's departments in those jurisdictions, and I said, I understand I am the suspect in this crime, and I want to take polygraph, I want to be interviewed, I want the whole 9 yards, I want an attorney, blah, blah, blah. And I went through all 9 of them and ended up getting letters from every one saying that I have cooperated, and that they have given me whatever tests they wanted to give me, and that I am no longer a suspect. And Sandra's got that stuff. I've asked her to give it to people like yourself, where she's got copies of the letters from each state attorney's office clearing me as a suspect because of my cooperation. And the latest one that we did was the FBI. Mr. Hazelwood wrote a letter and said, you are not on our list as being a serial killer. This is Robert Stone and his little cabal down there saying, yeah, that man's a serial killer. Say, yeah, but you've never linked me to a crime scene, Mr. Stone. When am I going to be linked to a crime scene? You can call me whatever you want to call me, but let's see some evidence. Sandra called him on the phone and said, you've accused the man of having sex with corpses. Do you have something to back that up? I was furious, man. Can you imagine a Catholic boy raised in a Catholic school and being accused of having sex with a dead body on the front page of a newspaper? Outrageous. Makes me mad just talking about it. And she says, well, I'll call him and ask him. And she calls him on the phone and says, well, you've accused the man of necrophilia here in this news article. What is your proof? What do you base this on? He says, well, he wrote stories. He's written it all up in fiction. He must be doing it. I said, duh. That's supposed to be the evidence. My book is supposed to be the evidence. Claim. You see, this is Sandra again. Here's what Sandra is interested in: making money. Okay, that's her primary motive in life, is generating money for her. When she wrote to me, she was not interested in me. How are you doing? Gee, it's been a long time. Would you like to get back together again? It's, do you still write those stories? Because I was writing back in 1965. In fact, my instructor in 1965 was Harry. Here I'm telling you the pitch. So when I find out that Sandra wants to make money, I say, yeah, I write it. And boy, do I ever, you know, and Killer Fiction shows that I'm a writer. All right. And then she says, well, what if, the same question you're giving me, what if you never get out, blah, 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 you know? I said, well, we'll just write up a story like Donald Evans would just say, yeah, everything they said is true. I killed 34. We'll write it up as first-person account. I said, boy, you can make a lot of money selling that, and it won't make any difference because I won't be able to get it getting out anyway, see? And that's where that's coming from. All that is a business decision, more or less. There's no evidence I killed anybody. And then she started coming on with this thing from Zebra Books. Mr. Schwartz. They framed me for murder. Framed me. Mr. Schwartz. Framed me. To get my wife. And he did this with the assistance of Mr. Stone. And Bruce Colton, who is the state attorney, he is well aware of it. Oh, I was guilty of that. What can I say? You know, I went in. There was no trying to wiggle out of that. I didn't. Just a little bit too many Dirty Harry movies for me. You know, you get to see this stuff on TV, and they do all this weird stuff, and then you do it in real life. It isn't like that at all. Of course there was a trunk. There was 2 trunks. It was filled up with my literary work. Hundreds and hundreds, 10 years worth. I was not there, okay? I was not there. I have been told that they have found stuff like this, all right? I have asked Sandra, I said, you go and you see it. Eyeball it. I said, because every time that I have asked to see it, nobody knows anything about it. All right? If you're saying that you found this and that in my house, I have a right to see it. Don't I have a right to see it? Produce it. I deny that it exists. I'm not denying they say that they found this stuff, and I'm sure that they found jewelry in my house because they went and they searched my sister's bedroom. And they took the jewelry out of my sister's bedroom, not out of my bedroom and not out of my trunk, out of my sister's jewelry box, out of my sister's drawers. My brother's girlfriend, Sandra Moses, they took her clothes and they said, we found the clothes of women. It belonged to Sandy Moses, you know. It was stuff that Sandy said, oh, that's mine, you know. But
your sister?
No, Sandy Moses was my brother's girlfriend. Okay, they've got a list, a search warrant. They've got certain things on the search warrant they're looking for. They didn't find anything that was on the warrant that they were looking for. They took thousands of items out of the home. They just went in, we'll take this, we'll take clothes, we'll take jewelry. Look at this. This is stories. We'll take these stories. We'll take these guns. Wow, this is no way to do a search warrant. This is a what they call home invasion under color of state law. You know, there's laws against this kind of thing. You want to be a cop? You want to go in and look for something that belongs to Susan Place? Fine, go and look. If you find something that belongs to Susan Place, take it. But don't take everything that's ever belonged to my family and say. And not only my family, but all the guys that spent the night with me, you know, as young kids, and all the girls that spent the night with my sister and had their parties, and all the people who have been in that house for 10, 15, 20 years and left junk laying around and say, oh yeah, well this belongs to this one, and he's got. Oh, it just makes me so mad because. When they say that they found all this stuff in my home, they didn't find it in my home. They found it at my mother's home, okay? And I've never seen it, all right? Saying they keep adding stuff, and I keep taking to Sandra. I said, look, they say they've got this and they've got that. Go down to Broward County Sheriff's Department, because that's who did the search. And I said, ask to see it. I know lots of serial killers in here, and I don't know of any of them that are denying it. The latest one, Donald Evans, he can't shut him up. Evans got bodies all over, taking people on tours. Ted Bundy was the same way. The closer he got to the chair, and he wasn't denying it, except officially he was denying it. But when he was talking to people like myself and to psychologists and to writers, he wasn't denying it. He was just saying, hey, I got a thing in court. I can't go ahead and admit this because of my court thing. Jerry Stano was the same way. He took them when he killed 40 women. He took them and showed them the bodies. Bernard Giles, he's another one. He's having sex with the corpses, like Ted Bundy was having sex with the corpses. Caught him with a fucking rotten body right there. He didn't deny anything. He pled guilty. These guys, Otis Toole, I talked to him this morning. Otis doesn't deny anything. Otis says, yeah. He says Henry Lucas is lying. Henry Lucas and I went out and we killed over 100 people together, and he's trying to say that it never happened. Otis doesn't deny anything. Otis says, yeah. He says Henry Lucas is lying. Henry Lucas and I went out and we killed over 100 people together, and he's trying to say that it never happened. It happened. I admit it happened. Be in prison from 27 years old until you're 75 years old and then go on the street, forget it. You know, no, I don't want to deal with the stress. That's my personal, I would not take it. I make a life for myself in here. I do make a life for myself in here. I do the best I can with what I've got. And you're not going to put me back on the street in 2016 because I ain't going. So that's the reality of that. Yeah, big deal. What am I going to do? How am I going to make a living? You know, live under a bridge with the rest of the homeless people? You know, I read the paper. No, not for me. I got a nice little cell. I got a bed. I got coffee. I don't have very many needs. As long as I've got books and I have access to a library, I will be intellectually stimulated. And I don't want to leave. Not at 2016. Now you come in tomorrow and say, hey, I still have a chance at 45 years old to make something out of my life. And I have told those cops and the state attorneys and everybody else, I said, connect me to any crime, any murder, anywhere, and convince me that I'm involved in it, and I'll plead guilty. Just like I pled guilty when I was guilty, I pled guilty. I said, but don't make this shit up and come in here and say, yeah, you're a serial killer, yeah, we suspect this, and yeah, we've got that. And I say, oh, you got that? Show me. And they don't have it. The diary, the great death diary that they said they had. I've sent all kinds of people looking for the diary. It does not exist. It's a figment of Robert Stone's imagination. Okay? So, and I'll make that statement right to your camera. Any of you cops out there think that I am involved in any crime in your jurisdiction, come to me. I will take a polygraph. I will take the test. You can take my fingerprints, whatever you want to do. I'll cooperate. But have something. Don't say, you're a serial killer. You know, anybody can say that. Back it up. And they haven't done that, not even with the ones that they convicted me of. They got false evidence. They've got all kinds of evidence they collected at that crime scene that shows somebody else did it. I'm not super intelligent. I'm just a regular. If you look on my, what are those tests they give you that shows your intelligence squad? IQ test, right? I just have a regular IQ test. I'm not one of these super Mensa types like Bundy was, and several of these guys that are like the Mensa killer, you know, they've heard of him. But I'm just a regular guy. They can't prove it because I didn't do it, is why. They've got evidence. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's like the great purse, my bullet pouch, okay? Full of bullets. Henry Dean, Elton Schwartz's current brother-in-law, goes to my home, steals it, takes it to the police department. His buddy, David Yurchuk, his former partner, and says, listen, Yurchuk, this is probably evidence in one of your cases. Okay? Now I have a receipt where I wrote the letter from Morocco about the purchase, which I didn't have back in '72. So they say, oh, this girl carried her marijuana in this purse. I said, now how? Test it. Open it up, because if you put marijuana in a leather pouch, you're going to have residue, right? You can't put marijuana in a leather pouch and not have residue. They tested it, no residue. No residue. It wasn't hers, it was mine. They stole it out of my house. It's wrong. There's what, 25,000 murders in this country last year, something like that? It's epidemic, it's out of control. You know, that's scary. And it's in here too. You get murdered in here too. There's been murders this year, right in this building. And just because you're in prison doesn't mean that you're immune from this. This is taking things out of context, all right? Story. This is part of actual fantasies, all right? Now, what this was, when I was in high school, there was a man by the name of Herschel Gordon Lewis who made films, and he made a film called Blood Feast. And I was very taken with Blood Feast. And I thought, it's so campy. It's so immature. Imagine what we could do here if we had a real scary person, not Fuad Ramses, who is, going to run around and pretend he wasn't believed. This was written during the 60s when I was putting together this character. And when the police went into my home, I had over here, and we'll throw this part away. So by the time I got a piece over here, murder plan, which is nothing more than a little scenario. This is just a sketch to build something on. And I'm going to read this, and by the time I get it read and you get it cut, it'll be turning into a confession type of thing, is what it gets turned into. Reading his work in a setting where people understand that this is a reading, like a poetry reading or something. I said, we think you're a killer because of that graphic stuff that you write. People have said this to me. They said, how can you write this kind of stuff and not be a killer? I said, well, you do it by research. You do it by concentration. You do it by creativity. I said, you do it the same way that everybody else who does it. You work at it. This isn't just something that happens. This is something that you pay money to go to the university to learn how to do it correctly. I mean, I graduated from Florida Atlantic University, and I took creative writing, and I specialized in short stories. I did not specialize in doing novels or journalism. I specialized in short stories, and these are short stories. I've had so many bad experiences with media and police and everybody, tricking me and saying do this and do that. So many bad experiences with media and police and everybody, tricking me and saying do this and do that, and you say it, and it comes back in a negative way. And I hope a lot of people buy it. But I dislike it when people say, you created this work, therefore you're a killer, or this proves that what the state is alleging, that you're a serial killer because you are capable of writing that. And that upsets me a great deal when people say that.
I think any judge or jury in their right mind.
The state of Florida has submitted this part right here as proof to the federal judge that I committed those murders. It's in their answer to my habeas corpus. They have put this piece in there and say, look, Judge, this proves he killed him. It has nothing to do with that crime whatsoever. But you see, that is their pitch, because they have nothing else. They have no proof that I did anything. They have this. Okay. Now, you want me to read it? I'll read it. And I'll just have to trust you to do the right thing. It's something that needs to be said. This is an ongoing thing, and I don't think that there's ever been a case like this in the entire judicial history of this country. This is an entirely unique case with the lawyer and the wife and the book, and there's no evidence that I am being convicted on the merit of my writing, and this is wrong. If you've got something, if they've got anything right now, bring it and I'll plead guilty. But don't say because I went to school and I learned how to do this, and do it excellently, not half-assed, Not Herschel Gordon Lewis, Fuad Ramsey. This is the real thing, man. This is really scary. This is as good as anything Stephen King can put together. And I'm not doing it with vampires. I'm doing it with real live people that are walking around, and you want to look. Oh boy, is they coming or not? You know? Let me see. That's Sandra. Not sending me. She should be sending me copies of this stuff if she's putting this together. All right, this deals with into the mind of the ghoul. Now, the ghoul is the character that I created that was based on Fuad Ramsey's, written by Herschel Gordon Lewis. And essentially, this character is a human monster, but he's a very believable human monster, and he functions very well in society. But when the moon is right, the creature, the beast, comes out. And this was an attempt, Into the Mind of the Ghoul was an attempt by me as an artist, after reading about such people, real people, was an attempt by me to put together a mental picture of what this character would be like. If that's understandable. I wanted to have a mental profile of my character. And that's why by the time you get to Powerline Road, you can see where this part is way down here on the left. Powerline Road is like a culmination of how that mental process is. He's deteriorated into such a state as he is capable of doing the atrocities that are brought out in Powerline Road. Now, let's see, this part deals with picking up a woman in a bar, I think. Okay. The woman is by this time very frightened. This is good, because the more frightened she is, the greater the thrill for me. I tell her to strip, but I let her leave her underwear on. I tie her to a branch and gag her if she is too noisy while I go about the business at hand. And then I'm skipping to another part, so there's a break here. I arrange the rope and the noose, and I dress the woman in the white shroud, place the pillowcase over her head, and then, if I feel like it, sit down and entertain her with a bit of my conversation. Terrorize her. Give her my ideas on what she will look like while she's hanging there, fighting the rope that is slowly choking the life out of her. Make it as real as possible for her, so that she is petrified with fear. Make her know that she is going to die. The noose is arranged so that she will strangle slowly, and she sits on a board between two limbs with a long rope leading off into the jungle. When it is time, I will go off into the jungle and pull the rope, and she will hang. Then I will go home and have something to eat, and bright and early the next morning I will be out hunting. I will find the body hanging from the tree, and only then will I really notice it, maybe fondle it, and maybe even have coitus with it. I will notice the expression on the face, the position of the body, explore every nook and cranny of her, perhaps mutilate her and delight in the smell of any urine or excrement that she may have passed while hanging there. I leave and then return, so it will be unbelievable to myself that I did the deed. I will not be able to remember doing it. Funny, isn't it? The deniability part and all that, which is based on serial killer studies. You can see that I'm putting together a serial killer person from a serial killer profile. It fits perfectly. But all of that is research. I mean, that's going to the library and spending time studying books about criminal mentality. Well, I think it's very valid. What's written is valid. And the more they learn about serial killers, the more they see that this fits a lot of what people do. Especially the part that you mentioned about the deniability, right? And this is pure Giles, Bernard Giles, when he would go out and kill them and leave and come back and screw the corpse. I'm sorry that people take it in a way that they feel that this is an expression of reality. This is fiction. This is make-believe. It's designed to scare you. Okay? So, I'm sorry that I wrote it and that people have misinterpreted what has been written and trying to say, no, this is not fiction, this is reality. Because it's not reality, it's fiction. And it's just as valid fiction as anybody else who writes good, scary stuff. That's scary. At least it scares me. Doesn't it? Isn't it scary? Okay. She may be revived before death if desirable and subjected to further indecencies. After death has occurred, the corpse should be violated, if not violated already. The body should then possibly be mutilated and carried to the grave and buried. All identity papers should be destroyed and the place of execution dismantled. This was supposed to be the perfect crime type of scenario that the ghoul would use in order to remain unapprehended. They went out and they made a video after they took my stories, okay? And they read the stories. They went and got these girls from wherever they lived up north in Michigan, I think it was, and brought them down here and used my stories to make a video. It was not a valid reenactment.
All right, Mr. Rader, I need to find out more information. On that particular day, the 15th day of January, 1974, can you tell me where you went to kill Mr. Joseph Otero?
I think it's 1834, Edgemore.
All right. Can you tell me approximately what time of day you went there?
Somewhere between 7 and 7:30.
This particular location, did you know these people?
No, that's no, that was part of my, I guess my what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
All right, so you
Okay.
you were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then?
Well, I had did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there.
All right. Had you planned this beforehand?
To some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, you know, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do, but I basically panicked that first day. So
beforehand, did you know who was there in the house?
I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids, the two younger kids, were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there.
All right. How did you get into the house, Mr. Ray?
I came through the back door, cut the phone lines, waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in.
All right. So the door opened. Was it open for you, or did something?
I think one of the kids, I think the junior, or not junior, yes, the younger, Joseph, opened the door. He probably let the dog out because the dog was in the house at that time.
All right. When you went into the house, what happened then?
Well, I confronted the family, pulled a pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and asked him to, you know, that I was there to, basically, I was wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food, I was wanted, and asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time, I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea. So I finally, the dog was a real problem, so I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out. So he had one of the kids put it out. And then I took him back to the bedroom.
You took who back to the bedroom?
The family, to the bedroom, the 4 members.
All right. What happened then?
At that time, I tied him up.
While still holding him at gunpoint?
Well, in between tying and yes. Yeah.
All right. After you tied them up, what occurred?
Well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I re-loosened the bonds a couple of times. Tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Apparently had a cracked rib from a car accident, so I had him put a pillow down for his head. Had he put a, I think he Parker or a coat underneath him. They talked to me about giving the car and whatever money. I guess they didn't have very much money, and there, I realized that, I was already, I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me, and made a decision to go ahead and put them down, I guess, or strangle them.
All right. What did you do to Joseph Otero Sr.?
Joseph Otero?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father.
I put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and then tightened it.
And this was in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, suffocate and die as a result of this?
Not right away. No, sir, he didn't.
What happened?
Well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But
was she also tied up there in the
yes,
bedroom?
Yes, yeah, both her hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed.
Where were the children?
Josephine was on the bed and Junior was on the floor at this time.
So we're talking first of all about Joseph Otero. So you'd put the bag over his head and tied it, and he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph?
He moved over real quick like, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at that time, the whole family just went, they went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick.
You worked pretty quick.
Well, I mean, I strangled Mrs. Otero, and she went out, or passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead. And then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head, and then if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back and.
Sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. You
Senior?
indicated he had torn a hole in the bag. And what did you do with him then?
I put another bag over it, or either that or if I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a T-shirt or something over his head, and then another bag, and then tighten it down.
Did he subsequently die?
Well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. Then I was moving around the room. But
all right. So you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had done this. Is that correct?
Now I went back and strangled her again, and that finally killed her at that time.
So this is in regards to count 2. You had, first of all, put the bag over Joseph Otero's head, and he tore a hole in the bag. Then you went ahead. Did you strangle Mrs. Otero then, or did you go
First
back?
of all, Mr. Otero was strangled, or a bag put over his head and strangled. Then I thought he was going down, and I went over and strangled Mrs. Otero, and I thought she was down. Then I strangled Josephine, thought she was down, and then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head. After that, Mrs. Otero woke back up, and she was pretty upset and what's going on. So I came back, and at that point in time, strangled her for a death strangle at that time.
With your hands or what?
No, with a cord, with a rope. And then I think at that point in time, I redid Mr. Otero, put the bag over his head, went over and then took Junior. Before that, she asked me to save her son. So I actually had taken the bag off, and then I was really upset at that point in time. So basically, when Mr. Otero was down, Mrs. Otero was down, I went ahead and took Junior. I put another bag over his head and took him to the other bedroom at that time.
What did you do then?
Put a bag over his head. I put a cloth over his head, a T-shirt, and a bag so he couldn't tear a hole in it. And he subsequently died from that. And then when I went back, Josephine had woke back up.
What did you do then?
And I took her to the basement and eventually hung her.
All right, you hung her in the basement?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you do anything else at that time?
Yes, I had some sexual fantasies. But that was after she was hung.
All right. What did you do then?
Went through the house, kind of cleaned it up. It's called the right-hand rule. You go from room to room. Picked everything up. I think I took Mr. Otero's watch. I guess I took a radio. I forgot about that, but apparently I took a radio.
Why did you take these things?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just
what happened then?
Got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house. And clean the house up a little bit, make sure everything's packed up, and left through the front door. And they went over to their car, and then drove over to Dillon's and left the car there. Then eventually walked back to my car.
All right. Now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you've told me apply to both counts one, all of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rader.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there's one thing that needs to be corrected on that record, and that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemore. The address was actually 803 Edgemore.
All right, but I'd ask if it occurred in Sedgwick County. He indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important. All right, Mr. Rader, we will now turn to count 5. In that count, it is claimed that on or about the 4th day of April, 1974, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Catherine Bright maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation and stabbing, inflicting injuries from which she did die on April 4th, 1974. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many, what I call them projects. They were different people in the town that I followed, watched. Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate.
How did you select her?
Just driving by one day, and I saw her go in the house with somebody else, and I thought that's a possibility. There was many places in the area. College Hill, they're all over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Worked toward it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But my kind of person, stalking and scrolling, you go through the trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened.
All right, sir. So you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
What did you do here in Sedgwick County then?
Pardon?
What did you do then here in Sedgwick County?
On this particular day,
yes.
I broke into the house and waited for her to come home.
How did you break into the house?
Through the back door on the east side.
All right, and you waited for her to come home. Where
Yes,
did
sir.
you wait?
In the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked through the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through.
All right. What happened then?
She and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And come find out, I guess they were related. That time I approached him and told him I was wanted in California, needed some car. Basically the same thing that I told the Oteros. Kind of ease him, make him feel better. And proceeded to, I think I had him tie her up first. And then I tied him up or vice versa. I don't remember right now.
Now let me ask, you indicated you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items, both the Oteros and to this location?
The Oteros I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There was some, when I was working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today. I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bonds I tied him up with that he broke them. So, and that,
all right.
And maybe same with Catherine. It got out of hand.
All right. Now you indicated that you believe you had Kevin tie Catherine up. Tell me what happened then.
Okay. I moved. Well, after I really can't remember, Judge, whether I had her tie him up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved her to another bedroom, and he was already secure there by the bed. I tied his feet to the bedpost, at the bottom of the bedpost, so he couldn't run. Kind of tied her in the other bedroom, and then I came back to strangle him. And at that time, we had a fight.
Were you armed with a handgun at that time also?
Yes, I had a handgun.
What happened when you came back?
I actually had two handguns. Well, when I started strangling, either the barrett broke or he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and quickly shot him. I hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down and was out, and then went and started to strangle Catherine. And then we started fighting because bonds weren't very good, and so back and forth we fought.
You and Catherine?
Yeah, we fought. And I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no. I thought she was going down, and I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time, and he jumped up, and we fought, and he at that time shot me because he got the other pistol that was in my shoulder here. I had my Magnum in my shoulder. So
shoulder holster? Did you have it in a shoulder holster?
Yes, and I had the Magnum in my shoulder holster. The other one was a 22. And we fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun, stuck my finger in there, jammed it. And I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something got away, and I used the 22 and shot him one more time. And I thought he was down for good that time.
All right, so you shot him a second time?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Went back to finish the job on Catherine, and she was fighting. And at that point in time, I'd been fighting her, and then I heard I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her.
You say you used a knife on her.
Yes.
What did you do with the knife?
I stabbed her. She said either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here. Maybe 2 back here and 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here.
You were pointing to your lower back and your
underneath the ribs.
And your lower abdomen?
Yeah, underneath the ribs, up underneath the ribs.
So after you stabbed her, what happened?
Actually, I think at that point in time, well, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time I heard him escape. It could be one of the two. But all of a sudden the front door of the house was open and he was gone. And I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, no, that's it. And I stepped out there, and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
All right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what happened then?
I already had the keys to the cars, and I thought I had the right key to the right car. I ran out to their car, and I think it was a pickup out there, and I tried it. It didn't work, and at that point in time, he was gone, running down the street. I thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. So I tried it, didn't work, so I just took off, ran, I went east, and then worked back toward the WSU campus where my car was parked.
All right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University
campus?
campus?
Yes, the campus,
How far away was the Brights residence?
Oh, I parked, was that 13th? And they were on 13th. Was it 17th? Yeah. I was just about 1 block south of 17th where the car was. There's a park there. I parked by that park, and then I walked to 13th to the Brights residence. So I basically ran back.
All right, so you were able to get to your car and get away.
Yes, sir.
Now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17th, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Shirley Bayan maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
As before, Diane was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone across from Dylan's was a potential target. It was called Project Green, I think. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day, I drove to Dylan's, parked in the parking lot, watched this particular residence, and then got out of the car and walked over to it. It's probably the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked, nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up, so I just started going through the neighborhood. I'd been through the neighborhood before. I kind of knew a little of the layout of the neighborhood. I've been through the back alleys, knew where some certain people live. While I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy and asked him if he could ID some pictures. Kind of was a rust, I guess, or roost, as you call it, and kind of feel it out. And saw where he went, and I went to another address and knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door, so I just noticed where he went and went to that house, and we went from there.
Now, you call these projects, were these sexual fantasies also?
Potential hits. In my world, that's what I call them.
All right. So
They're
you
called
went,
projects, hits.
all right, and why did you have these potential hits? Was this to gratify some sexual interest? Or?
Yes, sir. I had a lot of them, so it's just if one didn't work out, I just moved to another one.
All right. So, as I'm to understand it, then on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence, and you tried another residence. No one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so you went to the residence with the little boy.
And I watched where he went.
What happened then?
After I tried this one's residence, nobody came to the door. I went to this house where he went in, knocked on the door, and told him I was a private detective. Showed him a picture that I had just showed the boy, and asked him if they could ID the picture. And at that time, I had the gun here, and I just kind of forced myself in. I just walked in, just opened the door and walked in, and then pulled a pistol.
What gun? What pistol?
.357 Magnum.
So you only had one gun with you this time?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told Mrs. Diane that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and if she would cooperate with me at that time. We went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette. And we went back to one of the back areas of the porch, explained to her that I had done this before. And I think at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had a night robe on. And I think if I remember right, she had been sick. And I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, "Oh, this is not going to work." So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the doors shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids, make them as comfortable as we could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and we she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door. And then I proceeded to tie her up. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
All right. Was this a plastic bag also?
Yes, sir. I think it was, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, you put a bag.
It was something. I'm sure it was a plastic bag. Yeah.
Now you say you put a bag over her head and strangled her. What did you strangle her with?
I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost and worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over I looped over her neck.
All right, so you used this rope to strangle her?
Yes, I think it's the same one that I tied her body with.
What happened then?
Well, the kids were really banging on the door, hollering and screaming, and then the telephone rang, and they had talked about earlier that the neighbor was going to check on them, so I cleaned everything up real quick like and got out of there, left, and went back into my car.
Now, when you say you cleaned everything...
Well, I mean, put my stuff... I had a briefcase, whatever I had laying around, ropes, tape, cords, I threw that in there, whatever, that I had that I brought in the house.
Had you brought that to the Bright residence also?
Now, there is some I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others.
Was this a kit that you had prepared?
Yeah, yes, I called my hit kit.
All right, sir. You left the Vian residence, and had you parked your vehicle near
Yeah,
there?
and it's still in the same parking lot there at Dillon's, at Hydraulic and what is that? Harry? Lincoln, and Hydraulic.
All right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day here in Sedgwick County?
Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed her go in the house one night. Anyway, I put her down as a potential victim.
Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You've used that term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion. You were just...
I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be trolling for months or years. But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim, or that's what you want to do.
He said trolling with a T, not the trolling.
He did say trolling. I thought he said trolling.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, I wasn't working, sir.
All right.
No, this was off my hours.
All right. So you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects. What happened then?
At first, she was spotted, and then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was, found out where she worked, stopped by there once at Hillsburg, kind of sized her up. The more I knew about a person, the more I felt comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times. And then I just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out.
All right. Can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977?
Now, about 2 or 3 blocks away, I parked my car and walked to that residence. Knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. Broke in and waited for her to come home in the kitchen.
All right. Did she come home?
Yes, she did.
What happened?
I confronted her, told her there I had a problem, sexual problem, that I would have to tie her up and have sex with her. She was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette. While we smoked a cigarette, I went through her purse, identifying some stuff. And she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. And I said, okay. And she said, can I go to the bathroom? And I said, yes. She went to the bathroom and I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed. And when she came out, I handcuffed her. And I don't really remember whether... Sir?
You handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Well, anyway, I handcuffed her, had her lay on the bed, and then I tied her feet, and then I was also undressed to a certain degree, and then I got on top of her, and then I reached over, took either her feet were tied or not tied. But anyway, I think I had a belt. I took the belt and then strangled her with a belt at that time.
All right. After you had strangled her, what happened then?
Okay. After I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off and retied that with pantyhose real tight, removed the handcuffs, and tied those with pantyhose. Can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet, what they had not already. They were probably already tied, her feet were. and at that time masturbated, sir.
All right. Had you had sexual relations with her
No,
before?
no. I told her I was, but I did not.
So you masturbated, then what did you do?
Dressed and then went through the house, took some of her personal items and kind of cleaned the house up, went through it, checked everything, and then left.
All right.
You want to look through the address?
He's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't remember exactly where it is. For purposes of this, it's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rady?
Remember the address? In this box, he's asking.
Oh, box? 913 or 903? No, I sure don't. I know it was on Persian, South Pershing. That's all. I don't.
Here in Wichita?
It was 9 something, sir, but I don't know the other digits. And,
The address, as I said, is really not important as long as you remember it happened here in Wichita, Sedgwick County.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count 8, it is claimed that on or about the 27th day of April 1985 to the 28th day of April 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Maureen Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Maureen Hedge did die on April 27, 1985. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and since she lived down the street from me, I could watch the coming and going quite easily. On that particular date, I had a other commitment. I came back from that commitment, parked my car over at Woodlawn and 21st Street at Bowling Alley there at that time. Before that, I dressed until I had some other clothes on, changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley, went in there, the precincts of bowling, called a taxi, had a taxi take me out to Park City, had my kit with me as a bowling bag.
All right, that was Park City in Sedgwick County,
Yes, sir.
Kansas?
Uh-huh.
All right, you had the taxi take you to Park City. What happened then?
There, I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth, and the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air, and I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house.
All right, where does she live?
62, 42, 54, 6254, 6254, North Independence.
All right, when you walked over there, what happened next?
Well, as before, I was going to have sexual fantasies, so I brought my hit kit, and lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house, kind of like a cat burglar, and after checking the house, she wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled, so I went back to one of the bedrooms and hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so. He left. I waited till wee hours in the morning, and then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on real quick, or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she screamed, and I jumped on the bed and strangled her manually.
All right. Now, were you wearing any kind of disguise or mask at this time?
No, no.
You indicated this woman lived down the street from you. Did she know you?
Casually, we'd walk by and wave. She liked to work in her yard as well as I liked to work. It's just a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything personal. I mean, just a neighbor.
All right, so she was in her bed when you turned on the lights in the bathroom?
Yeah, the bathroom, yeah, so I could get some light in there.
All right, what did you do then?
No, I manually strangled her when she started to scream.
So you used your hands?
Yes, sir.
And you strangled her? Did she die?
Yes.
All right, what did you do then?
After that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and stripped her, and probably went ahead and I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point in time. But anyway, she was nude, and I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items in the house, figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church. And took some pictures of her.
All right, you took some photographs of her. What kind of camera did you use?
Poor Lord.
Did you keep those photographs?
Yes, the police probably have them.
All right, what happened there?
That was it. She went through, I tied it, she was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage. And that's probably what got me in trouble was the bondage thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway, after that, I moved her back out to the car, and then we went east on 53rd.
All right, what occurred then?
Sir?
What happened then?
Trying to find a place to hide her, hide the body.
Did you find a place?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Where?
Couldn't tell you without looking at a map, but it was on 53rd, between Greenwich, maybe. Maybe, what's the other one between Greenwich? Webb. I think between Webb and Greenwich, I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and hid her there.
All right, you say you hit her there?
Well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body.
All right, so you removed the body from the car, put her in the ditch, and then laid some brush over the body.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, in count 9, it is claimed on or about the 16th day of September 1986 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, Vicki Wegerle, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Vicki Wegerle did die on September 16th, 1986. Can you tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County on that day that makes you believe you are guilty?
Again, Vicki Wegerle was another potential victim. I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car around lunchtime, during lunch hour, or approximately that time. It was earlier in the morning than that. And I actually went somewhere else and changed my clothes, what I call my hit clothes. And,
hit clothes?
Hit clothes. Basically different, things that I'd need to get rid of later. Not the same kind of clothes that I had on. I don't know what other better word to use it, crime clothes or hit clothes. I just call them hit clothes. Anyway, I walked from my car as a telephone repairman. As I walked there, I donned the telephone helmet. I had a briefcase. Went to one other address just to kind of size up the house. I'd walked by it a couple of times, but I wanted to check it a little bit more. As I approached it, I could hear a piano sound. And went to this other door, knocked on them, and told them we were recently working on telephone repairs in the area. And went to her and knocked on the door and asked her if I could come check her telephone lines inside.
Did she allow you in?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
Went over and found out where the telephone was, simulated that I was checking the telephone. I had a make-believe instrument, and after she was looking away, I drew a pistol at her and asked her if she'd go back to the bedroom with me.
Was this the same .357 Magnum you'd used?
No, this was a different one.
Different pistol. Or you asked her to go back to the bedroom with you after drawing a pistol on her?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told her, we went back to the bedroom, I told her I was going to have to tie her up. She was very upset, and I think I used some material that was in, and that's another thing, I'm not sure, but I think I used the material that they had in their bedroom, and after I tied her hands, she broke that and we started fighting, and we fought quite a bit back and forth.
All right, she was physically fighting you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finally got the hand on her and got a nylon sock and started strangling her.
So you wrapped the stocking around her neck?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
I finally gained on her and put her down, and I thought she was dead, but apparently she wasn't. But after she was down and not moving anymore, I rearranged her clothes a little bit and took some quick photos. I think 3 of them, if I remember. And then after that, there was a lot of commotion. She had mentioned something about her husband coming home, so I got out there pretty quick. The dogs were raising a lot of cane in the back. The doors and the windows were all open to the house. A lot of noise when we were fighting. So I left pretty quickly after that. Put everything in the briefcase and had her. I'd already gone through her purse and got the keys to the car and used their car for my getaway car.
All right, now you indicate that you thought that she was dead. Did you discover later that she was not dead?
Yes, I guess the paramedics arrived and they tried to attempt to revive her, and that failed. I don't know whether she died there or on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't recollect.
But you later found out that she did die as a result of your strangulation.
Yes.
Now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about the 18th day of January 1991 to the 19th day of January 1991 in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas on that day that makes you believe you're guilty.
That particular day I had some commitments. I left those, went to one place, changed my clothes, went to another place, parked my car, finally made arrangements on my hit kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at that residence, it was very cold at night. Had reservations about going in. I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in, and she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in.
All right, where is this residence located?
It's on Hillside, but I couldn't give you the address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. Oh, it's 62 something.
North or south?
North Hillside.
All right, so you used a concrete block to break the window?
Mm-hmm. Plate glass window, patio door. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Noise. I just went in. She came out of the bedroom and thought that a car had hit her house, and I told her that I used the roofs of being wanted. I was on the run. I needed food, car, warm up, and I asked her. I handcuffed her and kind of talked to her. Told her that I would like to get some food, get her keys, her car, and kind of rest assured, talked with her a little bit and calmed her down a little bit. And then eventually I checked, I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and checked out where the car was, stimulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house that I was leaving. Then went back and removed her handcuffs and then tied her up. And then eventually strangled her.
Or you say eventually strangled her?
Well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then strangled her.
All right, you say you went through, were you looking for something?
Mm-hmm. Well, some personal items, yes. I took some personal items from there.
Did you take personal items in every one of these incidents?
I did on the hedge. I don't remember anything of Vicky's place. The Oteros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any at Bright's. Vian's, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes, I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss.
All right. But
probably if it was a controlled situation where I had more time, I took something, but if it was a confusion and other things, I didn't, because I was trying to get out of there.
All right, so in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, took a few personal things. What did you do then?
Strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose.
All right, what happened then?
Kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a plan on leaving and put her in a blanket and drug her to the car and put her in the trunk of the car.
So you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose?
Yes, sir.
All right, you put her in your car.
In her car.
In the car.
Her car. The trunk of her car.
What happened then?
I really had a commitment I needed to go to, so I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever, I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house, left that, let me think now. Okay. In the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere. So we started trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove it back, and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
So all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does any party desire any further matters be put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. Rader. I will find that you, Dennis L. Rader, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas of guilty and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 3, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony, and murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions. Okay. You came down earlier tonight. Me and you talked. All right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you?
No.
That's just you are. What's wrong? You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? Put your hands up here. You remember us talking
Yes.
earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay. I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both of
Yes.
y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
Okay. Are you almost finished?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have too much more to do, right?
No.
All right. Are you going to stay here in Macon?
I don't know.
Did you used to work at the district attorney's office in Macon?
Yes.
Was you on the prosecutor side or the defense side?
Prosecutor.
So you were on our side.
Yes.
Right. You never worked on the other side?
No.
Did you like it when you were down there?
Yes.
Got along with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on? You have no idea where she's at?
No.
Yes. Oh, okay. My major didn't do that, but okay. All right. All right. Bye. Look, just tell me what happened, brother.
I don't know.
Well, where's she at? I need you. I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Okay? I'm asking you for help. I need your help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
You don't know if you can help me?
Yes.
I need your help. Help me out. Tell me what to do. Has anybody asked you for help today? I'm asking you as a friend for help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out?
I don't know what you need.
I need to know where Lauren's at.
I don't know.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever seen anybody over her house?
No.
Okay. If you knew where she was, would you tell me?
Yes.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
Do you even care? I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Did you think Lauren was your girlfriend?
No.
I mean, you said you didn't have any other cars, right?
Right.
Well, why would everybody you went to school with for the last 3 and 4 years said that you own another car other than that jail prison? Everybody I've talked to, all your friends you were in school with, people that you worked at the district attorney's office with said you have other cars other than that car. And you're going to sit here today and tell me you don't have another car?
I don't.
Well, where's it at?
I don't have one.
You never had another car besides that jail prison.
No.
So if I call your granddaddy, he's going to tell me that you only have one car.
Yes.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do, because I already have his number. You don't know his phone number?
No. I mean, you seriously can't help us out? His number is in my cell phone.
That's a start. Where's your cell phone?
At the apartment.
In your apartment? I mean, it's kind of late to be calling him. Does he stay up late?
I don't know.
Do you have a grandmother, or is it just him?
My grandmother passed away.
A while back?
Yes.
But you're close to your grandfather, right?
Yes.
I mean, don't he own some property or something, he said? A couple of acres?
My granddaddy or my grandfather?
Who lives in Pike County?
My granddaddy.
Does he own any land down there?
Yes.
Okay. And do sometimes you go down there to visit him or something?
Last time we met, I went down and visited with my aunt and uncle.
Okay. What did he do for a living? Was he an attorney like you?
He worked for the Southern Railroad Company.
Is anybody in your family an attorney?
No.
You're the only one that went through law school?
Yes.
Well, that's an accomplishment, don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, it took a long time, right?
Yes.
A lot of studying. I think you told me earlier you were from up Atlanta, or did you live in Atlanta or Griffin or something like that?
Lilburn.
You don't have any family left up there?
Yes.
Well, who lives up there?
My parents.
Okay. Any brothers or sisters?
My sister lives in Tucker.
Georgia?
Yes.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment? That was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask. You cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
How many guns did you have in your apartment?
3.
What are they? Do you know what they are?
A rifle.
What kind of rifle did you have?
An AK semi-automatic.
Where'd you buy it from?
Classic Arms.
Is that Atlanta or something?
Online.
Okay. What kind of pistols do you own?
EAA Witness. Full size and compact.
Okay. What is that? What about the one that was on the bed?
That's the full size.
That's the full size one. Where's the?
On the table by the bed.
Yeah. Remember I was in there?
Mm-hmm.
Then you had that samurai sword.
Yes.
That was just a. I mean, that's not. Is it an expensive sword or is it just a
No.
knockoff? It's just one of the knockoff swords.
Yes.
And what about the knife?
Which knife?
The big, the one that was. Remember you showed me it was dull.
Yes.
What kind of knife is that? Because I don't know.
Kukri.
I mean, where do you get something like that online?
I bought it from a friend.
Did you have any other knives in the house?
Yes.
That I didn't see? Because you didn't show me no other knives. That's the only ones you showed me. What other knives did I miss?
There's a pocket knife that's on the table.
Are you a knife collector or a knife person or?
No.
You just like knives?
I used to collect swords.
I mean, do you know your swords?
Yes.
I mean, to sell and trade swords?
No.
But you just bought here and there?
Yes.
But you wouldn't consider yourself like a sword expert?
No.
Okay. Because, you know, they have that TV show where they sell stuff, you know, at night on
Yes.
TV. But I don't know what it's called, the knife shop or something like that. Have you ever seen what I'm talking about? I don't know if you have
Yes.
cable TV or not. All right. You know, tonight we're still looking for Lauren. You know any of these other girls in this picture?
I know that she goes to the law school, but I can't remember her name.
So she's studying to be an attorney too?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how Lauren looked with the long hair the last time you seen her?
Yes.
Or she got, that's how she looks?
Yes.
Oh, this was in 2010. Who do you think took Lauren away?
I don't know.
Well, I need your help. Can you give me some, what is your observation of this? I know you're smarter, okay? I know you have an observation you can tell me. What do you think happened to her?
I think someone took her.
You think, I mean, you watch TV shows, right? Like
Yes.
detective shows. What's your observation? How do you think somebody would take her? If somebody did take her.
When she was running.
Does she normally run all the time?
She runs, I don't know how often.
You mean you think somebody might have took her when she was running like down the street somewhere?
Yes.
You don't think somebody got her when she got back to her apartment?
I don't know.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartments.
Yes.
You do know that. And it's a female, white female's body. Right there. Right next to y'all's apartment. Feet within from her apartment. I mean, we don't know 100% sure it's Lauren. But we're pretty confident it is. We're waiting for some tests to be done. To be 100% sure. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
I'm asking for your advice or your observation. Who in your complex would do something like that? You lived over there for 3 years. Tonight's the first night I think I've ever been over there. In your expert opinion, of all your knowledge of going through law school and all that, who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I don't know.
No names come to mind. You can't help me out a little bit? You can't help me out?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody at all that lives in that complex. You know, earlier you told me about a guy that lived in apartment 15. I mean, is he a decent guy?
I think so.
Don't y'all have a laundry room there or something?
Yes.
That everybody has access to the laundry room?
Yes.
Has anybody been working on the apartments below you in the last couple of weeks that you've noticed?
I haven't seen anyone.
But you don't know if they've been doing work on that apartment, number one?
No.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Are you sad that something happened to Lauren? If that's her in that trash can?
Yes.
When's the last time you said you can't remember the last time earlier today that you took the trash out to the trash can? Right? Am I wrong?
That's right.
I mean, because you said you stayed inside the whole weekend, I think, because you had all your food and all that. You never went to Kroger over the weekend or Walmart or anything?
I don't remember.
But you could have.
I don't know.
When you go to Kroger, when you do go to the store to get your food, do you use a credit card or you pay cash?
Cash.
Do you have a Kroger card?
Yes.
Okay. So the Kroger card should be able to tell if you were at Kroger this weekend, right?
Yes.
Do you swipe your card or just enter your cell phone number?
They scan it.
Well, because I enter my phone number because I can't never remember to bring my card. But you don't remember if you went over to Bay. You drive your car or you walk over there?
I drive.
You ever go to Walmart on the east side of Gray Highway? Or which Walmart do you go to when you go to Walmart?
Gray Highway.
You don't ever go out to Zeppelin Road?
I don't think so.
You never been out there? You know where Zeppelin Road, the new Walmart?
No.
You don't? So you just basically go to the one on Gray Highway?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where you're at tonight?
Yes.
Where are you at?
Detective Bureau.
Okay. And you know why we've been working all day trying to find Lauren, right?
Yes.
Because her family wants to know where she's at.
Yes.
And I don't know what to tell her family. So I'm asking you, what do I need to tell her family?
I don't know.
What do you want me to tell them? I don't know? Huh? You're going to have to tell me what to tell her family. It's all on you, brother. What do you want me to tell her family? Huh?
know.
Well, I need to know. I need to know. Okay? If something happened to Lauren and you know, you need to tell me. If you know something. Because I need to know. Because her family's down here wanting to know what happened to her.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
That's what you want me to tell her mother and her father. Is that you don't know.
I don't know.
Not that you're sorry that she's missing. Not that you've been trying to help me all day find her, but you just wanted me to tell her I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you a sorry piece of shit that you want me to tell her that? You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell them that you don't know. Is that what you want me to tell them? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck. Right?
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today? It was on the 11 o'clock news. Well, I'm asking you. Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
That ain't what you told the media. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Right? You buy all these weapons. Was you ever in the military?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for? Are you scared somebody's going to hurt you?
No.
What do you need all these weapons for?
To have.
Why? There's a reason why. Were you molested as a child?
No.
Then why do you need all these weapons?
To have.
Why? Give me one good reason. Just give me one reason.
To have.
Why? Does it make you feel important?
No.
Are you a big guy because you got a weapon?
No.
Do you even know how to use it?
Yes.
I need you to tell me what you want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know. Because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. You didn't have no problem talking to the news when they asked you questions. I'm asking you questions. Where's Lauren?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. You do know. You do know. You know. You know. You do know. And everybody in Macon knows you knows because you got your sorry ass on the news and told everybody. So every friend you have in Macon knows that you know. Everybody you go to school with, every one of your professors, everybody knows that you know. Because you got on the news tonight and told everybody that you know. Now how do you think? You think you're going to be able to walk down the street tomorrow and nobody bother you? Think nobody's going to come over and knock on your door to see if you want to talk to the media again?
I don't know.
Oh, they're going to be over there, brother. So this little act that you're doing right now Ain't working with me. Okay? Because you didn't have no problem talking to the media. No problem. So you can just snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened so we can move on.
I don't know.
Well, how many times you gonna say I don't know? How many times you gonna say it? When are you gonna say I remember, but I don't want to remember what happened to her? How many times you gonna say that? If you did something that you regret, you need to let me know.
I didn't.
Well, who did?
I don't know.
Well, a body was found over here, right next to where you live. And what do you have in your apartments? A lot of knives. A lot of guns. Right?
Yes.
And I'm asking you about it, and you're just saying, I don't know. That's all. That's the only answer you can give is I don't know. But 6 hours or a couple hours ago, you was out there telling the media everything. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. You were actually answering questions. Right? How many interviews did you give? 3?
I don't know.
Well, you gave like 3. Do you think that was a proper thing to do when a mother's looking for her child?
They asked me what happened.
And what did you tell them? What did you tell them?
That Lauren was missing.
Okay. What else did you tell them?
That we had gone looking for her.
Okay. And what?
And that we hadn't found her.
And what else did they ask you?
I don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't.
You're telling me that you went through law school. Well, you went through college first, right? Did you graduate from college?
Yes.
And now you're in law school. Did you graduate from law school?
Yes.
But you don't fucking remember what they asked you this afternoon?
No.
Huh? You just don't fucking believe that shit. Don't stand up yet.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
You've never shot a gun?
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
So you bought 3 guns that you've never shot?
Yes.
Why?
To have.
For what?
To have.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes, did they give you, I mean, tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating. Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
Okay. You got a girlfriend?
No.
Who's your best friend?
Michael Quinn.
Michael who?
Quinn.
Who is he?
He was a law student with me.
Is he still a law student?
No, he graduated.
When was the last time you talked to him?
Before he moved up to Boston.
How long ago was that?
A few weeks.
A few weeks, like a month, 2 months, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what?
The beginning of June.
Beginning of June? Beginning of June. Okay. So let me ask you a question. How? You say you don't know where Lauren is, right?
Right.
You told me earlier you and Lauren were friends, right?
Yes.
How would you describe y'all's relationship?
She was my friend.
She was your friend. What did you ever do things for her? Did she ever do things for you? What did she ever do for you?
We jogged.
What'd y'all talk about?
News.
The news? Okay. Earlier you was telling me something about you fixed your computer before.
I couldn't fix it.
You couldn't fix it? What was wrong with it?
I don't remember.
How long ago was that?
Around graduation.
Well, how long ago was that?
Middle of May.
Middle of May? So you were over in her apartment in the middle of May?
Yes.
Have you been over there since then?
Yes.
When was the last time you were over there?
Last night.
Before last night. Have you ever been over there with Lauren since the time you worked on her computer in the middle of May?
No.
How many times have you been in her apartment with her hanging out?
I don't know.
You don't know? If you had to guess, what was your, I mean, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, what?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2? See, if I had only been somewhere twice, I could remember that. If I had been there over 50 times and you asked me how many times, I'd be like, I don't know, a lot. But the fact that you've only been there twice, when I say how many times you've been there, you say you don't know, that's just odd to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That does make sense. So what I'm saying right now makes sense.
No.
When was the last time you saw Lauren?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
And have you been on vacation for the last couple of weeks?
No.
You been home every night?
Yes.
Has she been at home every night?
I don't know.
Has she been on vacation?
I think she was away for a while.
How long?
I don't know.
Were you looking for her?
No.
Let me tell you, even if I didn't talk to my neighbors, I know if my neighbors have been in and out. I hear them come in, I hear them go out. I see them when they walk by my window. I've lived in apartments most of my life. So the fact that you haven't seen her in 2 or 3 weeks, that's just odd to me. I'm gonna be honest, it makes me feel like you're not being honest with me, Stephen. Why would you not be honest with me?
I am being honest.
Stephen, it just doesn't feel like it, buddy. You know, I get the sense that there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now. And it's breaking you down. And you feel bad about it. I can tell you haven't slept much, have you, in the last few days, have you?
No.
Like something's weighing on your mind, ain't it?
We were looking for Lauren.
You started looking for Lauren yesterday.
Yes.
But you haven't slept in several days, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Earlier when I talked to you, you said you hadn't slept in days, that this morning was the first time you was able to get any sleep, was this morning, for a little bit.
No.
Yes, that's what you said. That's what you told me. So I asked you, well, if you haven't been able to sleep in several days, what have you been doing, studying? And you said, yeah, studying. You don't remember that?
No.
What I want you to do, and I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to describe to me how you feel right now. You don't know how to answer that with a yes or no, do you?
I don't know what's going on.
Lauren's missing. This pretty little girl right here, your neighbor, she's missing.
I know.
You went looking for her last night.
Yes.
Did you hurt Lauren?
No.
Stephen, did you hurt Lauren?
No.
I know this is hard for you to tell it, but it's weighing on you right now, ain't it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
But I know you can probably help me with who did. Can't you, buddy?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know, and me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And she was, did you get a cookie? No. And whenever you tell a lie, you feel bad about it right then. One, with every lie, there's a chance you're going to get caught. And that weighs on you. Because you know you did something bad. Am I right?
I didn't do it.
You didn't take the cookie?
No.
What'd you do, buddy?
I didn't do anything.
What'd you do to Lauren?
I didn't do anything.
You saw Lauren last night, though? Yesterday?
No.
What time was it that she went out to do her laundry?
I don't know.
Where were you at yesterday?
At home.
What'd you do at home? Tell me everything you did yesterday. From the time you woke up to the time you went to sleep.
I checked the news.
At what time?
I don't remember.
Was it yesterday morning?
I don't remember.
What'd you do when you woke up?
I think I checked the news.
Alright, you checked the news, okay? What'd you do after that?
I watched some videos online.
Did you clean up?
No.
You didn't?
No.
You smell like you've been cleaning up, like you've been using cleaner to clean up. I know what that smells like. My wife smells like that all the time when she cleans the house. You've been using some kind of cleaner to clean up your apartment, hadn't you?
No.
Stephen, you telling me you live like a man? How does your apartment get cleaned?
I clean it.
Okay. When was the last time you cleaned it, Stephen?
I don't remember.
Was it this week?
No.
You mean you go a whole week without cleaning?
Yes.
Why? That's horrible, Stephen. Was it possibly over the weekend, last weekend?
No.
It wasn't? If you can't remember, then how is it that you can tell me that you didn't clean up your apartment last weekend? A minute ago you couldn't remember.
I don't remember cleaning last weekend.
So it isn't that you didn't, it's that you just don't remember. Right? Help me out, buddy. Right?
I don't understand.
You don't understand? I don't know how else to say it, Stephen. Let me tell you what I think. I think that she was a friend of yours. Look at her right here. I think that she was a friend of yours. And I think something happened, Stephen. You used to watch her come in and out of her apartment, didn't you?
No.
I mean, then how were y'all friends? If me and you friends, we live next door to each other. Every time I look out the window, see, oh, there's my buddy going in. Because we friends. I'm gonna pay attention to when you come in and out. Didn't you just tell me that y'all were friends?
Yes.
But you didn't pay attention to when she came in and out?
No.
Stephen, you're lying. Now you're lying. You're just lying. That's a lie. You ever see her come in and out of her apartment?
Yes.
You did? When was the last time?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Like last week maybe?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Stephen, you understand that everything that you're saying here doesn't make any sense at all. None. None. You totally contradict everything that relates to human behavior. We have skills to be able to observe things, to hear things, to see things. There are natural things out there that draw our attention every day. Such as when you're driving down the road, if somebody hits the horn, you look around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just a natural reaction. If you're sitting in your living room, you hear the door slam next to you, you automatically think, my neighbor's home. Right? You're telling me that those kind of things don't happen in your life.
You asked if I watched. I didn't watch.
Have you noticed that she's came in and out of her house in the last week or two?
I don't remember.
What do you remember, Stephen?
The last time I saw her was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Where at?
She was going out running when I was coming in.
Where were you coming in from?
Bar preparation.
Bar preparation. What's a bar preparation? Oh, you're preparing for the bar exam.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, how y'all doing?
We're just talking. He doesn't seem to remember a whole lot. Everything's yes or no, or I don't remember. A lot of things aren't making any sense. I gotta be honest with you, Stephen. Me personally, I don't feel like you're being honest. Okay?
Well, Stephen, you said you're going to help me out, right? With this investigation, because we needed your help. We're asking you for help. Right? That's what we... Remember I told you that?
Yes.
And you told me you're going to help me.
Yes.
Right? You're going to help me find Lauren, right?
Yes.
And I asked for your opinion, your observation of what happened to her.
Yes.
Right? And what did you tell me?
I thought someone snatched her.
Right. Where do you think someone might have snatched her from?
When she was...
If you're the detective, you're the police detective, it's your investigation, where would you start your investigation?
I don't know.
Come on now. You watch TV, right?
Yes.
Okay. You made it through college, right?
Yes.
You made it just about through law school, right?
Yes.
So you should know, where would you start your investigation?
Where she was last seen.
Okay. So in this case, where was she last seen?
At Garen's house.
Garen. That's the guy that lives up on the street, right? Friend of hers?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, and that was on, I think she left there on Saturday morning.
Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Now, where do you think she went from their house?
I don't know.
Alright, you're the detective now, right? It's your case. What would you do?
Check at her home.
Okay. We did that. That's what we did today, right?
Yes.
So you saw us out there when we knocked on your door. She's not there. I need your help in finding her. What do we need to do? What do we need to do that we haven't done?
I don't know.
You don't know? So if you had this case, you wouldn't be able to solve it, is that what you're saying? Because you're not smart enough to solve it?
I don't know.
Or you think you're smart enough to be a detective?
I don't know.
No?
You gotta be killing me, Stephen. Stephen.
So?
Stephen, listen to me. We're real people, and we're here to talk to you. I like to think that we're friends, okay? Friends communicate back and forth. The only thing you said is yes or no, and I don't know, okay? It makes me feel like you're treating me like you don't like me, and I feel like I've looked out for you today. Everything you said you wanted, I've given you. I've tried to give you food several times. I feel like we talked. You told me about how you like to look at porn on the internet. You expressed to me that you're a virgin, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff you tell friends. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yes.
We need to know where your other car is at. I already know you own another car, okay?
I don't own another
Yes,
car.
you do.
Do you use another car?
You
Whose car
have
do you
another
use?
car. It's not
I
your
don't
name.
use mine.
No,
No, you don't, Steve.
you've been using somebody else's car.
No.
Everyone I interviewed today say you have another car. These people aren't making this up. You have another vehicle.
No, I don't.
So your grandfather's a liar. Is that what you're saying? You're calling your grandfather a liar. I just talked to him. And he said you own another car.
I don't.
So he's lied to me.
Stephen, we're telling way too many lies in here.
So you're telling me they're lying?
You're willing to tell me that you're a virgin and that you told me you jack off to porn on the internet, but you don't want to admit to having another car. That makes me think you got something to hide, Stephen. That concerns me. You tell me things that most people wouldn't tell somebody else, but yet you lie about something simple.
Why are you
about
trying to
having
hide
another
that
car.
you have another car? What's the big deal?
I don't have
I got 3 cars.
You do. You do.
No, I don't.
It's not at your
Well, what
house.
happened to it?
I've never had another car.
That's the only car you ever had in Macon.
Yes.
Okay, let me go talk to him again, because that's not what he's saying.
Stephen, what happened to Lauren?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
You like her, don't you?
She's my friend.
Did you ever think about having sex with her?
No.
You never tried to talk to her on a dating level?
No.
Let me go talk. They got his grandfather. Let me go talk, make sure that he owns another car, because he's telling us he doesn't. Be right back.
So you telling me, you see that pretty girl right there?
Yes.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man, she looks good. You never thought that?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You know how when you're sitting there, you see a girl walking down the road, and you say, man, that girl looks good. You ever see a good-looking girl down the road, you think to yourself, man, that girl looks good.
Yes.
You never thought that about her?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me you look at porn on the internet and get off to that, but you never looked at her and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to have sex with her?
Yes.
You have?
No.
Have you ever thought about what it would be like to have sex with Lauren?
No.
You've never imagined having sex with Lauren?
No.
Have you ever had sex with Lauren?
No.
What do you know about that body we found today?
I don't know.
You don't know? What if I told you that I believe that you do know?
I don't.
What if I told you that I could prove it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is there a chance? But you do admit that there's a chance that I possibly have evidence to show that you do have something to do with that body, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? Because if I hadn't done anything, I'd say, nope, there's no way. But you say you don't know. Why is that? Why do you say you don't know? Is there a chance that maybe something's there?
No.
Why did you say you don't know?
Because I don't know.
Because you're worried about something? Maybe something that happened, that maybe something got mixed up with something and you're worried about that?
No.
Then why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
How would you not know? If I was asking you, did you just rob a bank? If you didn't, you'd say no, not I don't know, right?
Right.
So why do you say I don't know?
Because Because I don't know.
You don't know if you had anything to do with that body?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What if I said I could prove that you did?
I don't know.
Could you explain it?
I don't know.
Today you told an investigator that you were worried about us possibly finding blood in your apartment, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You did. Now why would you be worried about that?
We all looked in Lauren's apartment.
Did you see blood?
No.
Then what would make you think that there was blood taken over there? Nothing would make you think that unless you saw it. Because, see, I didn't see no blood. None of the other Lawrence friends saw blood, but I know now that blood was there. And now I believe you saw it. You saw that blood. You know that blood was there. And that's why you're worried about it.
No.
Did you know? Why do you have blood up in the inside of your nose?
I don't know.
You don't know? But you saw that blood. That's the only way that you would be worried about it. Because that's like saying, I'm worried about red roses being under my pillow, but yet I never put them there. That doesn't make any sense. You know, your brain doesn't even think to operate like that unless you knew something was there. Does that make sense? That makes sense to you. You're a smart guy, right?
I don't understand.
You knew that there was blood in that apartment.
No.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Yes, you did. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen. That's right. There's blood in your apartment. Stephen, this is hard, buddy. I know this is hard. And I can tell it's on you. You want to let it go. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen. You didn't get it all up. It didn't all come off. You scrubbed and you wiped. But we can tell that. Don't you wipe CSI? Yeah, we know it. Stephen, why is there blood in your bathroom?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Why, Stephen?
I don't know.
Has anybody else been in your bathroom?
The police were in there.
Other than the police? Who else has been in there?
No one that I know.
No one. And you recently cleaned your bathroom, didn't you?
No.
How long ago?
I don't remember.
A couple days ago?
No.
Over the weekend?
No.
No, you don't know.
I don't remember cleaning it.
Do you use drugs?
No.
You ever use acid?
No.
Are you on medication?
No.
You're lying, Stephen. I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. I wanted to be here with you to go through that process because I know you're not a monster, man. I know you're not a bad guy. You're just a hard-working student trying to pass a bar exam, ain't you? You ain't got a lot of support from your family, do you?
Yes.
You do? A lot of people can't say that. And the fact that you do have support from your family should make things easier. Because your family wants to feel like they've raised somebody that tells the truth and is honest, right?
Yes.
Did you hurt that girl, Stephen?
No.
Have you ever hurt anyone, Stephen?
No.
Never hurt anyone.
No.
I've hurt people, Stephen. I've made mistakes in my life. It's not even normal to say you've never hurt anybody. Sometimes people get mad and they say things they don't mean to say. It hurts. You never kicked a dog or a cat?
No.
You ever hurt the kids that live up there with your parents? You love those kids, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And if something happened to one of those kids, you'd be upset, right?
Yes.
Well, something happened to this lady's child, Lauren. Okay? You love all the kids up there with your mama, right?
Yes.
And you do anything for them, right?
Yes.
I mean, they called you and said, hey, we need you. Help us out. You'd help them out, right?
Yes.
We need you to help us out. Okay? Tell me about your family.
I have 4 adopted siblings.
That you love very much, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about your mama?
She's a homemaker.
Okay. What about your daddy?
He's a painter.
Close family? Y'all close?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to him?
When we got together
What was that?
a few weeks ago.
Did you go up there to see him, or they come down here to see you?
We went to Buckner's.
I like Buckner's. The chicken place where the table spins around.
Yes.
You just drove up there, met him?
Yes.
Okay. They bring all the kids with them?
Yes.
They didn't come back to Macon?
No.
Well, they asked you how you was doing in school and everything?
Yes.
You had told Detective Chapman that you'd never shot any of those guns that were in your apartment?
Yes.
Have you?
No.
Well, you never went to the shooting range here in Macon and did
No.
some shooting?
No.
Any gun?
No.
Did you make the mistake and tell people at school that you used to go to the shooting range and shoot?
No.
You've never said that?
No.
Do you even know how to load
Yes.
an SKS? That was an SKS, right?
No.
What was it?
An AK.
Same thing. Just different. You even know how to load it?
Yes.
What kind of rounds it take?
7.62 39.
Okay. What's the capacity of that clip that you had?
30 rounds.
Was it loaded?
Well,
Is it loaded?
the magazine is full.
Okay. You got a round in the chamber?
No.
Why not?
Safer that way.
Safer. It's just you in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Why do you think it's safer that way?
No chance of it getting knocked over and going off.
I mean, no one lives with you. It's just you.
Bullets can travel distance.
Well, how do you know that?
I've read up about it.
Well, on what, the computer?
Yes.
Okay. What about your pistols? You never fired any of those pistols?
No.
Were they loaded tonight?
The magazine is full on the 10 millimeter.
Okay.
And there's one round in the chamber in 9 millimeter and a full magazine.
Was the 9 millimeter the full size one or the compact one?
Compact.
And you've never even fired any of those weapons?
No.
Where do you buy your ammo? Have you ever purchased any ammo here in Macon?
Yes.
From where?
A to Z guns.
On
and
Vineville, was that on Vineville Avenue?
Yes.
When's the last time you was at A to Z Guns?
Years ago.
Do you have a permit
Yes.
to carry them? You do? Here in Bibb County?
Yes.
You applied when you was working down at the county or
I
something?
applied last fall.
Okay. So you have your card.
Yes.
Is it with you?
Yes.
Can I see it? They still make you take your fingerprint down there?
Yes.
Let me see your card. How much does it cost now? You remember?
Around $80.
So it expires in 2016.
Yes.
Do you have any pictures of the kids?
No.
Hmm?
No.
They didn't give you no pictures when they were in school? Got pictures?
No.
At all? Not
Not
even
in
at your
my
apartment?
wallet.
You have some at your apartment?
Some.
Okay. What do the kids call you?
Stephen.
Okay. So you're just a brother or uncle or
Brother.
brother Stephen? None of them ever come visit you here in Macon?
No.
Plan on going when you move out?
Back to my parents.
And where's that at?
Lilburn.